start the new week. It's Monday. Jim Costa, John Jansen. Got Greg behind the glass.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So that's what we're going with. New England was in snow camo.
Oh, come on.
I can't help it. I've not heard that excuse yet.
He threw a one-on-one ball. It got picked off. They took their shot. It didn't work. Look, we got a whole weekend of football to react to. We've got Red Wing tickets to give away during the show today. Few chances this week, including today in the 7 o'clock hour. John, the football this weekend, we got one really good game, and then we had whatever the hell that was in the AFC.
Yeah, but okay, did we not think that that's what it was going to be in the AFC? It just not surprised at all that it went that way. Not at all. It was. I mean, you had two really good defenses, and you had a backup quarterback, so it kind of felt like it was going to be a one-score, low-scoring game.
One thing I want to address back with the snow camo.
Yeah. By the way, snow camo can be really awesome.
Vrabel played under Bill Belichick. Mm-hmm. And isn't that one of those little minor things, those extra edge things that Belichick would do?
Choosing to play in all white, you're saying?
Hey, guys, we're going to play it all white. See the weather forecast for 6 o'clock?
Oh, sure, possibly
1% edge.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
they add up, Jim.
What was Belichickian was the football IQ that they played with, and it was Drake May at the end of the first half with 1 second sliding and Vrabel being right there to call the timeout. Now,
they missed the field goal.
But it gave them another chance.
But how about Drake May on the game-ending third down boot where he rolled out? Apparently, he just chose to do that. That was an executive decision. High football IQ, John.
Yeah. Get the stiff arm on the linebacker and go for the first down, and then it's taking a knee from there on out.
My issue, and we'll talk about the NFC game here in a second. My issue with the AFC game is I just felt cheated at the end. Like neither team could run or pass or kick or punt. The snow rendered that game useless for a half.
Okay,
I mean, everybody who loves how cool it looks.
The first half, what rendered them unable to run, unable to pass, unable to do anything? It was defenses.
John, but at least there was some scoring. There was a chance you could put together a drive. You could run for a few yards or complete a pass down the field. In the second half, that wasn't football. As cool as it looked, snow globe, wow, I love the weather, domes suck. Give me domes. Domes give me a chance where we can run, pass, kick, all of it. That ruined the end of the AFC title game.
Oh, so you're nice and cozy inside, and you don't have to boo somebody else from your mittens.
It's not about the fans' comfort. It's about the football that's not being played on the field.
It's all part of the game. Weather is a factor in games throughout the course of the regular season, throughout the course of the postseason. So it's just that's how the cookie crumbles. Get over it.
I mean, I'm over it because the other game didn't have game-altering weather. We played a damn good football game between two teams going toe-to-toe for a spot in the Super Bowl. It's what football should be.
Because they have a dome in Seattle.
Right, yes, because there's a dome there. I mean, it could have been raining there. It wasn't. I mean, it's Seattle. It rains there all the time, right?
It does.
How can they possibly have an NFC championship game in a place where there's a threat of rain?
It looked like a nice day in Seattle.
It did. You know what? And the whole thing about Denver, Mile High, and the oxygen I've played there didn't really feel like it was a factor. Every time I've been to Seattle, every time, whether it's been for football games or just for personal reasons, the weather's always been beautiful. It rains so much in Seattle, I just haven't had that experience. Not saying it's not true. It's just not been my personal experience.
Look, it could have rained or snowed in Seattle, and it would have rendered both games kind of dull.
Or
I'm glad it didn't.
Just how football is football, and we have turf. We have different changing conditions. There's some grass, even in very beautiful days. Like the grass or the turf can be different on a given Sunday. So if you're sitting there going, "Oh, I can't believe it snowed
I didn't
in the
say I can't
AFC
believe it snowed.
Championship game. I can't believe they're
say that.
leaving this up to chance and which team can possibly handle the cold or the snow better."
The answer is
I
neither
don't
team.
care.
The answer is neither team. Okay, Aristotle, football is football. No one's disputing that the game counted, that it was technically a football game, that
it
the
was
winner
televised.
will go to the Super Bowl. No one's saying it shouldn't count or it should be invalidated. I'm just saying the people who claim snow football is the best football. No run, no
What kind
pass,
of
no
is?
kick, no punt. I'm just asking. Which
Grind
game,
it out.
which
Let's
game-
see who's tougher.
No one could do anything. Which game was the better game, John?
Well, in terms of, were the results different than you anticipated?
No, this is the Super Bowl I expected us to get. But I'm
So,
saying if
so
you
we got
watch,
to what you thought was going to happen.
right, but if you sit down on your couch on a Saturday, I'm not even talking about the fans in the stadium, but we're all watching these games. The people who claim the snow football is better, which game was better? Be honest. Which game was the better watch?
I liked watching the snow game better because I think it's fun to play in snow. I think it's fun to have those moments. And
What moments
if you
did
go
you see?
back to the beginning of the game when the weather was just fine.
Yeah.
Denver started off with 3 plays, 1 yard, punt.
Mm-hmm.
New England, 3 plays, 6 yards, punt.
Yeah.
And then there's the best drive of Jarrett Stidham's career, where he hits a 50-yard pass down the sidelines, and then he hits Mims. It was Mims on the long pass. The touchdown was to who was that one to? Sutton.
Sutton scored the first touchdown.
Right. Their only touchdown, their first and last.
Yeah, one of
but
two
then
in the
it
game.
was New England, 6 plays, 11 yards, punt. 7 plays by Denver, punt. 3 plays, minus 5 yards. New England could not move the ball even when the weather was nice. So then you insert the snow to start off the second half, and Denver actually goes 11 plays, 43 yards, and should have kicked the field goal. The second quarter. Like it just, New England struggled even when there wasn't weather.
But John, I can appreciate defenses more when they're
But
playing.
it didn't change in the second half just because of
it
the weather.
did, John.
Everything
It
that
did,
happened
John.
in the first half
John.
happened in the second half.
John.
The only time that
No,
New
it's
England
false.
actually
Just
got
lie.
a chance to score was when Jarrett Stidham says, "Oh my goodness, they're coming from everywhere. What do I do? Here, you take the ball."
How many points were scored in the game? 17.
17.
How many were scored in the first half?
7.
No, 14
sorry,
were scored.
14, yeah.
So if I got a touchdown apiece in the first half and I got a touchdown apiece in the second half, it could still be a defensive game where great plays are made. Pat Surtain had a great play down the sideline, batting the ball away. I could still have great defense. I just got no football. There was no football in that game.
New England's scoring drive was 2 plays, 12 yards. They actually had, in the third quarter, a drive that was 16 plays, 64 yards, 8 plays, 51 yards. And then from the fourth quarter, it went downhill from there. But
Why did it go downhill?
why did it go downhill in the first half?
Because the game was frozen in time.
Their longest plays, their longest drives were in the second half. So if you're sitting there saying,
John.
it's the second half, we can't possibly play in the snow, that's when they performed the best.
No, they didn't. Here's the fourth quarter drive chart.
Oh, now we're just going to the fourth quarter. So 3 quarters
no,
were
hold on,
fine.
hold on.
They could have worked out in 3 quarters what they couldn't work out in the fourth.
Let's just go through the Broncos drives for the whole second half if you'd like. How about that?
With a quarterback that hasn't played in 3 years.
6 yards, 3 yards, 17 yards, 5 yards, 1 yard.
And
let's say
missed opportunity after missed opportunity.
And New England, who had the MVP candidate at quarterback, let's look at their drives. Fourth quarter, 10 yards, minus 1 yard, 1 yard, 14 yards where the quarterback scrambles at the end.
My point
Neither
is it's
team
no
did
different than the
anything.
first half.
No, in the first half, there were yards. There were points. You had to account for everything.
More points, yeah. Again, New England's scoring drive. If they hadn't been given the ball on the 12-yard line, they may have never scored that entire game. No touchdowns the entire game. It had nothing to do with the weather. It had to do with the defenses that were on the field. It didn't have anything to do with the weather. It became more challenging in the fourth quarter, but sorry, it's too hard. Let's postpone the game until the weather's nice for tomorrow.
I didn't say postpone the game. I just said people who claim to love snow games.
Love 'em.
That game was halted. There was nothing to watch at the end of that football game because of the weather.
It was nothing to watch in the first half
There was
because
something.
of no. What? The fact that there were great defenses.
Right. Instead,
And
it was
ineffective and inefficient offenses. I'm just going to wait until you start saying something, and then I'm going to jump all over you.
Great. Love it or loathe it, the snow game. 248-539-9797. Do you love that or did you loathe that? And then let's talk about the NFC, John. You got Sam Darnold going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Exactly. Who would have thought? And who would have thought that he would have played as good, if not a small, minute better than Matthew Stafford?
Yeah, they both were slinging it.
They were. And it was, when you look at, look at Jake Bobo. Like, hasn't caught 3 passes all season long, and then comes up huge in the NFC Championship game with a touchdown. Like,
yeah,
they milked both those teams, everything out of all of their players all game long.
And I thought both game plans, right? They're using JSN out of the backfield and got him on a route in the red zone to score a touchdown. Puka Nacua, same deal, trying to get free releases. Those teams had played each other twice. Mm-hmm. You had that great stat last week. The 2 meetings were decided by 1 yard and 1 point.
Yep.
And, of course, this one comes down to 1 possession. And it's Sam Darnold who goes for 350, 3 touchdowns, no picks. John, Sam Darnold's going to play in the Super Bowl. We don't need to hear about how you can't win with Jared Goff. Sam Darnold's going to play in a Super Bowl. Sam Darnold on his 5th team. Jets, Panthers. There was a stint in San Francisco. The Vikings didn't believe in him, even though he won 14 games. And now Sam Darnold is going to quarterback a team in the Super Bowl. By the way, Sam Darnold's cap hit this year is higher than Jared Goff's this season. There are no excuses. You can win with Jared Goff.
Yep.
That's what Sam Darnold just did. He rendered all Goff debates meaningless for this offseason. You can win with Goff because I just watched Sam Darnold push his team to the Super Bowl.
It's all right there on the table. And when we come back, I'll tell you the one commonality from the divisional round to the championship round, and now certainly in the playoffs, as to, I think, what the secret for the Lions needs to be.
It's perfect. It's next, 97.1. When you get to the new year, you got a new game plan. You're hitting the gym in January. It's time to get your smile back in shape, too. Make dental care part of your clean slate routine. It's quick, it's easy, and you got to get ready for the new year with Brightside Dental. Start the new year with a brighter smile. Brightside Dental is always welcoming new patients. They got a $35 new patient special. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Got some great response coming in on the text for the snow game. Do you love it or loathe it? We'll read those in a second. John, we know who's in the Super Bowl. It's Seattle with Sam Darnold and Drake May and the New England Patriots. You said there was a takeaway, something the Lions could learn from this.
Yeah, and it's if you look at the divisional round, as I pull up my scores here, let me ask you this. Good defenses or not good defenses? Patriots, Texans. Good defenses?
Good defenses.
All right. Bears, Rams.
Yeah, there were good defenses in that game.
Good defenses. Seahawks, Niners. Niners, not a great defense because it was banged up, but the result was the team with the much better defense won 41-6.
Yep.
Broncos, Bills. Not a great defense in the Bills, but they were able to get to the divisional round, and it was settled in overtime, but the team with the better defense, the Broncos. Then you get to, obviously, the conference championship round. Patriots, Broncos, great defenses. Yep. Rams, Seahawks, great defenses. Detroit needs to improve their defense. I know that there's been a shift in what wins Super Bowls or what is, and we saw it in, 23, get to the NFC Championship game, you're up 17, and if you just simply catch a ball, you most likely win that game. Mm-hmm. But for the most part, it is the Super Bowl champs are ones that play with a top 10 defense. And you're looking at all the teams that are left in the conference championship game, they're all top 10 defenses.
Look at the two coaches who are coaching their teams in the Super Bowl. Where's their side of the ball?
Defense.
Their expertise is defense. Yeah, look, I think the offensive line's going to get hammered a lot this offseason, and you can't ignore it, and you have to be intentional.
Sure, you have to address both sides of the ball.
But I was going to say, this is not a one-sided deal here. There's a clear shift. Defense is carrying the day right now in the NFL. The other thing that I really took out of Seattle specifically is, John, you realize the Lions made that Stafford trade to reset everything. A year later, Seattle did the same thing. They reset everything a year after us, and they're going to the Super Bowl. Everybody's gone. The all-22, all the offense and all the defense has been turned over. John Snyder, their general manager, is doing as good a job as anybody in the sport right now. And he's drafting well, just like Brad Holmes. But the difference is, John, he's also trading for guys. He's more aggressive in free agency. Mm-hmm. Think about this. Leonard Williams is a player they traded for, and he's one of the studs on that defensive line. And he's not the only one. DeMarcus Lawrence is a player they added in free agency to play on the defensive line, and he starts and plays big snap totals for that team. Those are external pieces that didn't just come from the draft. Their linebacker, Ernest Jones, is a free agent. Julian Love, one of their starting safeties, is a free agent acquisition. You got to do everything. It can't just be the draft. If you're going to overhaul an entire roster the way Seattle's done to go to a Super Bowl, something Detroit hasn't done, it can't just be about the draft. Their quarterback's a free agent. They really have done this using every tool in their toolbox.
And what did they do at the trade deadline?
They added
Rashid Shaheed.
Mm-hmm. He had a big play early.
And you could say, oh, well, it was only one catch. Well, it was a darn big one at 51 yards, and they used him in the run game as well. Now, that wasn't as effective, but what else did we see that it opened up? Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's been the best receiver in the NFL all season long, he goes off for 10 catches, 153 yards. How can they not cover him? Don't they know the ball is going to go to him? Well, they have to also cover Rashid Shaheed.
Yep.
It's
the field. Cooper Kupp's another player that's an external ad.
Yeah, and happy for him that he, especially some big catches in that game, sealing things at the end with a big catch over his former team. But it is both of these teams. Now, it's taken Seattle longer, right? 2013 was their last Super Bowl win. And so 13 years to get back to being in position to win a Super Bowl. And I think that's the ultimate outcome against an inexperienced, not ready to win a big game offense. Because if Bo Nix plays in that game for Denver, who knows what happens, especially because of the snowfall.
Of course.
But who knows what happens. But I do believe they were more advanced offensively than what we've seen from New England and Drake May. Now, Drake May is probably the oncoming superstar.
Yep.
You know, he probably finished second in MVP voting to Matthew Stafford. But it's, as you pointed out, for the Rams, just looking at these couple of teams that were playing in the NFC Championship game, 2021, that was their Super Bowl. 2022, 5-12, following a little bit of a Super Bowl hangover, injuries.
Yes.
5-12 out of the playoffs. And we kind of all said, F them picks, what's going to happen. They take 1 year to reset. Then it's 10-7 and 23, and we know famously they lost to the Lions in the wild card game. 10-7 and 24, they made it to the divisional round. So it's one step further, and then lost in the NFC Championship game, but they were 12-5, and they won a very tough division.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, came up second to the team that they ended up playing.
I know what you meant. What Seattle, though, just to go back to them, what they've done, of course they've drafted well. JSN's a draft pick, right? Devin Witherspoon's a draft pick. Like this freakazoid safety they've got is a draft pick. Like Kenneth Walker's a draft pick. You have to draft well. Their tackles are both homegrown. Gray Zabel's a rookie at left guard. You have to draft well. Brad Holmes has done that part well. But then he's been so obsessed with like re-signing his own guys early and keeping his own guys and making sure there's spots for his own guys. You have to complete the test. You can't stop once you've drafted well. You have to keep going and you have to add. And I think that becomes the lesson. New England and Seattle were aggressive free agent teams this last year. It doesn't always work, but you have to play along.
And
you have to do everything.
Always been, and I'm not going to sit there and say injuries last year for the Lions or injuries this year for the Lions, because even with a healthy defense, did we think that the Lions were going to have, now they may have had a top 10 defense throughout the course of the year last year.
Yeah.
This year, even with a healthy secondary, were they going to be a top 10 defense? No, because they weren't able to pressure quarterbacks. They weren't able to stop the run. That has not as much to do with the secondary as it does with the front seven. And this year, the front seven wasn't the bar to the ball that was hurt.
I know people will say the safeties are part of the run game, and they are, but just as a general rule of thumb, you don't want to end a game with the safety leading your team in tackles.
Right.
You don't want to have your safeties be the major run defenders. They could be secondary run defenders, but they shouldn't have to be making a lot of tackles. And you want to be making those tackles at or near the line of scrimmage. You're right. Even if the safeties were healthy, the Lions still need to address their front seven in the free agency and the draft.
And it's honestly just the front four, because you have the best linebacker in the NFL in Jack Campbell.
Yeah,
but the NFL identified him as such.
I agree with him. He had a hell of a season. Anzalone pending free agent, Derek Barnes mixed bag. It's not like linebacker something you can ignore.
No, but you have a really good piece there.
Something to work with.
And you have a really good piece in Aiden Hutchinson.
Yes.
Now you need to complement those pieces.
Got text coming in, 248-539-9797. The snow game, and then we'll get the lessons learned. You guys are sending in a ton of feedback early this morning. On the snow game, love it or loathe it. John, would you please get up and punch Cookies right in his whiny mouth?
I know. That would have been a great way to start the week. I still have that opportunity. We'll see how the day goes.
Cookies, your take on domes suck. Play outdoors. It's way better. Please get Cookies a new pair of panties. Please give me Dome a drop from Cookies.
Put on a new pair of panties.
In the trenches, I'll take snowy games any day of the week, from an unnamed text. I agree with Cookies. Snow games are not exciting. They're cautious.
You have to play in a lot of different conditions throughout the course of the year. And it's just, I don't necessarily know that you have to be cautious, because we're looking at this is a very unique game in regards to New England, their offense, and obviously Denver and their offense without their starting quarterback, because neither of them were lighting the world on fire offensively against good defenses throughout the course of the year.
John, quote, I like playing in the snow, unquote. That's an insane argument. Just because you like doing something doesn't make it fun to watch. I love reading, but nobody wants to watch it. Cookies is right on this one.
So first of all, yes, I do love playing football in the snow. I love playing football in the rain. I also like playing football in the sun. I think there is an added. I feel like I'm going down the Scott Boras, Dr. Seuss. How am I supposed to end this, sentence here? But I do like watching football that is played in the snow. I think it's fun. It's entertaining. You also have to have a team that's willing to adjust. And both teams defensively, there weren't a lot of adjustments that they had to do, but that was the game plan going in before it was snowing.
Like, there's a novelty with the snow game that can be fun, but we're deciding who's going to the Super Bowl, and it rendered the fourth quarter and really the second half just kind of frozen in time. No one could move it. No one could score. No one was going to score any more points. The game was over.
But my point is, through the first three quarters, because it didn't get bad till the fourth quarter, as you've already pointed out.
Yeah.
Through the first three quarters, offenses weren't lighting it on fire. So how could we even know that the snow affected any of that?
Because it got even more sluggish. It got even uglier,
but for
grosser.
three quarters of the game.
It was a gross game, but then it rendered it like it froze the scoreboard. We're done. It's so cold. It's snowing. It's done. Everyone's going home. No one can do anything in this. It's not playable at that point.
They couldn't do anything when the weather was just fine.
It was a bad game that became an unplayable game. If you enjoyed it, to each their own. Ticket Texter says NFL players are highly skilled. They couldn't show off the skills in that first game because of the weather. There was nothing to watch because they couldn't do anything. Roger in Mount Clemens.
Well, they didn't show off much of those skills in the first half.
I myself don't like when the weather affects the game. You have two teams that are supposed to be the best of the best, and the game boils down to who can keep their footing and whose punter can get the ball off better. Scott in Toledo.
If it had, I would give you a part of the argument if it had been that way for four quarters of the game, but it wasn't.
Jim is so annoying this morning. Such a baby. Shut off his mic. Who doesn't love snow football? It was great. John and Shelby.
Thanks, John.
I enjoyed the snow game. Leave it to Costa. If it was up to him, the playoffs would be indoors. That was entertaining to me. Signed LV. Could you imagine if the Broncos had pulled off the game winner in that weather? It would have been the coolest thing you've ever seen.
Yeah, snow angels everywhere.
Blizzard game equals woulda, coulda, shoulda. Whose side is he on with that one? Folks that love the weather games are the ones watching from home. It's a bad experience and the football isn't good. Who wants to pay $500 plus see a bad weather game?
That's, again, we're not talking about the experience for the fans. We are talking about the experience for the fans that are watching from home, because there are millions more experiencing that versus the 60 to 70,000 that are experiencing it in person.
248-539-9797. Talking snow from the first game, takeaways you have from the weekend as a whole, how it impacts our Lions, lessons that can be learned. How about Sam Darnold? I think that shuts down any of this Goff conversation. If Sam Darnold, bigger cap hit than Goff, can play in the Super Bowl, Detroit can too. Just got to do all the right things around him.
I will see if he can seal the deal.
Mm-hmm. They're going to be favored. Do you see the spread?
Yeah, it's 3.5.
4, give or take, on the book. Yeah. We'll keep talking football with you guys. We got Overreact Jim's coming up at 7:02, and we got to work in John's bad hotel experience from over the weekend.
Yeah, it was a rough one.
Get to that next as well. It's 97.1. Snow games are fun. Yes, they're lower scoring, but crazy things can happen. The turnovers become even more crucial. John's right. Football should be decided by kickers and punters, or the lack thereof, signed Steve.
Well, I mean, even when the weather was nice, the kickers couldn't make a field goal.
Well, Tex says, John, let's not act like the weather was ever truly nice. It was never 70 and sunny for that football game.
Oh, okay. Well, we're not just going to move the football season to begin in June and finish at the first weekend in October.
We are not, John.
It's weather will always play a part of every game. Whether it's and quite honestly, maybe we'll ask this question: Would you rather, if you're especially, I still look at everything as a player. I would much rather play a snow game in January versus 95 degrees at the end of August or the beginning of September.
Yeah, as a player, I totally get that. This text says, John is speaking as a player and Jim is speaking as a viewer. Unfortunately, I have to agree with Jim. Why is it unfortunately he has to agree with Jim?
Well, nobody likes to agree with you.
He says, I can't stand the impediments that come in sports because of weather delays or the elements that alter scores, etc.
Right. So basically what everybody is saying is if you're sitting there and I don't like the snow games or I don't like the rain games, I want a sterile environment. And I don't like it that Seattle was so loud that it affected the snap count for the LA Rams. That's as big of an impact can be as weather. So you're just picking your impediment.
You play them in a soulless, soundless, empty
vacuum. Let's
void.
play the AFC and NFC championship games need to play in outer space.
The next Super Bowl in the void.
Yes. There's going to be different impacts on every game from various different sources. And you would just rather make it the way that you want to watch a game.
Yeah, I like things the way I like things. Hot take. I have an opinion.
Yeah.
I want things to be my way.
Same here.
Yeah. And I just looked at it like, man, I could deal with a defensive showdown. I think football isn't just first to 50, right? You and I both liked the Super Bowl between the Rams and the Patriots. A lot of people thought that was boring. It was defensive football.
Yeah.
This didn't really even become about defensive football. It became about who can get their footing. When there are 8 fourth quarter drives and none of them go for more than 20 yards, we're just watching like Pong on our screen, just beep.
Well, and part of it was the opponents that were playing against each other in regards to two not real sophisticated pass games. And so if you're then, when weather games happen like that, you are somewhat predetermined to have to run between the tackles. And Denver and New England, really good at defending the run in the best of situations against teams that run between the tackles. So it funneled everything to the strengths of both defenses.
Text on, we brought up what the Lions could learn from this. You said defense is a clear takeaway, not just from that AFC game, but the Seattle defense all season. Defensive head coaches, defense. As much as we talk offensive line, and that's going to be there, defense was your big takeaway.
And equipment guys that can change out the 7 studs to longer ones so that you have better grip in possible snow.
Of course, the little details. Defense was a takeaway for you. I brought up just roster turnover and the fact that Seattle hasn't just relied on great drafts. They've drafted great, you have to, but they've also been aggressive in free agency and via trade. Tex says there's a difference in being aggressive and making successful trades. Holmes has tried to make aggressive moves, but not gotten it done. That's the difference.
Well, yeah. So Seattle has found ways to be successful in trading, and Detroit hasn't.
I mean, Leonard Williams is one of the best players on that defense. They traded for him, you know?
I do.
So, and he's not the only one. Again, they're middle linebacker, one of their 2 safeties, defensive end. These are external players that they traded for, they paid for, they prioritized. They went out and added to a group of really strong draft picks and draft classes. That now becomes Brad Holmes' test. You've drafted some homegrown studs, and you've paid those guys. You've been very excited to go out and pay those guys. I hope you've left enough to go out and round out the full roster, because Seattle's got a full roster, and it's how you win with a quarterback like Sam Darnold. 248-539-9797. More Overreact Gyms. We'll do that at 7:02 this morning.
And just going to Twitch, I know that the roads actually were pretty good this morning. I don't know what your experience was, but still be safe out there. They're not perfect, obviously, because it snowed, and we got to make sure that it doesn't end like the game did, but from Stingray. I found hazard blinker always on driver on I-275 this morning driving into work. I now get why John can't stand that person. Thank you for confirming that for me.
Greg, you had some feedback on the roads?
Yeah, I don't think it was great, especially getting onto the lodge to get into here. Felt a little wiggle in the car. Didn't like that.
Okay. Well, So from my experience watching the AFC Championship game, but also now driving in this morning from the Plymouth-Canton area, the roads were well plowed.
Snow commutes suck a lot worse than snow football games.
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah. In terms of my commute, I felt like there were stretches that you had to be a little extra cautious, but for the most part, I felt like most of the highway was
here's a
today.
comment I don't like. Let's go back to COVID days and have fake people in the stands.
We don't need
no
that.
thanks. No
Cardboard
thanks.
cutouts.
Yeah.
No.
Doug Garch in the first row.
Oh, man. Hey, anyway, the football is going to be a huge part of the show today. But the first thing in your email was about this hotel stay you had over the weekend.
Yeah. So I went to a wedding Saturday night, and it was an absolutely beautiful wedding. And the groom, the bride, was a beautiful bride. Mm-hmm. I say that jokingly because I was there as a friend of the groom, who's a dear friend, and very happy for them. It all went well. The best man speech was tremendous from his brother. I got a chance to meet a lot of our listeners, some people that I didn't know in his realm of friends and associates. So a lot of people, I actually did meet a few that their wives are made to listen to us in the morning because their husbands are big-time listeners. And now I'm hoping that having met, because Doug was there as well, having met both of us, that they'll at least be a little bit more accustomed and a little more friendly and willing to listen to us from 6 to 2. 2 to 6, okay, you meet those guys, you make your decision. But so the wedding itself was phenomenal. And Lisa and I danced the night away. It was great. There are some videos out there. I am trying to confiscate all of those.
So hold on, this was the first night out you guys have had
without Teddy. Yeah, we stayed the night in the hotel. So, and I'll get to that point in just a moment. But yeah, it's the first opportunity that we have had to go out, have a great time. We got a hotel room because we knew we wanted to have a couple of pops and just. I don't let my hair down because it's not long enough, but Lisa let her hair down a little bit and have a good time, which was accomplished. So that was great. But our hotel room, as soon as we checked in, we put our bags in our hotel room, and literally about 5 seconds into it, from our neighboring room, we hear a dog barking. And we thought, oh no, is this going to happen all night? So I instantly call the front desk and say, hey, there is a dog that is barking. And I had done the drive-by of just seeing if it was noise in the hallway that would make the dog bark, or if it was us just opening, closing the door, if we could hear anybody in that room saying, hey, stop it. I think the dog was alone in the room.
Oh, come on.
And so I think that was part of the issue. Nothing happened after the phone call. It was still barking. And so I call again just to say, hey, we're paying a lot for this room. We would like to not have a dog barking all night long. Is there something you could do? We'll try and address it. And then to make matters worse, it was very warm in the room. And as I think we have determined here from the thermostat at home, everyone knows that Lisa and I both like a cooler room. So we tried to cool the room off. And as soon as we touched the controls on the thermostat and adjusted it, and I don't know if it was the blower, if it was the HVAC unit, whatever it was, it started making a howling noise. And it sounded like a muffled trumpet. Like we were listening to somebody do the Go Blue at the Michigan games on the cowbell. It felt like it was kind of that cadence. So I started singing along, which annoyed Lisa even more. But it wouldn't stop. And so I do the same thing. I call down, and there's no response. So being the fix-it guy that I am.
How did you go?
there was access in the ceiling. So I put a chair there and I popped the access open and I'm in there trying to figure out, can I possibly get this to stop making this noise? Well, I didn't want to do something that was going to cost me. So again, called down. That didn't really solve itself.
Okay. Did the dog situation
But
get any better?
the bigger issue was the dog. And so we get back into the room later that evening and the dog's still
Are you
barking.
serious?
And I'm just curious. I didn't want to make any type of issue, which is normally not like me.
Right.
But I had no idea. Was it somebody that was at the wedding? Was it just somebody that was a guest? Did they travel in from town? And I know that there are hotels that allow dogs. But what's the issue when a dog is incessantly barking?
Well, I mean, you don't know. Does the dog got to use the bathroom? I mean, you're not there to watch over the dog. You're just going to leave it, let it bark and bark and bark. Like,
Right.
What is the circumstance that you're even bringing the dog to the hotel? You can't have someone watch your dog while you go to a wedding or you're on business or whatever
Yeah.
the case may be.
And so I called down to the front desk again, and it just was something that was kind of an issue throughout the night.
Yikes.
So did I do all I should have? Because I wasn't going to go knock on the door.
That's the only other thing.
Because I wasn't in the mood. I just wanted to be happy and have fun.
Yeah, you're having a good time.
Yeah.
You're there for a wedding. You're hanging out with your wife and you're seeing all these people and you don't want to be the grouch that's going, hey, would you shut your mutt up?
Right. And so I kind of anticipated what the argument might be
Okay.
from our perspective. And when we come back, I'm going to present you with the situation that I think you would have an issue with.
Oh, this will be good. It's 97.1. Got Overreact Gyms coming up at 7:02. Bunch from the weekend, AFC, NFC, and some bigger NFL storylines. Plus little Pistons and Red Wings, too. Jam-packed Overreact Gyms. We have some of the audio from the hotel room, John.
Well, so this is the heating and cooling unit. Thanks for setting me up on that one.
Is Jansen kid number 6 on the way?
Yeah, no.
No, this is the audio of the HVAC system.
Yes.
Greg, if we could play that.
Go Blue!
What the hell is that?
It kind of sounds like a dog. I'm wondering if the dog problem and the HVAC problem was the same problem.
Or one also exacerbated the other. I don't know.
Or it was a really squeaky bed. Can we hear that one more time?
No. No, I understand what I'm putting myself in position for.
One of the first texts we got.
Other thing is I don't want to be the guy that knocks on the door, and then all of a sudden, some small person comes to the door and they get afraid because I'm standing there. Right? I've had that issue before, and I don't want to intimidate anyone. I just want to be able to go to sleep.
One of the first texts we got, Doug and Flint. Why didn't you request a different room, John?
Well, I did, and the hotel was packed.
Yeah. I mean, it's a weekend.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of, people were in from out of town for a wedding.
Right.
And this one says, regarding the dog barking, I would have gone to the desk and requested a different room. Signed, Donna.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, fellas. John, I'm sure you probably asked, but there was a way to get your room switched, or was the hotel booked? Yes, the hotel was booked.
Yeah.
John, exact situation this weekend. Any chance you were on the 5th floor in Grand Rapids?
No, I was on the 5th floor, but it wasn't in Grand Rapids.
No. Jansen kid number 20 downloading, Scott and Carlton.
I do love my kids.
The dog thing, I want to be fair. Like, if someone was dealing with something awful at home, like their power was out, they needed to go get a hotel, so they brought their dog. But other than that, why is your dog in a hotel room?
Or that's the question I have. Is this something, and I know I've seen people with dogs in strollers, which baffles me. I see them all dressed up, not just, hey, we got you a jacket, like you see the booties, you see the everything, right? And
we saw some of that.
I understand that in today's age, dogs to some people are their children. And the situation I was going to bring up is, okay, what if we had, I'll just use Teddy, as a crying baby. Mm-hmm. But the issue is, okay, first of all, he's not going to be alone in the room.
Exactly.
Second of all, we're going to be doing everything we possibly can to get him to stop crying, and he eventually will.
Yeah, what I don't like is the idea that you bring a dog, you leave it in a hotel room, and then you go out and spend your 8 hours doing whatever you're going to do on a Saturday, and the poor dog is sitting there. I got to use a bathroom. Where is everybody? He gets excited, gets nervous,
right?
And no one's there to look after this dog.
And if there had been, I honestly would have felt better if there was somebody there that you could hear. Now, my ear wasn't against the door, but you could hear the dog barking. So I would have appreciated somebody saying, hey, stop barking.
Hey,
other than
Sparky, Fido, knock it off. Something just so you could feel like, hey, they know there was some personal
responsibility.
There's none when you just, hey, we brought our dog with us, left him in the hotel. And again, if this is a situation where you got nowhere else to go, your power's out, heat's out, it's the winter, fine. I suppose there's an excuse. But this isn't.
What is the protocol?
Yeah. For what?
For the dog owner. Or for me, and I agree. Okay, yeah, ask for a different room. It was unavailable.
Yeah, you're out of luck. There's nothing you could do at that point. I think you're screwed at that point.
Yeah. So I actually, and I don't like using these, initials for any other topic here.
Yeah.
But I was basically SOL.
You were. You're bleep out of luck.
What's the worst hotel experience you've had?
I don't have anything nearly that terrible. I can't think of anything.
Then I'll ask our listeners, 248-539-9797. What's the worst hotel experience, whether it's barking dog or party in the room next to you? What's the worst hotel experience that you've had? Because everything else was great. we went down. We had drinks at the bar. We socialized with everybody that was there. Obviously, the reception was there as well. It was a phenomenal experience outside of the noise coming from the heating unit and the dog barking.
One more time on that noise from the heating unit, Greg. Yeah, that plus a dog. No fun. I have nothing near that inconvenient, but if you stay in some hotels now, I don't know if you've seen this, like they're trying to do the modern shower where it's like half the glass in the shower and the water just gets everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
They think they're being like hip and cool and
Right.
look how,
yeah, there's no shower door.
right. And you're like,
Yeah.
there's just puddles of water everywhere.
I
now.
always have issues in hotel showers simply because the faucet that comes out for the shower head generally hits me in the chest versus trying to,
So you got to hunch down.
yeah. The worst is at State College in Pennsylvania. It came out of the wall at about chest level, and so it was tilted down. It's hitting me in the belly.
I don't know what you're supposed to do with what.
Yeah.
So how do you solve this? You like.
Well,
sit-
yeah, I mean,
get like a stool and
I
shower
get very
seated?
creative in regards to washing the armpits and the head. My hair. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
John?
knew where you were going to take
Thank
that
you,
one.
Sean.
Yes.
Anyway, let's get a quick phone call and they'll tell you how to win some Red Wing tickets. Todd in Westland, you're on 97.1.
Good morning,
Good.
Todd. Oh,
It's unnerving.
so did you ask the front desk, the hotel staff, like did somebody come and obviously you had just checked in? I don't know why they'd be cleaning your room, but
Oh. What? Yeah, that's.
it was confidential.
I don't like that answer.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Okay then.
Well, you went after it. Well done. And what was the response from the police?
Wow.
Recommendation taken.
Yeah, no kidding. John, couple texts. People want to know, did you at least get like a discount? Could they have taken any money off the room? Hope you did. My worst hotel experience, I had a giant next door complaining about my dog all night. On the Red Wing tickets, you got a chance to win them on the next hour of the show. We've got tickets, I think 3 different days this week. Wings have a nice stretch of home games coming up. If you want to win a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings take on the Los Angeles Kings tomorrow, January 27th, you're going to listen to the 7 o'clock hour for the Mickey Redmond Holy Mackerel drop. When you hear Holy Mackerel from Mickey Redmond, call in, win a pair of tickets. We've got tickets for every home game for the Centennial season.
It's a playoff team, looks like.
Another win over the weekend out in Winnipeg.
Just stack points on top of points.
That's what I'm saying, man. So look, we'll get to, they're going to be in the overreactions. There's a lot to get to. We'll do it next, 97.1.
After losing a tough game to the Houston Rockets on Friday, the Pistons bounced back in style with a 139-116 win over the Kings at home last night. 8 Pistons reached double figures in scoring. That included 4 players off the Pistons bench, which contributed 58 points and 25 rebounds as a unit. Among the starters, Cade Cunningham led the way with 29 and 11 assists. Jalen Duren had a strong outing with 18 points and 6 boards. After the game, he spoke about bouncing back from that loss to Houston.
Guys being aggressive, we knocked down some shots today. Like I said, just the mindset, the energy, the assertiveness. We just had a better approach today, I feel like, than we did the last game. So that contributed. Yeah, and we do it the defense and offense.
The Pistons are now 33-11 on the season, one game back of the Thunder for the best record in basketball. And the Seahawks and Patriots will meet in Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara, California. The Patriots outlasted the Denver Broncos and backup QB Jarrett Stidham 10-7 in a snow-covered AFC title game yesterday. Drake May only threw for 86 yards on 21 attempts against the stout Denver defense and the troubling second-half snow. Then in Seattle, a questionable call may have helped the Seahawks beat the Rams as Cooper Kupp was awarded a first down on what seemed like a completed pass, but he dropped the ball as he hit the ground. The referee said Kupp was down by contact when he landed, giving Seattle a first down with 3 minutes left and a 31-27 lead. That would be the final score. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, some storylines from the AFC, NFC championship games. I got a note on the Pistons, the Red Wings, and so much more. Let's do it. I'm going to start with one that's controversial. Sean Payton was right to go for it, 4th and 1 in the first half. He's getting killed for it because, boy, they wish they had those 3. They needed more than 10 to win the game. Their best chance to score a touchdown was going to be in good weather, go convert a yard. They just didn't execute the play. He was right to do it.
No. I don't think he was, especially knowing that he had Jarrett Stidham as his quarterback. You take the points any chance that you can, and they didn't get, in the red zone again the rest of the day. They did not get really within manageable field goal range the rest of the day. Now, you can't see into the future, and you're thinking, well, maybe we'll be able to create a turnover, get there, whatever it is.
But that's his best chance to score a touchdown. He needed a touchdown to win the game, right?
Well, he needed a field goal to tie it.
You're not
at the time.
tie.
No, but you're trying to stay in it with a quarterback that has not played in 3 years. You take the points, and after the game, he actually said, I'm kicking myself. I'm paraphrasing. I'm kicking myself for not doing it, knowing at the end that it was going to be a one-possession game.
It's not an overreaction because, look, we're in the era where coaches go for it a lot in these 4th and short leverage situations. I also think you are reacting to what you're not like looking 2020 like saying that the move that didn't work, he shouldn't have done the move that didn't work. If he works on 4th and 1, we're talking about something different. So if we're just doing a results-based reaction, then that'd be different. But you're not doing that. You're saying that what resulted in the negative consequence was still the right move to do. It's not an overreaction.
Doomy. Snow ruined the AFC title game. The fourth quarter was rendered useless. 8 drives, none of them went for more than 20 yards. Just pong, back and forth. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Can't run, can't pass, can't kick. The game's over. Like, I think people think snow games look cool, and they do look cool, but then you remember, it halts the game to a dud.
This is an overreaction because of the first 3 quarters where the weather wasn't perfect, but it wasn't like it was in the fourth quarter, and they couldn't run, they couldn't pass, they couldn't kick. So the weather, while it complicated matters in the fourth quarter, it wasn't a complicating factor early on. That was simply 2 great defenses and 2 offenses that were not up to the challenge.
My point would be there were points scored in the first half, much more than in the second half, and certainly in the fourth quarter. I would have liked to see the offenses as
New
strong.
England's only touchdown was given to them by Jarrett Stidham.
Yep.
And his panic attack that he had, they got the ball on the 12-yard line. 2 plays later, they're dancing in the end zone.
All I'm going to tell you, there were more productive drives in the first half than in the fourth quarter. I wonder why.
Jim wants football points by half communism, where there's just enough points in the first half as there are in the second half.
Right.
I think this is an overreaction. Remember, one of the quarterbacks was Jarrett Stidham, who didn't play in 3 years. And remember, the first drive of the third quarter by New England took off 10 minutes. That severely shortened the game.
I'm with the Mafia. The Minnesota Vikings have one of the all-time great fumbles in sports history. Sam Darnold, Gingers have souls. 350 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. They didn't have a dominant run game, and they still won. He's earned his respect. And what the hell did Minnesota do letting this guy out of the building?
Not an overreaction, because what did we say when J.J. McCarthy was drafted in the first round? Of those quarterbacks, it was going to take longer for him to develop as an NFL passer. Didn't throw the ball a lot at Michigan. We knew that it was in there and did a sufficient job when called upon, but needed more development, more time than the other quarterbacks. They had a quarterback that got them a 14-win season. Ultimately didn't come through against Detroit at the end of the season, didn't come through in the playoffs. But as we've seen with his, pilgrimage to Seattle, you can get it done with him. And I do think it's one of the great fumbles.
Just imagine how badly they would have beaten in Detroit this year with Sam Darnold. This is not an overreaction. I mean, Sam Darnold is really the biggest difference between Minnesota last year and this year. That's costing you 5 wins. And look, he goes to a team in the same conference that vaults their win total as much as they do. And he's going to the Super Bowl. Might have heard. Yeah, this is not an overreaction.
And the biggest difference for Minnesota this year was not Sam Darnold. The biggest difference for Seattle was Sam Darnold. They were 10-7 out of the playoffs last year. Mm-hmm. This year, 14-3 in the regular season, the number 1 overall seed, and they're on their way to the Super Bowl.
John Schneider exposed Brad Holmes. That's what an elite front office executive looks like. They traded away Russell Wilson a year after Holmes traded Stafford. He's flipped the entire roster, all 22. In addition to great drafting, Holmes has done that. In Seattle, they've also prioritized aggressive free agents and big-time trades. Brad Holmes, you got to do the whole job of being the general manager. You got exposed.
I don't think it's necessarily exposing him, but in regards to, general manager, he's been the general manager in Seattle since 2010. He has had more opportunity to learn, more opportunity to make mistakes and be the guy that we're sitting there going, well, should they get rid of Pete Carroll? Should they get rid of John Schneider? Should they get rid of Russell Wilson? They ultimately kept John Schneider, and he has proven that he can turn a roster over. He can get back to the Super Bowl. We'll see if they ultimately win it, which I think they will. But I think it's creating a blueprint. Some of the more experienced general managers you need to take a look at. Brad Holmes has been general manager of the year for 2 years.
Yeah.
Not going to be that this year, but you do have a chance to look and say, okay, well, how is Les Snead doing it? He was in that organization. He saw the reset from afar now. It's also Seattle. It's Philly that we keep talking about. It's the teams. It's John Lynch in San Francisco that continues to turn rosters over, yet they're successful year after year.
Think about it. You have to draft well. JSN's a draft pick. Kenneth Walker's a draft pick. Both tackles are draft picks. Gray Zabel's a draft pick.
But you can also fumble drafts, because we saw John Lynch take Trey Lance and trade a whole bunch of capital for him, yet he's still competing for Super Bowls. Not this year, but he was the last couple of years.
No, but again, they're elite corner as a draft pick. Like that, you have to draft well. At the same time, Leonard Williams was a trade. Lawrence was a free agent addition. Their quarterback's a free agent addition. Their linebacker in the middle of their defense, one of their safeties. These are guys that they prioritized in free agency.
So I agree with your overall general point that there are many facets of player acquisition and being a general manager, and maybe Holmes is not as skilled in those areas as other GMs are, like Schneider, like Snead. However, I'm going to say this is an overreaction just based on the term exposed, because I just think that's hot take verbiage.
The Steelers made a mistake hiring Mike McCarthy. Tells me they're trying to angle to get Aaron Rodgers back for another season. They're not planning on rebuilding. Bad news. They got an old aging defense that wasn't very good. No path to a quarterback and limited skill talent. Why is Mike McCarthy the right guy for this job?
I think this is, well, when you look at his overall record versus Mike Tomlin's overall record, they're very similar. And that ultimately didn't get it done in Pittsburgh. I do think he's got a Super Bowl under his belt. He is a guy that has enough juice to come in and be able to say, do we want to trade Watt? Do we want to do some things? He can get some of those things done. I don't know that it was the best hire, but I'm not going to sit there and pan it and say, oh, well, this is a terrible hire for the Steelers.
It's an overreaction. They just hired him. He has coached 0 games, made 0 moves. They've had a weekend in the building. No, this is an overreaction.
Yeah.
Says Mew. All right, how about one with a little bit of time to marinate? The John Gibson trade is the best Detroit sports trade in the 5 years since the Stafford deal. Gibson, they acquired him for a 2027 second-round pick and a 2026 fourth-round pick. What have they had? They're one of the best goalies in the sport, 17-2 since December 1st, .930 save percentage, giving up 2 goals a game. He's been the difference. Your defense is better, but your best defender has to be your goalie.
Not an overreaction, just because of the sample size. First of all, we're talking 5 years since the Stafford trade. And what type of trades have any of our 4 teams made that you're going to sit there and go, oh, well, that's in competition?
I like where your take is tracking, but as Gov would say, it's an overreaction for now. Look, we got to play a full season and let's see a Stanley Cup playoff run.
Oh, so you're saying let it play out.
Depth. The Sacramento Kings should move to Seattle. Why am I bringing this up? The Pistons just played the Sacramento Kings, and I haven't really paid much attention to Sacramento. Do you know they're 12-34 right now? The last 20 years, they've made the playoffs 3 times, advancing a grand total of 0 times. In the last 40 years since they've been in Sacramento, they are bottom 5 in win percentage. The only teams worse are Brooklyn, D.C., and Charlotte. They're not moving teams out of those markets. There's no real legacy for 40 years in Sacramento. They've had a losing season 75% of the time. Goodbye. Leave.
To me, this is an overreaction because I'm not sure who ownership is, but maybe their daughter can take over at some point. Because that's been the path to Detroit. I mean, this was the argument, hey, the Detroit doesn't deserve not just this Thanksgiving game, but they don't deserve the Lions. They need to move because they can't win. They can't get out of their own way. They need new ownership. Well, they have, in effect, new ownership now. Same family, but a different person running it. So, yeah, I think this is – I'm not going to sit there and say another team should move from their city when we were dealing with the same thing here in Detroit.
I'm looking up to see if there is a Sheila Ranadive who can save them.
They are the NBA Lions. They are not featured on Christmas Day every year. That's a difference between the pre-Campbell Lions and the Sacramento Kings. Not an overreaction. Seattle had a team ripped away from them. It's a basketball hotbed. Let's take it away from Sacramento and give it to Seattle.
I agree. Seattle needs a team. I just don't know that. I just can't sit there and say that is the path. Maybe ultimately it is.
Those are your overreactions. 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, basketball, baseball, doesn't matter what it is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street, one of the most entertaining places in the world. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, people got feedback on the overreact gyms. We'll read some of those texts. We also have feedback on awful hotel stays.
Mm-hmm.
John had the dog barking all week.
Yeah.
All weekend, excuse me. And
the heating unit making absurd sounds.
yeah, let's get to Steve in Shelby Township. Steve, good morning.
Oh.
Steve.
What time of night was this? Oh, did you ever get a chance to go back to sleep?
So you called the desk, right? Like you complained.
Oh.
Like dirt? Or like... Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, never go to that hotel ever
Yeah.
again.
Uh-huh. That one's on the do not stay list.
Yeah, Steve, any idea what kind of hair it was?
Yeah, was it long hair or was it short and curly?
That would be...
Yeah.
I don't know how you handle it. He said around his face, too?
Yeah, that's
it's
a
not
tough
like-
one. I've whether it's been hunt camp, fish camp, some hotels, like I've stayed in some places where probably not the most hygienic places. So when I'm in a situation like that, it is, socks on, joggers and hoodie with the hoodie pulled up. But I can sleep pretty good.
A few texts coming in on this. Worst motel experience. Police knocking on my door at 1 a.m. looking for a drug dealer that was last seen there. No sleep that night.
Oh, boy.
Guys, my girls had a volleyball tournament in Pontiac this weekend. We stayed at a hotel Friday night. The smoke detector had a blinking green light that was so bright that it was like a green strobe light every 15 seconds. Even with my eyes closed, I could still see the flash. I couldn't sleep at all, Stephen, at work.
I've had that experience a couple of times, yes.
Guys, I went to a party and someone puked in the AC unit, and it smelled like it all night. No escaping it. That's pretty brutal, bud.
That's a tough shot, too. Like, you're sitting there, and that's where you choose to turn your head and projectile vomit into the air intake.
Of all the places.
Ugh.
Guys, I was up in Mackinac City, and when I came back to the hotel that night, there was a bat hanging by the door.
Oh! That's a no-go.
My wife's boss from a previous job once told her a story about how she traveled to Vegas and got a cheap motel. Once she got in the room, she noted there was a terrible smell, but just kind of brushed it off. After about an hour or so, the smell hadn't gone away. So she did some digging. John, do you know where this is going?
Is there a dead body involved?
Turns out there was a dead body underneath the bed. She got her room switched, of course, and the police were called.
Well, a cheap hotel in Vegas, probably not the best choice.
When did you connect the dots? When did you know this was going to end with a
Is that
dead
an episode
body?
of CSI?
I feel like it is. Cheap, seedy Vegas hotel, dead body under the bed.
Uh-huh. Ugh.
At least you didn't have that this weekend.
Yeah. Nightmares forever on that one. You pull up the mattress and you see a dead body in there. That's literally the start of a CSI or some crime show.
And then, at least for a brief moment, you consider, are they going to somehow pin this on me? Like, I just checked in and I didn't do anything, but I'm the last person that saw this dead body.
Yeah, sir. Ma'am, where have you been for the last 2 days?
Right. Housekeeping's like, oh, we cleaned it. I don't know where this came from. Must be you. I didn't do it. 248-539-9797 on the Overreact Gyms. John, the Tennessee Titans would like a word. Things can get far worse when the daughter takes over.
Yes.
How do they feel about Vrabel right now?
They are probably a little disappointed that they moved on from him.
You had to hire Brian Callahan. I mean, it was a no-brainer.
Well, we'll see how, in terms of ownership and daughter taking, we'll see how things go in Indianapolis.
Right.
You know, I mean, they started off well this year.
And it wasn't her fault that Danny Dimes' Achilles exploded.
No. Or that he was playing with a broken leg.
Right. I mean,
there's a lot of things that went wrong.
I don't think they make a deep run, but they're a playoff team.
Sure. They're a team that went after at the trade deadline, too. Probably the most famously this year.
Yeah. How about this one on the cold snow games? I love snow games. I think Jim sounds like someone who lost on the over, signed Kevin and Canton.
Oh. Did you have any riding on that one?
I had the under.
Oh, so you won.
Yeah, I won. I just didn't like watching the game come to a halt like that. I like the optics of snowy football. It looks cool, but then after about 5-10 minutes and you realize, oh, this is what this is going to be reduced to. Like, just compared to the game that was played later in the day. It's outdoors. It could be windy.
Completely different offenses. And different, I mean...
yeah, we got a great defense in Seattle. Rams defense is pretty good.
Yes. And you had, for a part of the season, what we thought was the best team in the NFL in the Rams. And the two MVP candidates were playing. Just one of them was playing for the Rams. And when you're looking at New England, what was their offense based on? It was basically on Drake May being able to run the ball.
Well, yeah, I think the three biggest plays they had of the day were Drake May, either rollout, scramble, or bootleg keepers. Yeah, I mean, he was their offense for a large part of that game. Maybe we make this a poll question today, Greg. The snow game. Do you love snow games or do you loathe snow games? Because I think we've well established two different camps here this morning. So if we could throw that up on the Twitter, I guess the X account, Costa and Jansen, 248-539-9797. You got a snow game like that. Do you love it or are you going, I don't like this very much?
I love it. Whether as a player or as a viewer, or if I'm in the stadium, I think it's unique. It's one of the things that makes football unique is all the different environments. Because if it's a baseball game, you're going to cancel the game or you're going to suspend play and pick it up the next day. You don't have those issues in basketball unless you're playing on an aircraft carrier and then there's wind, and we've seen that a little bit. But that's unique.
248-539-9797. I get it. Football's played in the elements. It's tough. Football's already tough. Those defenses are already good. I didn't need the weather to make it even more of a slog. It was plenty sluggish as it is in the first half of that football game. I could appreciate defense in the elements and the wind whipping in the first half. What happened in the fourth quarter was just wholly unwatchable.
I don't think it was unwatchable. And the reason I say that is there wasn't a whole lot of difference in watching those offenses or the kicking game in the fourth quarter versus the first three quarters of that game. If there had been an offensive explosion in the first half and you go into halftime and it's 24-21, you know, what type of adjustments are these defenses going to make? And then they come out and everything goes to a screeching halt. It was already at a snail's pace.
Text coming in. Stats show that snow also helps the offenses. Snow games rock.
Okay, show your work. What are the stats that say it helps the offense?
I'd love to know the stats. What is it that like defenses are flat-footed too?
Yeah, but I mean, so it's kind of one of those things, like you're both playing in the same elements.
Yeah, and they were talking about the broadcast. You man up, you play man zone, not any zone. You play man defense.
Yeah,
and you force them to hit perfect throws. You stack the box, you crowd the line of scrimmage, you stop the run, and you force them to hit one-on-one lobs up into the windy, snowy weather.
That's what those defenses were good at to begin with, is being able to stop the run in, between the tackles. And that's what you're forced to do a lot of the time because you can't get to the edge. You don't have the speed to get to the edge, and you have to be able to put your foot in the ground and go north and south at some point.
I remember LaShawn McCoy running for like 200 yards in a foot of snow.
I mean, there's some great moments in snow games. There just wasn't any in that. There wasn't any in anything that sets it apart. There was an interception by Gonzalez, but was an underthrown ball by a quarterback that hadn't played in 3 years. So I'm not going to sit there and say it was the weather that made him throw that ball.
And the reality is they're running out of chances. Like they were going to have to take a heave at some point. He thought he had one-on-one. He didn't make a good throw. Game over. But like they had to take a shot at some point.
Right. I would be more apt to agree with your take if the touchdown drive for New England, the only touchdown that they scored in the first 3 quarters, was given to them on the 12-yard line. 2 plays later, Drake Mays dancing in the end zone.
248-539-9797. Text says all football should be played indoors in the winter. It's barbaric to play in those conditions.
That's the wimpiest take I've heard.
Get more of your feedback. Love it or loathe it, the snow games. It's 97.1. Winter means snow. It means icy roads. It means the fourth quarter of your football game isn't going to have anything to watch. And it means more serious injuries from car accidents. If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG. He'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. KG's uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. KG Law has won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you. KG will make the driver that hit you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. Put the number in your phone, 877-KG-CARES. That's K-A-J-Y, 877-KG-CARES, kgcares.com. Talk Sam Darnold at 7:50 and what it means for the Lions. Lessons learned watching these two teams punch their ticket to the Super Bowl. It'll be Seattle and it'll be New England. Jim Costa, John Jansen. Got Greg Hargrave behind the glass today. Thanks for being with us on a Monday. Keep listening this hour for your chance to win Red Wing tickets. 2 football games this weekend. One, a thriller. You've got Rams and Seahawks Part 3, showdown, back and forth, score for score, drama till the end. Good defense and good offense. Just a thrilling football game. And then you had whatever the hell that was in the AFC. Now, look, Jarrett Stidham was not going to set the world on fire. He had a 50-yard bomb early in the game, and that was really all. But as sluggish of a football game as we were watching, it became unwatchable in the fourth quarter. Our question is, love it or loathe it, snow games. 248-539-9797. The fact that fourth quarter, 3-point game, decides who goes to the Super Bowl, and the elements were so ugly that it reduced it to punt, 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 punt. Tipped, missed field goal. There was no running of the football. There was no passing of the football. You could not kick in those conditions. It rendered the game unwatchable. That's the AFC Championship game. So the snow globe looks cool on TV, but when they have to superimpose in the yard markers and no one knows what the hell's going on, that's not a good product. That's not a good watch. The good watch is when you take those ridiculous elements out of it. That's not football. Oh, football was what I watched on Sunday night. I don't know what the fourth quarter was of the AFC title game.
And I'll go back to the first 3 quarters. They weren't lighting the world on fire. These were 2 really good defenses. And you're looking at it going, if the score at halftime was an offensive explosion, or at least there were a whole bunch of drives of 65 yards or 70 yards, and they were, taking shots at the end zone, but they had to settle for field goals. Like, they were settling for field goals, but even when the weather wasn't great.
Yeah, it was getting worse.
But they couldn't hit those field goals. They couldn't find a way to get in the end zone. They couldn't find a way to make yards against 2 really good defenses.
It got progressively more unwatchable as the weather got worse. If you look at the timestamps, and they did this on the broadcast, they show you the first quarter. And it's not going to be pleasant and 75 and sunny, but it was, outdoor football, battle it out. It turned into unwatchable garbage, and it happened slowly, but it was the most dramatic in the fourth quarter. 8 drives in the fourth quarter, right? Both teams got a chance. Just go win it. You're going to the Super Bowl. Just go win it. 8 drives. The longest drive went 17 yards. What the hell is that?
The weather and the defenses exacerbated the fact that these were 2 inexperienced quarterbacks. Now, we'll use that.
Yeah.
That I think still applies to Drake May being inexperienced, especially at this level, at this level of stakes that he's playing at.
You can vote on Twitter, Costa and Jansen. Do you love or loathe the snow games? And of course, we'll take phone calls. We'll read texts. This game was garbage before the snow, Jim. Stop pretending. It was garbage before the snow rolled in. That's kind of been your point, John. Tell me Costa's never played sports without telling me Costa's never played sports. I'll have you know I was a starting offensive lineman for the Livonia Churchill Chargers circa 2010.
Go, Chargers, go.
Yes, Arnold. What else we got? What made the game unwatchable was Romo saying the conditions 1,000 times. And the fact that the guy playing quarterback is a bum. If anything, the snow made it easier to watch. So that's a vote for love. I love bad weather games, but I'm colorblind, so white uniforms over white snow was impossible for me to watch. Okay. I love the extreme weather. Football is meant to be played in the elements. I'd rather watch that than a rigged game.
A rigged game? Are we back to the script?
Yeah, I don't know. It says rather than a rigged game that a safety does a stupid penalty to keep the game close. Oh, is he talking about it's the corner?
Yeah.
Rick Woolen. What'd you make of his taunting?
That's a penalty where it's hard when they allow defenses to celebrate the way that they do. I don't know that it would take a lot for me if I was an official to throw a flag on some of those things. And I am a much more of a traditionalist.
And I love the taunting. Like, I think if you don't like it, then play better. But our guy Ross Tucker, he was on the sideline, and he had sent out a tweet saying it was more than just this incident, that he had been warned, that he'd been doing this the whole time.
So that's the thing that viewers mostly
don't
don't know.
Yeah.
And that goes with all penalties, right? If you're a tackle that lines up, you look at the Kansas City tackle, he's always lining up in the backfield or he's jumping the count. Hey, you generally get a warning from the official, and it goes with taunting as well. Hey, tone it down a little bit. If it happens again, I'm going to throw you a flag. So if you're warned in that regard, and it's nice to have, Tuck's perspective on that, then I have no problem with the penalty if it's something that he was warned multiple times throughout the game.
And it's just hilarious because, of course, the very next play, he gets torched for a touchdown.
Right. Well, that's just good play calling, right? Because all of a sudden, hey, you get a guy that is, he's told to tone it down. Now all of a sudden, well, let's go at him.
Well, right, yeah.
Because maybe an official is going to be looking more at him in regards to just where's his hands, where's the contact, all of this, all of the things that defensive backs legally can do. But now all eyeballs are on you.
This is what Ross Tucker said. He said, the ref let Woolen taunt for a while, told him that's enough. He keeps taunting and taunting and taunting. Never seen that before. I'm on the Rams sideline. He kept going for a while after the video that people see cuts off. If you don't think it's taunting, you don't understand the rule. The perspective of someone down on the sideline.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Want to get to the phones? Let's get to Pete in Chesterfield. Pete, good morning. No quarterbacks with bionic necks.
No.
Tex wants to know if I want to outlaw Lambeau Field and Soldier Field as well.
Yeah, it's just anywhere in the north.
No more Arrowhead. Jim's all about building the domes. Guys, I can't stand that games are decided by the weather. You spend billions of dollars on your players, and you risk injury for them to not be able to perform at their best because of weather conditioned. Spend the money, get a dome. Team, I want a dome. 248-539-9797. We got one here, John. It's great.
Okay.
Love the snow game, the elements, the fun twists. Why not put 11 linemen out there? Every position. Run the big guys. Was this sent in by your burner, John?
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Is this how you would have gotten to football?
Yeah,
Do you ever wish they would have thrown you the football? Did they ever throw you the football?
No. We did have a situation. We were playing against the Giants. I reported as eligible, but Johnny Morton's younger brother, Chip Morton, was our running back, and he was supposed to come off the edge and block Michael Strahan one-on-one.
That's a great play design.
Not a great play design. I was alone in the end zone. I would have had a great touchdown celebration.
What would you have done?
Well, hey, I still may have that opportunity sometime in my life, at least in my dreams. I'm not going to let you know what my touchdown celebration was going to be.
Is this like a birthday wish? You can't share it with anybody, or it won't come true.
It won't come true. Yeah, that's it. If I let it know that then all of a sudden, hey, it's never going to become reality, which it's probably not.
So, like a flag football game, you would do it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Trust me, I have my touchdown celebration ready to go. Yeah. Needless to say, Patrick Ramsey was our quarterback, and he was flat on his back. Hard to throw from there. Yes.
Tex says, crappy football is like crappy pizza and crappy sex. It's still something, signed Jeff.
Yes.
Guys, the Snow Bowl in the regular season is great. I love that. I hate that it determines who goes to the Super Bowl, signed Brian.
I don't think it determined who was going to the Super Bowl. If the weather had been pristine, what do we think was going to happen
Patriots
in the New
would
England?
win.
Patriots win. Did we get that result?
Yes, we did, John.
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Sorry for the dramatic pause. It's
a little quicker than that.
Thought it was a rhetorical question, but
did we think at some point Jarrett Stidham would have a really bad turnover?
Yeah, and he did before the fourth quarter snowstorm hit. Yes. I would have liked to see if he could have found one more 50-yard bomb, but that was taken off the table in the fourth quarter.
Okay, so in the end, without the snow, is it a game where New England wins 24-10?
Maybe.
Most likely.
248-539-9797. Look, we talked a lot about the AFC and the snow. I know the NFC is something that we're going to focus on because, hey, Lions are in the NFC. And we just watched Seattle punch their ticket to the Super Bowl. What lesson can you learn? What's the blueprint the Lions could follow? And how about Gingers? Sam Darnold, 3 touchdowns. You can go to the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. You can go to the Super Bowl with Jared Goff. It's 97-1.
Hey, stop waiting for a breakdown in the cold, and man, it's been cold. Take a time out. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They're going to do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price, so call today because spots fill up quickly in cold temps, especially on Mondays after a cold weekend. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So call them now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Got a winner on those Red Wing tickets going to the game tomorrow night against the Los Angeles Kings. It's Dawson and Canton. Listen for the Mickey Redmond Holy Mackerel. Want a pair of tickets for that matchup? For tickets and event info, NHL.com/Red Wings. We'll have tickets for every Red Wing home game for the Centennial season, which means a couple more chances this week. I'll be at the game on Tuesday night.
Cool. That's it's a lot of fun. I have not yet been to the LCA this year to feel the energy. I got to imagine that it is a great experience right now going on because there's a lot of energy behind what the Wings are doing.
They're winning. Goalie's making big saves. They're number 2 in block shots. Like, it kind of goes hand in hand. Your defense bails out your goalie. Your goalie has to be your best defender. He's playing confident, so then the team plays confident. And yet, even in these games that are close and tight and tense and you're on the edge of your seat, they win them.
Right.
So everybody leaves feeling great.
You know how to call that, Jim? Complimentary hockey.
Yeah, there it is.
I actually learned something last night as I was investigating what type of options for the trade deadline are for the Wings. Mm-hmm. And we all know the Olympic break is coming up. There's also a moratorium on trades. I did not know that. I'm sure maybe there's a lot of people are. If you didn't, letting you know that if there's not a trade that happens over the Olympic break, it's because there's a moratorium. Now, I do believe general managers, presidents of hockey operation, will be able to still converse with each other.
Yeah, they'll study, they'll break down tape, they'll make phone calls.
They can make those deals and say, hey, when it comes back up, let's consummate this trade.
9 games left before the deadline, 5 before the Olympic break. So something that we will be talking about. Also going to talk about what happened with Seattle going to the Super Bowl. Sam Darnold. John, if you can pay Sam Darnold and go to a Super Bowl, you can go to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. That kills any of the talking points of this offseason of, well, you just can't win with Jared Goff. They're paying Darnold more against the cap this year than the Lions did with Goff. What did you take out of Seattle making the Super Bowl?
Well, my take really on both teams that are in the Super Bowl, teams that were in the NFC, AFC championship games, they all have really good defenses. And if we're looking at, okay, what do the Lions need to do? And we'll talk about this more throughout the course of the offseason, is they need to address the defensive side of the ball. Certainly, at the top of the list is the interior of the offensive line. But on the backside of that is if you have, even without a great offensive line, they were still a really good offense this year. Not the same that we saw in 23 and 24, but they were still a productive offense. Defense last year, and we could sit there and say injuries. This year, we could sit there and say injuries. But you're playing the same game everyone else is. You got to have a top 10 defense if you want a seat at the table for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we talk about offense and scoring points, and the game is zigzag, right? As soon as you figure one thing out, the game changes. For as much as offenses have led the day, defenses are deciding right now who advances. So if you're Seattle and you have a top 5 defense, top 3 defense in the sport, and you're Mike Vrabel and you're a defensive guy in your own right, and you've put in resources on the defensive side of the ball, like, it's paying dividends. Mm-hmm. And that's the lesson for the Lions is, hey, Brad Holmes got work to do. If the Patriots in 1 year with an unproven quarterback can play in a Super Bowl, and if the freaking Seattle Seahawks can pay Sam Darnold and go to a Super Bowl, and no excuses, there's work to be done, and there's a path to do it.
And it's a quarterback in Sam Darnold, and take away all the faults that we have put on Sam Darnold. He's put on himself.
Yeah.
But it's a quarterback that's only been in this offensive system for 1 year.
Ding, ding, ding. Look, and he's played better than I think people anticipated, so it's not that I'm trying to take away from him, but he's not Mahomes, he's not Allen, he's not Lamar. He's in the Super Bowl, and it's because they've put a team around him, which is the goal of Brad Holmes this offseason is finish putting the team around Jared Goff. That's both in front of him, most specifically, so he can have the pocket, but beyond that, John, to your point, he shouldn't have to score 35 points every game. You need to play better on that side of the ball. And what Seattle did is they drafted some of their key cogs on defense, like Detroit.
Yeah.
But then what did they do to accent? Hey, I got this great shutdown corner in Devin Witherspoon, right? Well, I'm going to go add Julian Love to play safety externally. That's not a guy we drafted, but we wanted him anyway. On the D-line, we've drafted a couple starters, right? But we're going to go trade for Leonard Williams and give up a second-round pick, and then we're going to pay him. And then we're going to go out and add DeMarcus Lawrence to play on the defensive end. We're not just going to rely on the guys that we drafted and Band-Aids. We're going to add legitimate starters. Their middle linebackers, a player they pursued free agency the very first year Mike McDonald got there. They went out and added not bit pieces or role players, starters and stars via trade and free agency. So if Brad Holmes wants to go to a Super Bowl, he should do that.
And it goes along with tough decisions that need to be made with quote-unquote cornerstone pieces for your franchise. Bobby Wagner was a huge part. And the question is going to be, when he retires, is he going to retire a Seahawk? Is he going to go into the Hall of Fame? Because he's a Hall of Fame caliber linebacker.
No doubt.
They made the tough choice to move on from him, and he went to L.A., still played extremely well. He went to Washington, still played extremely well. But it was the tough choice that had to be made of, are we going to fall in love with our own guys, or when their usefulness for us has expired, are we willing to move on from them?
I think that's a great point. And he's not the only one. I mean, they have guys who delivered Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. Well, a Super Bowl. And they moved on from guys. You can't fall in love with your own. You can like your own. You can reward good football players. You can't go overboard. And the Lions have gone overboard.
Well, and so they're going to have to operate differently this offseason. And it is with trades. It's with free agency. It's in the draft. And maybe instead of drafting the best available, you need to draft for need.
And you can make them one and the same.
Which we've seen them do.
Yeah.
They traded up to get Terrion Arnold, and we thought, hey, because they needed secondary help, especially at the corner position, best available also because we traded up happens to be Terrion Arnold on our board.
Well, that's what kills me. Like, these guys are smart people.
Yeah.
Like, these people in the decision-making chairs are smart people. And yet they'll play dumb when you ask them, like, hey, shouldn't you draft for need? We'll never draft for need. We draft good football players. Okay, but you can make them the same thing by manipulating the draft board, which we've watched you do, trades up and trades back. If you feel like we need a tackle because Decker's going to retire or he's cut, go get one. Don't sit there and wait and go, oh, damn, none of them are there. We had to take something else that we didn't need. Or whatever you deem to be your top needs. If there's contributors, go get them. What did you take out of that? As a Lions fan watching these two teams punch their ticket to the Super Bowl, what lesson can you learn? It's 97-1.
It was cold outside, but inside Little Caesars Arena, the Pistons were hot as they cruised to a 139-116 win over the Sacramento Kings last night. Cade Cunningham had 29 points and 11 assists in one of the first games of January for him that his wrist didn't hurt after he injured it back in Cleveland on January 4th. Yesterday, after the game, Cunningham detailed his injury and the discomfort he was feeling while playing through it.
It's been hard. It's been a battle as far as mentally, as far as figuring out how to help us, but not liking how I felt shooting and just constantly, kind of flinching when I was shooting because I didn't know how it would feel. It was hurting sometimes. I'd be able to release and the ball come out fine. So it took some time, but I think it was great reps for me. I think it was a great experience as far as trying to find ways to help the team.
Cade and the Pistons will be back tomorrow when they face three-time NBA MVP Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets on the road. And Super Bowl 60 will perhaps be a little deja vu this year. While everyone is taking a look back at 2016, the Super Bowl is going back to 2015 when the Seahawks and Patriots met in Super Bowl 49 in Arizona, leading to perhaps the most infamous botched play call in football history as Pete Carroll and the Seahawks decided to throw the ball from the 1-yard line instead of handing it off to Marshawn Lynch, leading to a game-losing interception. This year's Seahawks-Patriots matchup sees the Birds open as a 4.5-point favorite over the Pats. The game kicks off at Levi Stadium in California on Sunday, February 8th at 6:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797. You watch those two teams punch their ticket to the Super Bowl. What's the takeaway as a Lions fan? Let's get to Gail and Troy. You're on 97.1.
Go Blue.
Hey, go Blue. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I actually work for a school district. I love you guys, and I can never call in because I'm always busy working when you're on the air.
Well, thanks for listening.
Yeah. So anyway, my thought on the Lions, and I'm going to go back to the 1996 Red Wings when they lost to Colorado in the conference championship. They needed that reset to pull the pieces forward in 97 to win the Stanley Cup. So I believe that the Lions needed this, quote, reality check, end quote, to do what they need to do aggressively over the off season to build us a winner for Super Bowl 2027.
Right there with you.
Yeah, I think there's clearly needs to be a reset, and hopefully it's lessons learned, the things that went wrong in all phases of the offseason, but also in execution. And we'll find out, hey, is the offensive coordinator, how much is that going to impact? They've made a change there. But, Gail, I'm with you that there needs to be a hard look and a definite reset on how they assemble what next year's team is going to look like.
Right. And, ultimately it is a business. It's a huge dollar business. And I don't care how much you love a player as a person, in order to make the team better, if you have to spin that player off for somebody else to make your team better, you have to do that. And, you've got two sides going with a team. You got the personal and you got the professional, and it's like walking a tightrope.
Yeah, and I think the Lions have tried to reward good football players that they've drafted, and they have rewarded those good football players they've drafted, but it's not enough. It's not enough to just draft a Super Bowl roster. You need to use free agency and trades. Seattle's a great example of it. Seattle's just a great example of, hey, we're going to draft well, but that's not where the journey ends. That's just the start, and then we add to it. And I don't think Detroit's that far away, John, but it's going to take the proper offseason to get where they want to go. Like Seattle was a 10-win team that didn't make the playoffs a year ago. Detroit could be in the Super Bowl next season.
Yeah.
Just have to attack the offseason correctly.
They do. And it's a matter of what are we learning from these teams that are not just in the Super Bowl, but in AFC and NFC championship games. And it is, if you're looking at it and saying, well, New England, did they protect the quarterback? No. Drake May got absolutely beat up.
All year and in that game.
His game is not like Jared Goff's, so he is able to be a little bit more mobile. And we saw it yesterday in a 28-yard run, had a run for a touchdown. Like he was, even though he's under duress, he can extend plays. He can do things that Jared Goff can't. So you have to address the offensive line. You can't have him, taking the most sacks in his career, and him by meaning Jared Goff. But I think the biggest lesson that it needs to be learned is you have to have a top 10 defense.
So how would you, and I know we're going to spend a lot of time doing this, how would you drill down on that? What would you target to get that top 10 defense?
Well, I know, this is beating a dead horse, but it's getting a 3-down guy. And maybe that's where I need to clarify. Yes. It's not just a pass rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson, but they didn't have, by committee, 3-down guys because there was no Pascal, there was no Onwuzurike, there was no Davenport. It was Al-Quadin Muhammad that was able to apply pressure, albeit not quick pressure. He did have double-digit sacks. And I know that the argument is, well, not everybody has 2 double-digit sack guys on the edge. He wasn't a 3-down guy.
Right.
You need somebody that's going to be a run stopper. You've got to be able to stop the run. And then on the flip side, you also have to be able to attack the passer.
Yeah, he was not a guy that played the majority of snaps.
No.
He was productive in the snaps, and you can have situational pass rushers, but they're not 3-down guys.
And do I think Tyleik Williams will take a step forward in year 2? Yes, I do.
Needs to, yeah.
Do I think Aleem McNeil will be better this year coming up and more like he was pre-ACL than he was this year? Yes. But you also need to add another piece on the interior. Because DJ Reader wasn't the answer, and he's not going to be back.
Ding, ding. And as well as I thought Roy Lopez played, he's a free agent.
Right.
So, again, they need an interior piece. They need an exterior pass rush guy that can put his hand in the dirt, stop the run, and have pass rush upside.
And then you got to figure out what's going on in the secondary.
I was just going to say, both safeties have those concerning injuries. And are we counting on Terrion Arnold? Or should you add a corner just so that you're not counting on Terrion Arnold?
Right, because DJ Reed's going to be back.
Yes.
And hopefully, again, he is playing more like he was pre-hamstring injury.
Yeah. So, again, work cut out for him. Brad Holmes going to have to make a bunch of moves here. And it's weird to say, like, a bunch of moves. They all don't have to be A-level moves, but you can't leave needs unaddressed.
Correct.
Guys, the Lions wanted to upgrade their defense, but Aiden wouldn't allow it. Remember, quote, I don't know Miles would be a lot of people to pay. That's not I don't know what that quote means.
Well, so when he was asked about it, he had mentioned, he kind of downplayed it. Like, yeah, it would be great, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Right. But to act like Aiden gets to make personnel decisions is also stupid.
Right.
I mean, Brad Holmes makes the decision on who to pay and how to juggle it and how to restructure contracts and maneuver the cap. And Brad's the one that decides whether or not he can pay guys or not because Aiden said something in the media.
Look, Aiden was probably being a little bit too honest in being headcanon GM there.
Yeah.
Because I don't disagree with what he's saying, but yeah, you don't think Aiden Hutchinson would love to have better teammates around him, especially on the defensive line?
Right. Yes.
The text goes on to say, Hutch is a disease and too selfish to be a Lion. Remove him now. I know you paid him, but you need someone else.
Cool text.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, wrong.
58 points in Seattle and LA, and defense is what we're highlighting, guys. If you don't think Seattle's got a really good defense, I don't know what football you've watched all season.
Seattle, okay, let's go back to Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold played really good in the NFC Championship game. We didn't anticipate that they would win that game because of Sam Darnold. In fact, part of why they won was because Sam Darnold threw for 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He handled the moments extremely well. That seemed out of character for him because throughout the course of the regular season, when he would have some Sam Darnold moments, what bailed him out?
Defense.
The defense. That's why football is the ultimate team game.
You notice, I focused on the fourth quarter for the AFC game. Look at the fourth quarter in the NFC game. Did either team score a touchdown? I don't believe either team scored a touchdown. Sam Darnold had a couple chances to put the game away and didn't. So how did Seattle win the game? Red zone, defense, stand, stop. Stafford's got the ball, 20 seconds. It's a bit of a heroic situation, but he's got the arm for it. What do? You got to get stops. They had multiple stops on defense in the fourth quarter. Yeah, there were 50-plus points scored in the game. Both teams are good teams. But Seattle got here and ultimately won late with their defense. Let's get to the phones. Let's go to John in Sterling Heights. John, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So Sean Payne didn't take the 3 points, lost the game. Okay. The Rams didn't take the 3 points, put Stafford in a position that was almost impossible. And even if Seattle would have scored, then they could go now and they'd need a touchdown, 2-point conversion. So I'm from the screener guy. I don't get too upset about this, but just football at the end of the day. But these coaches need to stop outsmarting themselves and take the points like they did back in the 90s, because if that goes on, it's a different story, and so it goes back to Campbell. So I love Dan Campbell. He's great. No one's perfect, but you have to learn and change what you're doing. So I hope to God that he changes and does take some of these, takes the points more than he did last year. That's all.
John, appreciate the phone call. Your lesson is Dan needs to dial back the fourth down decisions.
The Rams they were correct to go for it at the end of the game with the fourth down.
Yeah, I disagree with the caller. Like, John, I don't know.
You're still down by 1.
Yeah,
you're there in the red zone, inside the 10 now.
Yeah, I defended Sean Payton in the overreact gyms. And I'll defend not everything McVay did. I don't think he coached a good game. But it's 4th and 4. Go win the game. You have the MVP quarterback. You can kick a field goal and still be losing with 5 minutes to go.
And then Seattle still could have ran their possession, and you still would have been at your 10-yard line with 25 seconds left.
And his point is, well, then I only need a field goal. But your best chance to score the touchdown to win the game is right there when you're on the doorstep. Mm-hmm. Now, it's unfortunate. They gave Stafford 2 plays, 3rd and 4th down. Right? They got stuffed on 2nd down. You can't go down with your run game. You got to let Stafford try to win you that football game, and everybody's covered. So he ends up throwing to Mumphrey, not Puka Nacua, not Devontae Adams, who led the league in touchdowns. He throws to Mumphrey, and then rookie tight end Ferguson out of Oregon on the 4th down. And nobody's open. Like they didn't execute. I think that's what it comes down to more than anything else. They didn't execute, therefore it's a bad decision to people. But just judge, was the decision a smart one or not? You have a chance to take the lead. And in the Denver game, everyone says in hindsight, well, look, points were at a premium. The game was decided by a field goal. Sean Payton should have gone up 10-0, should have kicked a field goal. Denver needed more than 10 to win the game. I know, John, you don't agree with me on this, but Denver needed more than 10 to win the game. Was their best chance to score more points in a blizzard or a yard? You take the yard. They just didn't execute. They ran play action, and the play was dead because they got penetration up the A-gaps.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes back to, yes, it's the penetration, it's the defense, it's what was the separating factor in most of these games? It was really good defense.
Yes.
And I understand the points scored in the NFC Championship game, but when you look over the course of the entire resume, the Seattle Seahawks were playing against this year's most likely MVP, and they were the number 1 scoring defense throughout the entirety of the year, along with the playoffs.
248-539-9797. Lions fans, takeaways. You see the teams going to the Super Bowl. What do you learn? It's 97-1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, as we all do, what do? We turn to our bank. Mine's First Merchants. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me to find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. I mentioned it's not cookie cutter. Everyone needs something a little bit different. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as an individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that when we're talking about the communities, because First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Let's get to the phones. Seattle's in the Super Bowl. New England's in the Super Bowl. What do the Lions need to take from those teams? How they did it? What's the lesson to be learned? Let's go to Michael on a cell. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey guys, first time, long time. Yeah, I grew up a Peyton Manning fan, and I watched him throw for 4,000 yards, 40 touchdowns multiple times, go to the playoffs and lose. He won 2 Super Bowls. The first one he won against Chicago, he had Bob Sanders and Dwight Freeney that just dominated the defensive side of the ball. Jared Goff keeps throwing for all these yards and getting to the playoffs. Well, he didn't get to the playoffs this year. But the thought is, like, we overpaid Hutch. Brian Branch is hurt. Without a defense that's dominant, we're talking about Peyton Manning that couldn't win Super Bowls, and we're going in with Jared Goff. I mean, I'm a transplant. I love pulling for the Lions, but they're going to have to do something on the defensive side of the ball. And with that contract with Hutch, it's just going to be hard to get more pieces to put around him.
I think you just need to be more creative.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think this is the dead end. It shouldn't be the dead end. A good, savvy executive is going to restructure some of these contracts, going to free up some space, and you're going to be right back in it. Now, we'll find out if Brad Holmes has got it in him.
Well, and I think it's also going to be, you're going to have to operate differently. You've given out a lot of these contracts. You also going to have to find ways when you feel like going into, you sign those contracts because you feel it was market value, and it was going to continue to be market value. Some of them haven't been. How do you get out from underneath some of these contracts? We've seen Seattle do it.
Oh.
We've seen Denver do it. We've seen other teams do it, and it can be uncomfortable, and it can be painful, but it's something that you're just going to have to do things differently than you have previously.
Yeah, think about it. You mentioned Denver and Seattle. They both had Russell Wilson and got rid of him.
Yeah.
Now, Seattle got more for him. Denver had to dump his body, but both teams were able to pivot from that point and get to a conference title game in the case of Denver and a Super Bowl appearance now for Seattle. Bobby Wagner is a Hall of Fame legend. Why would you cut him? Well, because it's a business. Well, why would I cut Taylor Decker? I got to save $18 million. How the hell am I going to help Aiden Hutchinson on defense? Right? You know what I mean? Like, I can restructure Goff. I can restructure St. Brown. Like, there are ways to do this, but some of it's going to be, hey, I can't keep everybody, and I have to tell people who I like as people and players that your time is up. I have to be the villain, John. How about that? You going to wear it on your hoodie? Cut your starting left tackle. I'm not saying it as a demand. I'm just giving it as an example. Like, if you're a villain, you make cutthroat decisions. You move off of guys who you otherwise liked because you need to.
Well, and for Bobby Wagner, right, it was he was there for nearly a decade, and they decided after the 21 season, we need to move on. And then it was in 22, he played for the Rams. In 23, he was actually back in Seattle. But it was at the cost that Seattle wanted to pay.
Right.
And then at that same time, he said, you know what, I'm still not done playing. They said, well, you're done here.
Right.
So they did it twice.
They told him no twice. A franchise legend, a player whose number has to be retired. And they told him, see it, don't let the door hit you twice.
It's just, you have to operate this as a, how do we win a Super Bowl? And there's going to be hurt feelings. There's going to be mistakes along the way.
Of course.
But you have to find ways to overcome those mistakes.
Like, I'd have to look at dead money, but, like, are there guys on defense that they've paid they shouldn't have, that they have to get out from under? Like, these are conversations you have to be willing to have if you're going to get over the hump. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rich in Detroit. Rich, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
All right. Man, the hardest thing and the takeaway that I got from watching this game, it wasn't Stafford. I was actually rooting for Stafford. Like, I'm not a hater. Why not go for 2, before he get out of here? But I'm tired of seeing key players leave the Lions and then go win the chip. Like C.J. Gardner, he said something about the Lions. Oh, they're not the team that's going to get me the ring, and then he go win one. And then watching Carlton Davis yesterday. Even Isaiah Buggs won with Chiefs when he left us. Matthew Stafford, everybody that's key players for the Lions leave the Lions and then go win one. It's just hard to watch.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think the only key player was Matthew Stafford. Bugs, the Chiefs didn't win because of Bugs, and the Eagles didn't win because of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Now, he was a component that made up a team.
But how about the Carlton Davis point? Because they chose to save a buck to go with a cheaper option in
DJ Reed.
DJ Reed.
Well, not a whole lot cheaper, but
the difference wasn't. I don't know that the difference was they thought DJ Reed was the better corner. I think the difference was it was a bit of a cash savings.
Yes,
and we knew they rolled over cap space into this next season. So, would you have been better spending that cap space on Carlton Davis?
Well, okay, so I'm not going to sit there and look at Carlton Davis's season, but DJ Reed without the injury, would it have been a wash? Now we're looking at it with the perspective of he had the hamstring injury, and when he came back, he wasn't the same player. So there's a lot of components. It's hard to compare those two.
Text coming in, 248-539-9797. 5 minutes left. If the Rams had kicked the field goal, plenty of time for their defense to get a stop like they did, and now you're only down one. Luke in a truck. Again, you'd still be down, and Seattle milked it inside of... How much time was left when the Rams took over? It was under 30 seconds, right?
Yeah, I'll find out.
Yeah, Greg says thumbs up. Yeah, my memory's right on that. They had under 30 seconds. No timeouts. That's what you were playing for? I know you only need a field goal, but, John, they didn't even get in field goal range.
Right.
So it's just a tough task. Like, you get 4 yards.
Yeah, they had 25 seconds left when they got the ball.
You got 4 yards. Or you can try to go 93 yards or cut it in half because you want to get in field goal range. Either way, that's a lot harder to do when the clock's crunched.
You're also calling plays with a quarterback that you think that we all think is the MVP. Yep. And so you tell him, go out there and win it for us.
You have Puka Nacua, you got Devontae Adams, you got a slew of tight ends. Kyron Williams had caught a touchdown pass earlier in the game as a good red zone weapon. You got 2 downs, 3rd and 4, 4th and 4. Problem is Seattle put clamps on him. Nobody was open. They had to throw contested balls. Both of them were incomplete. It didn't work, so everybody says it's a bad decision. But the right decision was to get the ball back down 1 with 30 seconds.
I am not losing that way.
That's a really lousy way to go down. Like, I want to go down swinging with my quarterback.
Especially if you're at the 6-yard line. It's a completely different scenario if you're out at the 35.
Yes.
And you're like, okay, well, should we take the points here? We'll kick off, play defense, and see if we can get back into field goal range.
Or, John, if it's 4th and 12, and you're like, well, shoot, we're probably not going to convert.
Right.
Now I get a begrudgingly lousy effing field goal.
They were at the 6-yard line, and their first crack at 2nd and 4 was a 0-yard run.
Yep.
And then it was incompletion.
Taking the points isn't automatic, guys. That's something people need to remember. I'm sure the Lions were still plus positive on going forward on 4th. I'm sure the Rams were plus positive too. The game is now about stealing possessions. The Rams, this Texas didn't even get the ball back. They did, but basically didn't get a chance to do anything with it.
Right.
Eric from Detroit says these comments from fans are proof that St. Brown was right. A lot of fans don't know ball. Hutch is not the problem, and you absolutely go for it on 4th down in the red zone of an NFC Championship game with Stafford as your quarterback.
That's my point.
Yeah.
And it's not like, again, you're not at the 15. You're not just inside the red zone at the 20. You're at the 6, and you had 3 cracks at it at the 6.
Let's get to Josh and Warren. Josh, good morning.
Hey, guys. I don't know if anybody had the same feeling I had watching the Seattle game yesterday. I was starting to get angry as how well Stafford was playing in Seattle, considering how bad he played in Seattle when he had a playoff game here for us. But watching him potentially go to a second Super Bowl, like I had to watch JV go to another World Series and win it, I was getting angry because it was like, when is it going to happen for us?
Right.
Guy was going in there bawling in Seattle. I was turning into a Seattle fan right in front of my eyes because I couldn't handle watching him go to another Super Bowl. And potentially, he's going to win an MVP now, and it's almost the same arc as JV. And it was like, I can't have 2 sports pretty much ruined right now from our past mistakes that guys that should have won it here. And it was just painful. I don't know if anybody else had that experience watching how well Stafford was playing yesterday. It was bothering me. It was actually bothering me how well he was. He was actually like, it was like, where was this guy when he was here?
It's funny because we had that question if the Rams had won the game. Like, are you upset that Stafford is playing in another Super Bowl? Because I knew it would strike a nerve with people. Clearly, it's not a factor. They're eliminated. But as he's watching the game, he's getting worked up. Why couldn't he have done this here? He played Seattle in the playoffs. John, do you remember who Stafford's running back was when the Lions played the Seattle Seahawks in the playoffs?
No.
Zach Zenner was his running back. The Lions ran for 49 yards, 3.3 yards per carry. Seattle on that day ran for 177.
Right.
Like they were getting killed at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. And so instead of being upset that you had a former quarterback playing for a Super Bowl, now are you almost a little bit encouraged because you're watching Sam Darnold get to the Super Bowl and it makes you believe that you can do it with Jared Goff? Because he's already been to a Super Bowl. He hasn't won it. And yet Sam Darnold has not won a Super Bowl yet either.
Yeah, I mean, John, my answer to the question is yes. Yeah, and I think that's something we continue exploring with Lions fans today is that question. Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl. Does it make you feel better? Offer you hope? If Seattle can go to a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold, you've got a quarterback capable. You just got to put the pieces around him. Maybe that's the scary part.
Yeah.
Because there aren't any excuses, but it should offer you hope. Hey, if Sam Darnold's quarterbacking a team in the Super Bowl,
it's right there.
It's right there. Overreact Jim's next, 97.1.
Hey, this year's winter conditions are no joke, and you know it if you're out on the roads right now. Black ice, blowing snow, whiteouts. 1 second, the roadway or parking lots looks clear, and the next second, you're sliding on ice. If you're in an accident or if you slip and fall, know this. David Feminino gets it. He's been an injury attorney in Michigan for over 3 decades. That's 30 years of experience. David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces after an accident. Call David at 855-65-CRASH or visit his website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
A lot of football to talk about today. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen. Got Greg Hargrave behind the glass today on a Monday. It's mostly football today. In the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to have a little pit stop because John had a bad hotel experience over the weekend. And we will play some of the audio that accompanies that. But, John, you asked a great question about Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, with him getting there, and I don't think there's – I mean, we'll take this argument. You could try and make it. Is Sam Darnold a better quarterback than Jared Goff?
No.
The answer is no. And Jared Goff has been to a Super Bowl. Now Sam Darnold is going to a Super Bowl. And I think the betting line sets it. I think a lot of people believe that, I don't want to say all, that the Seattle Seahawks will win the Super Bowl over New England. You know how many winning teams New England played during the regular season?
One.
With winning record?
One
team, 2 games, the Buffalo Bills.
They split. Then in the playoffs, everybody knows about the Mickey Mouse route they've taken to get here.
Right. And so if they're able to win, it would set all of that aside because they're playing against the best team coming out of the NFC.
Yeah, team with the number 1 point differential, an elite defense.
Yeah.
They pound the rock. They've got arguably the best offensive player in the league right now in Jackson Smith and Jigba. Yeah, if the Patriots win, it'd be legit. But there's a reason why Seattle's favored.
Right, and it's really they're favored because of their defense, and they're favored because they have the number 1 receiver in the NFL this year, and the guy throwing the ball to him, Sam Darnold, could walk away with a Super Bowl championship
because Sam Darnold is good enough.
If Sam Darnold is good enough, don't we believe? If Jared Goff is better than Sam Darnold, that Jared Goff is good enough?
Sam Darnold just nuked any of the lazy talking points that were going to be uttered by callers or hosts for the next 6 months. Guys, I just don't know about the Lions because of Jared Goff. Here's Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl. So it becomes about what you do around your quarterback. What can you do around Jared Goff?
So, and it goes to, because we always ask this question, right? You know, how do you Jared, Goff proof the offense? Well, it's an offense, it's a team that's been Darnold proof. And part of that is, now yesterday, probably his best performance of the season, Sam Darnold with 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He was sacked, I think, 3 times. But he stood in the pocket and he delivered some really good balls to Cooper Kupp, to Bobo for
the Bobo touchdown. He had to stand in there and take a shot.
He took a shot and he delivered a strike. It was a great route. It was a great play call, but he threw for 3 touchdowns, and they're going to be playing in the Super Bowl this year.
You start to highlight, okay, well, why is Seattle here? And let's work backwards. So you said the quarterback and putting stuff around him. They drafted both their tackles, and they got Gray Zabel last year, a rookie guard who's played very well. So it starts up front. Lions are going to have to get better on the offensive line. I thought Clint Kubiak was eating their lunch with some of those play calls. Yep. So a play caller. Well, okay, Lions have addressed it with that. Their defense, don't ignore it. The Lions have to get back to having a much better defense. I mean, top 10 defense feels like a must if this team's going to win a Super Bowl. So you have to do all these things. And then, John, you realize, well, how has Seattle done this? They drafted really well, but that wasn't the end, right? 5 of their top 6 cap hits on this year's team are players from outside the organization. So it's their quarterback, right, Sam Darnold, who they paid, but they traded a second for Leonard Williams and then paid him. What about on the defensive end spot? They went out and paid DeMarcus Lawrence. Start looking around at what they did. One of their safeties, Julian Love, is a player they got from the Giants. They paid. They wanted him to be here. Ernest Jones, a linebacker they got from the Rams. That's an external addition. They went out and added Cooper Kupp, who's not a number 1 in this offense, but he caught a couple nice balls in the NFC Championship game against his former team. John Schneider is showing you, hey, you got to draft well. That is bar none. You have to find all-pro talent in the draft. And then what? You have to keep doing more with free agency and trade. So if you want to win with Jared Goff, the takeaway is you certainly can. Brad Holmes going to have to start spending a little more in free agency. He's going to have to start trying to win a little more right now and worrying about future contracts later. Add some dudes immediately that can help.
And in regards to just Sam Darnold and his performance last night, the third time that they faced the Rams. You know how many interceptions he's thrown against the Rams this year? Obviously none yesterday, but in his first 2 times.
6, did I see?
Six interceptions.
And 2 fumbles, too, I think.
Yeah, and so obviously not a great performance the first couple of times, but how did they win the game? The one regular season game that they won, how did they win that game? Defense.
It was defense, yeah.
And it's the ability to overcome those moments, because he was third in the NFL in interceptions with 14 on the season. He was, I believe he was 5th in yards passing this year.
Sounds right.
And completion percentage was right around the same as Jared Goff. He was at 67.7%. Goff was at 68%. It just shows you that every quarterback has a different skill set and a different ceiling for their team and what they can do individually. But if Sam Darnold, if the Seattle Seahawks and their front office can build a team around him to win a Super Bowl, I think with Jared Goff and with the way the skill positions are with this offense, if you simply address the interior of the offensive line and you make some additions defensively, could the Lions be that team that is right there next year?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah, does it give you hope was the question. 248-539-9797. Seeing Sam Darnold quarterback his team to a Super Bowl, does it give you hope for Jared Goff and the Lions that they can do the same? Tex says, yeah, of course. I believe Goff can go to a Super Bowl and win it. I don't believe in Brad Holmes to put the team around him because all he does is draft. Let's get to Tony in Key Largo. Tony, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. As usual, I don't believe Goff is ever going to take anyone to a Super Bowl. He doesn't have the skill sets that are necessary in order to win these big games.
So Tony,
Sam Darnold
Tony, hold on one second, just
week.
So that we're all talking at the same point. He's already taken a team to the Super Bowl.
Hold on now. Hold on. Sean McVay has taken these teams to the Super Bowl, okay? He knows. And if he was so good, why did Sean McVay get rid of him?
Okay, that's a different argument. But you started this off with Goff will never take anyone to a Super Bowl, but he already has.
He isn't mobile. You guys said that Sam Darnold isn't mobile. You heard that Brady in his telecast yesterday, he's best when he's on the move, out of the pocket, and that guy's been throwing strikes to the left in the end zone for 5 to 6 weeks. You guys want to argue it. You want to take us down this homer path and keep selling garage floor coatings and roofs and stuff. Next year, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath around here. I believe it.
Huh. Okay. But Tony, you are going to write that down.
Please do.
We'll save this one. Tony.
It's 97.1. I saw it, and then I...
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. We have our matchup for Super Bowl 60 after last night's AFC and NFC championship games. In the AFC, the Patriots are going back to the Super Bowl for the first time since 2019 and 10th time since 2002. It only took 86 passing yards from Drake May and a gifted New England touchdown after a fumble from Jarrett Stidham deep in Broncos territory. The snow, of course, played a factor in the second half as it came down heavily and quickly, rendering the fourth quarter a punt fest until the Pats picked off Jarrett Stidham with about 2 minutes to go to seal the win. The Seahawks will represent the NFC in the Super Bowl after last night's 31-27 win over the Rams. Sam Darnold said, "Take that, Valeni. Gingers do have souls," as he threw for nearly 350 yards and 3 touchdowns with no picks. Darnold and the Seahawks did slightly benefit from a questionable call as Cooper Kupp was ruled down by contact after what appeared to be a fumble recovered by the Rams, or at least an incompletion on third down. Instead, Seattle was given a first down, so the Rams didn't get the ball back until there were only 25 seconds left, instead of having it down 4 points with over 3 minutes to go. Nonetheless, the Seahawks are back in the Super Bowl for the first time in 11 years. And if you're looking for local sports tonight, tough luck. The Pistons, Red Wings, and Michigan State basketball are all off until tomorrow. There's not even an Oakland, Detroit Mercy, or directional Michigan game today either. If you're the morning crew, your homework is to go home and watch a movie maybe. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, John. We had this whole network deal.
I was not paying attention to the clock.
But you were going. You're writing down what Tony had to say.
Yeah, so Tony believes that next year it's going to be a bloodbath, and I guess that is a whole bunch of losses with the last place schedule, and then after the season, is it new coach, new GM, new quarterback, new roster? Is that the definition of the bloodbath?
Yeah, sure.
Because Jared Goff was a quarterback that took a team to a Super Bowl, yet he gets no credit because Sean McVay was the one that was calling plays.
I just think we have to debunk some of this. Stafford's better than Goff. That doesn't mean Goff isn't a quarterback you can win a Super Bowl with. And I think Goff's gotten better since his days in Los Angeles.
I would agree with that.
So if I have a quarterback,
he's also only been there once with Jared Goff. I mean, with Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, but Stafford's the better quarterback. I don't even know if we want to fight about that right now. But
no,
my point is, Goff is good enough. You want to say, well, Darnold can roll out and bootleg better. Okay, all right. Well, that's apparently what's keeping the Lions from winning the Super Bowl is Goff can't boot to his left. I mean, that sounds like someone who's made up their mind already, right? They've watched a couple really ugly Jared Goff moments, and I'm not denying they exist.
Sure.
But they're choosing to use that as that's who he is instead of the whole body of work. Like this season, he was sacked more than at any point in Los Angeles with Sean McVay.
Yeah.
And guess what? He was third in the league in passer rating behind the two guys who were up for the MVP. He was second in touchdowns and second in yards, all while dealing with a crumbling infrastructure in front of him. So it stands to reason. His yards may come down a little bit if they run the ball, but it'll be a winning formula. If they can protect him, it'll be a winning formula. If they build a defense half as good as what Seattle has, they're going to be in a much better position next season.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The takeaway is if Darnold's doing it, let's call it what it is. Now we're hyping up Sam Darnold to be this elite quarterback. Sam Darnold is on his fifth team. Multiple teams had this guy in the building and said he stinks. And maybe the joke's on all of them, and there's some truth to that. But let's not pretend like this is Mahomes or Allen or Lamar. And if you don't have one of those guys, you can't go to a Super Bowl.
And what is the go-to every single time when somebody says Goff will never take you to a Super Bowl? Well, he's not mobile.
Right.
Okay.
Let's be real, guys. It's Mike McDonald who's taking the Seahawks to the Super Bowl.
You say it as a joke, but honestly, people should be talking more about him. And with 2 weeks to focus, John, there's going to be some moments where people drill down and realize this guy's not even 40 years old. He took over a Seattle team that was pretty bleak at the time, won 10 games his first year, and now has a team in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I know you're making a joke, Greg, but I do feel like he's going to get some shine over the next couple weeks and deserves it, by the way. I mean, and even his coaching staff. Clint Kubiak's going to probably get a head coaching gig out of all this, right?
Probably.
I thought he had a great game plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully he can just be focused on creating a game plan and not the interviews.
Oh, come on. Let's go to the phones. T, you're next up.
How you doing, guys? Good morning.
Good morning, T. How you doing?
Good, man. Listen, I know the other guy that was just on came on a little strong, but I'm going to agree with him in three respects, and just bear with me. Okay. First of all, the reality is Goff is not mobile, okay? So Darnold is. He made plays with his feet that Goff just can't do just because of whatever. But the reason Goff has so many problems is we didn't address the offensive line, which is being redundant, okay? Mm-hmm. But more importantly, what should be the focus for us is you can't win championships or get to the Super Bowl without quality defensive play, okay? Both of those teams have quality defenses,
yes.
Okay? That's our number one problem. I don't want to see another offensive player unless it's a lineman in the later rounds drafted in the first round. We need to build the O-line with veteran free agents because of our quarterbacks, genetics. But number two, it comes down to defense. We have not done anything to solidify our defense since we lost that championship game in San Francisco. And I'm just bewildered at how we go about in our mindset of creating a championship team.
Well, it's clear they wanted to roll over space and keep it to reward their own. And in doing so, you aren't capitalizing on the moment. And that needs to change this offseason. I agree with what he said. Veteran offensive linemen. Not that they shouldn't draft some, but they need some guys they can count on to be sturdy and steady. And then on defense, it's not enough to just run the same guys back. I mean, I have optimism that year 2 could be more beneficial for Tyleik Williams, or that Aleem McNeil gets another year removed from the ACL. But at the same time, you can't just roll this same group out next year and say, we believe in our guys. I think they've believed in their guys too much. And you've brought up, I'll give you the credit because you're the first person to bring it up today, the Bobby Wagner example for Seattle. They showed him the door 2 different times. That's a legend who's going to get his jersey retired. If you're not willing to make those kind of commitments or decisions or tough calls, you don't have what it takes to win the Super Bowl.
And I guarantee you there were Seattle fans, and I'm not going to do Seattle radio, but I guarantee you when they let him walk after the 2021 season, there were a lot of Seattle fans that were emotionally connected to Bobby Wagner. And they were probably sitting there going, hey, John Schneider needs to go. Pete Carroll, obviously, they won that argument. Pete Carroll was gone. But ask all those same Seattle fans right now, with the way that this team has been constructed and rebuilt, now that they're playing for a Super Bowl, are you upset that Bobby Wagner's not going to be there to celebrate this Super Bowl?
No. Some people may have said it was cutthroat at the time, or that's how you treat a legend.
Right.
It's the type of moves you have to make in today's NFL.
And they've all come around to say, you know what? Hey, we're playing for a Super Bowl. I don't care how we got here. We got here.
So, again, Decker's the most obvious cut candidate who's approaching retirement, and it's disrespectful.
Well, we hear the same thing about Anzalone. Now, he's not the linebacker that Bobby Wagner is, but there are fans that are passionate about him.
Well, John, they played so many 3 linebacker sets, and he's a fan favorite. He's Thor. We got to keep this guy. Maybe not. And maybe those are the decisions that they haven't been willing to make the last couple years that they need to be more willing to make now.
Right. He was the linebacker that came with Dan that really set the culture.
Yeah, you can't lose culture, guys, John.
Yeah, but you're going to have to make those tough decisions because – and then you're going to have to trust Brad Holmes and Dan to identify those replacements. Yeah. Because when you look at the draft, and it's kind of wrong to say that they haven't addressed the defensive front, but I would question the way that they've addressed it. Because in the first draft, it was Levi Onwuzurike, and he's never been a guy that has been able to be productive. It was Josh Paschal. Oh, well, he's a culture guy. He was a captain in college and all these different things. Well, where was he? Marcus Davenport couldn't stay healthy, but yet we re-signed him again. Well, the contract's beneficial, and I get that, but he didn't do anything much to help this year as well. Broderick Martin.
Yeah, one of your favorites.
Didn't
they trade up for him?
They did. Okay. He was taken on, in the 3rd round, and he was setting up for his party because he didn't think he was going to be taken till the next day.
Yeah. It's not that they haven't done it. They just haven't done an effective job.
Correct.
Real quick, on the Darnold thing again, because even his first point was he's mobile. Okay. Darnold ran for 95 rushing yards this season. Can we stop making him out to be Michael Vick? He can boot and extend plays a little bit out in the flat. The way people talk about Sam Darnold, like, I got Randall Cunningham. What's going on here?
Ginger Vick.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen.
You had Vanilla Vick. Do we have Ginger Vick? No, he's not a mobile quarterback. He has some fluidity to his game, extending plays out into the flat on a boot or a rollout. Let's not act like Sam Darnold is some mobile. Hey, you got to have a mobile quarterback to win. Look at Sam Darnold.
They were going to compare rushing stats between Jared Goff and Sam Darnold. Oh yeah, Jared Goff only came in with 45 this year.
He's 40-some yards away from being a true mobile quarterback like Sam Darnold.
Is there a defensive coordinator out there that says, better look out, Sam Darnold might take off and run?
Do you think there's a defensive coordinator in the huddle on a timeout before a 3rd down going, hey, we might want to put a spy in for this play? Right. I'm going to tell you no. Emphatically no. Darnold was 3rd in the league in picks and ran for 95 yards. The guy's the quarterback of the Super Bowl Seahawks. They're playing for a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can do it with Jared Goff. Text 248-539-9797. Let's get to Bill. Bill, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. To kind of put this straight about Jared Goff, I'm going to ask myself: do I think Jared Goff could have won the game if he played for either Seattle or for New England yesterday?
Yes.
And I'd have to say yes. Okay.
Now, in that argument, I think for the long term, I'd rather have Drake May.
Yeah, his question was just, could you have dropped
But
Goff?
yes,
in?
yeah, correct.
That's
Yeah.
yesterday. That's yesterday.
Yes,
Could
no,
you have either one of those games?
I think if you put Jared Goff with the Denver Broncos, you are the Denver Broncos are dancing in the Super Bowl.
So 3 of the 4 teams could have dropped Goff in and won.
Correct.
Correct. That's the way I'm thinking. So I just kind of want to put this to rest about Jared Goff. Is he capable of winning a Super Bowl or getting the Lions to the Super Bowl?
Yes.
I think he is.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it, Bill. Thank you. Text says, guys.
Bill putting Tony in his place.
That's right. Caller on caller crime. Guys, number one, defense. Repeat that number one, defense. I've been saying it since 2020 or 2022. We can win with Goff, but we need to upgrade our defense. Defense wins games. That's Nick at work. Guys, it doesn't help us, but how awesome is it that Minnesota let Darnold walk and kept McCarthy, and now they have to watch him go to a Super Bowl? Martin at work.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was an overreaction. Like it might be one of the greater fumbles in regards to letting him walk and going with JJ. But I also, they were going to have to pay. They were kind of in a tough spot. They were going to have to pay Sam Darnold more than just extend him for a year.
They were going to have to admit that they wasted the first round pick on JJ McCarthy.
Right. And
before he'd ever played.
And coming out, even us staunch Michigan fans said that JJ was going to take more time than all of the other quarterbacks drafted with him in that first round to be a productive NFL passer. Now, do we, after 2 years, think that he's going to be a franchise quarterback? I think no. The jury is still out on that.
What they could have done, though, is they could have tried to pull a Packers. And Darnold's not as old as Favre was or Rodgers was when they set the succession plan in motion. But they could have said, hey, we accidentally stumbled into something with Darnold. We're going to give him a multi-year extension. We're going to, unfortunately, burn a lot of the value of JJ's rookie deal, but we're going to give him that time to develop. I mean, that was maybe the other way to play this. This text says, guys, you can't compare Darnold and Goff straight up. You have to consider the contract value. Darnold is low 30s. Goff is now $69 million. Goff needs to be 2 times better to be worth it, so it doesn't hold up. If you think Jared Goff's going to cost $69 million against the salary cap next season, you're a buffoon.
Yeah.
They're going to restructure that deal.
Now, Minnesota could have given Sam Darnold the same contract that he got out in Seattle, 3 years, $100 million.
Yeah.
It gets JJ into that all-important 5th year, but
Yeah.
they would have had to pick up the 5th year, and who knows what they do.
248-539-9797. We'll keep taking some of your phone calls. 9:35. John's bad hotel experience over the weekend. And there's audio. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you started the year off thinking, I need to be in better shape, well, instead of just having that undefined goal out there, do something about it and head over to Planet Fitness, because $1 down gets you in the door, $15 a month keeps you there. And along with every level of membership, free fitness training comes along with it. And those are knowledgeable trainers, and they're going to be simply focused on you. If you only got 30 minutes, they've got the Planet Fitness 30-minute workout. It's clean. They are welcoming. It's a great place to go and start off all of those New Year's changes that you've discussed. And I want to work out simply because I want to stay active with my kids, eventually grandkids. I want to be that individual. Planet Fitness is the place to do it. And if you like it and you want more, the Black Card membership is right there, $24.99 a month, and it gets you access to every single club. Unlimited guest privileges. Everything is right there. Find your nearest club and join today. In club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Story time from John's weekend coming up at 9:35. The bad hotel experience with audio. Talking football, 248-539-9797. Does Darnold in the Super Bowl give you hope? What are the lessons you learn as a Lions fan? Got a poll question up as well. We'll revisit love it or loathe it, the snow game. Let's go to Brian in Muskegon. You're on 97.1.
Jim, long time.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you.
Yeah. So that caller talking bad about Goff and saying,
Tony?
"Oh, it's going to be a Tony, and going to be a bloodbath next year." He's one of the reasons I've kind of quit calling into sports talk because of morons like him.
No, you got to counterbalance him, Brian.
You got to counter it. You're the guy that we're looking for.
So when did people start calling Sam Darnold a mobile quarterback?
This morning.
He's a pocket passer. Just this morning, he's a pocket passer. That's what he is. He throws a lot of picks. He's had a couple good years. Goff's a heck of a lot better quarterback than him. Almost every team would take Goff over. Seattle probably would say they wouldn't just because he's their quarterback, but every other team would take Goff over Darnold. Makes zero sense with that. Goff led the Rams to a Super Bowl. They didn't win, but he led them there. It's hard to win a Super Bowl. He was a couple plays away from leading the Lions to a Super Bowl. If, an interception that fell out of, was that Vildor's hands?
Yeah, or the Reynolds
we win the
drop.
game. Josh Reynolds catches the ball.
Or even Gibbs had a bad fumble in that sequence, too, where things were just going south in a hurry. Goff played well enough for the Lions to play for a Super Bowl 2 years ago. And look, he didn't play well last year in the playoff game against the Commanders. He wasn't very good on Christmas Day this year. It's been a mixed bag, but it's very easy to see he's capable of it. You just need to support him.
Yeah, I love Jared Goff. I think I was never a big Stafford fan. And
I remember.
Goff's my yes, you do remember. Goff's my quarterback, and you could do a heck of a lot worse than him. And these people that just think, he's second in yards and touchdowns this year, and people want to get rid of him and say, "Oh, draft a quarterback, find somebody else." Oh, come on, man! It's next year going to be a bounce back year. It's a crapshoot in the NFL. Making it to a Super Bowl is hard. Dan Marino made it to one, and never again. So it's hard. Darnold is not a mobile quarterback. Tony's a moron.
Yeah, it's because we don't have Ginger Vic. We'll be stuck here forever. Again, for resetting for people, we're all propping up Sam Darnold today for some reason. He played a damn good NFC title game.
Yes, he did.
He was third in the NFL in picks. He ran for 95 yards. The very mobile Sam Darnold. He's fine. Goff's the superior quarterback. Goff's more than capable of quarterbacking a team into the Super Bowl and winning a Super Bowl.
Right, and it really comes down to Patrick Mahomes is a quarterback there that can go out there with deficiencies, and we've seen it. They have not done a lot to protect Patrick Mahomes, yet he goes out there and wins Super Bowls. Sam Darnold's not that guy. Jared Goff isn't that guy. But there's a lot more offenses that Jared Goff can win Super Bowls with than I think Sam Darnold, or a lot more teams, I should say.
The problem with Goff is when he's bad, he looks terrible. For $50 to $60 million, you need to get out of your own way and not trip on your own feet. Extend a play a little bit, 2 or 3 yards for a first down when the defense is giving it to you. That's why he's criticized. If he can't do that, then Holmes needs to put an O-line in front of him where he's never touched.
Yeah, he was sacked more times this year than he has been in his entire life. Yet his interceptions were the best that he's ever had. It's not like he's throwing the ball away to defenders.
And look, it's simple. Goff's cap hit's going to balloon up this season to $69 million. They're not
restructure.
They're going to restructure it. And we were talking off air, like it depends how aggressive of a restructure and how much money they kick down the line. But John, they could shave that right back into the 30s like it was this year.
Yeah.
And I suspect that's going to get done. Now, what do you do with the cash savings? What are you going to do, and where do you prioritize? And it's very clear. His offensive line, and then the front, because you see what defenses have done late in this postseason, what they did late in last postseason. You need to make sure your defense is ferocious at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and the Lions have at times been able to make tough decisions. Jamal Williams, he's a character guy. Part of what brought this team to where it is. And Alex Anzalone, they moved on from Jamal Williams the season after he set the most rushing touchdowns by a back. Like they've shown it. Now they're going to have to show that they can do it with their drafted guys.
Right.
Who have they extended and they're paying money to that doesn't fit the blueprint moving forward? Are you willing to take the hit? Because there's going to be, whether it's J-Mo, even Anzalone, it doesn't matter who it is. Who are you willing to take the PR hit for? Because it doesn't fit what you need to do to win a championship. And I'm just throwing out names.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean that that J-Mo is on the chopping block.
No. And why would you bring him up? Everybody's always trying to run him out of town. I get it. You're not drilling down specifically on him. You're saying it may be someone that hurts a little to lose. Seattle, do you think it hurt to lose DK Metcalf?
That's another great one.
We haven't even brought him up today. Like, that was their unquestioned number one. Now, it worked out because JSN has blossomed into one of the elite receivers in the NFL. But do you think Seattle traded away DK Metcalf and thought we'll be in the Super Bowl next season? Like, their fans certainly didn't feel that way. It's those type of decisions that are uncomfortable.
Well, and it's being able to make those trades and then get something of value back.
Yes.
What did they do with the draft picks that they got in return for DK Metcalf? What are you willing to part with? Because you just know you have to do things differently.
248-539-9797. Stay warm out there. We have a poll question relating to the snow. How do you feel about snow games? Love it or hate it? 59% say they love it. They loved watching that AFC Championship game yesterday.
I'm surprised you brought that up. You don't generally like to check in on the ones where you're losing.
Bunch of liars is what these people are. You enjoyed that? You thought that was a watchable product in the fourth quarter? 8 drives, none of them going for more than 17 yards. Punt, can't run, can't pass, can't kick. You like that. That you enjoyed that.
The scoring drive that New England put together was a gift by Jarrett Stidham because he was the quarterback that looked up and said, they're coming from everywhere. What do? I don't want the ball. Don't hit me. You take it. And they went on a 2-play, 12-yard drive to score their only touchdown of the game. And that was in the first half.
If your argument is the game was sloppy all the way through, fine, but it got worse. The weather only made it less watchable.
I don't think it made it less watchable.
Like, I was watching defenses early. I was watching nothing late. I was watching 2 teams waiting until the game ended because no one could do anything. Just pitter-patter, making snow angels, leaving little footprints in the field.
I would be more apt to, probably not come over to your side, but at least understand it more if they went into halftime and it was 24-21 and the both teams were lighting it up offensively. That wasn't the case.
It's a 3-point game. There's drama, right? Like, inherently there's drama. The Super Bowl's on the line. And what's going to happen? And the answer is nothing's going to happen. The game was frozen. The score was not going to move. It's over.
They missed just as many field goals in the first half as they missed in the second half.
Do you enjoy that? 248-539-9797. Because the second game had no issues with the elements. Back and forth offense and defense.
Completely different teams, though. And yes, it's
but
the
let me
NFC
just
teams,
ask
but
you,
it was completely different makeup of teams.
I'll grant you that. But Stidham hit a 50-yard bomb early. He didn't even have a chance to complete that kind of pass late in the game. The weather did not allow for it. It neutered everything.
Well, yeah, I'm so disappointed that we didn't see a quarterback that hadn't thrown a pass in 3 years that found a receiver in the first quarter that he couldn't find the rest of the game, because you know what they did, New England did differently? In the first quarter, they weren't blitzing. They were thinking that Jarrett Stidham is just going to, we'll let him make the mistakes. We won't allow the big play. Well, he made a big play, and then all of a sudden they start blitzing him, they start putting pressure on him, and he can't figure out. There were other times where he was under duress, and I thought, just throw the ball away.
Yeah.
And he could have had the same outcome a couple of different times.
But at least I would have seen it happen on the settled on the field. It just felt like that game was unsettled.
It was settled on the field.
It just felt like the game ended when the fourth quarter began and neither team could do anything. I would have loved to see New England pummel him in the normal conditions where they would get after him and they'd strip him or they'd fumble. Instead, it was just run for 2 yards, fall on a bad snap, punt the football, and play field position. Both sides. We were kind of cheated of what could have been an even more dramatic, more satisfying fourth quarter.
Well, I'm sorry that you weren't satisfied.
I was cheated, John. I wasn't satisfied. Give me a dome.
Lame.
248-539-9797. Call it what you want it. We'll get some of your feedback on this. And, of course, I teased it. We're going to talk about it. John's horrible hotel situation. It's 97.1. Sean McVay talking about the future. Matthew Stafford, a quarterback. I think Stafford was non-committal after the game. Just it was too raw. I think he said, I'm not going to make a decision 6 months from now, 10 minutes after the game.
Right.
I'm paraphrasing.
Always love those questions.
Yeah.
What are you going to do next year? I don't know. I'm still haven't undressed from this one.
Hey, gonna retire?
Let us know.
Guys, I don't know. Why is Matthew Stafford talking about his retirement all the time?
At the same time, like Decker was asked about it. Like guys get asked about it near the end of their careers.
Sure. Decker had talked about it even before.
A little different.
Yeah.
Tex says, I think you can get to a Super Bowl with Goff, but you never win one because of him. All it took was the number one defense, a top 10 rushing attack, the best receiver in football for Darnold to get to a Super Bowl. If only Goff could have even a top 10 defense, Isaac and Rochester.
Regarding that first text, if we get to that Monday, we won't give a damn.
Could you imagine we see this team play in a Super Bowl? They win the Super Bowl, but it's not because Goff played well.
Right, yeah. They didn't win it because of Goff. He didn't go out there throw for 450 and 4 touchdowns.
I would love to take a phone call from someone as everyone's blubbering like, adult babies about seeing this team win a Super Bowl and tears of joy. And some guy calls in and goes, hey, guys, I hate to say this, but...
And we don't know if that'll ever happen.
Right.
Right? I mean,
But imagine that.
We think that it certainly can, but like Dan said after the NFC Championship game, we don't know if we'll ever be back here. There's a lot of other factors. We've seen for 2 years a defense get decimated by injuries, yet there are other teams that have to deal with injuries, and it's all about how can you maximize the talent you have on the field at that moment.
On the weather, love or loathe the snow games. Costa's part of the cupcake, sunshine, and rainbows generation.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that.
Well.
John, you and I are from the real grass, mud bowl, snow bowl generations when football was a dirty game. I loved it.
Yeah. When men were men. And I don't know how you finished that one.
Costa, you sound super soft. Every stadium should be open air. I believe Detroit and Minnesota are soft for having domes.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to those games that were played in the 40s and 50s and, before we had the domes, and just can't – you don't really know if those were the actual champions or not because they may have played when it was cold or it was snowy or possibly rain. How dare they?
How dare they? All right, John, I need to hear about this weekend adventure.
Yeah, so at a wedding this weekend, and the wedding, this has nothing to do with the wedding. The wedding was perfect. So happy for the couple that got married. The bride was an absolute beautiful bride. The best man speech may have been the highlight of the evening because it was just well done, and just it was fun. Food was good from start to finish. The wedding itself was amazing. The hotel stay, our room, not quite so much. So here's what happened. My wife and I check in, and we're getting ready for the wedding. And right as we walked in the door, we hear a dog barking in the room next to us.
Okay.
So we give it a little bit of time, thinking that maybe somebody's in there and they're going to be stop barking, and quiet them down. No, it just keeps barking. So I call down to the front desk and say, hey, first of all, is there any chance that we could change rooms? No, the hotel's full. No room in the inn. And okay, no big deal. So hopefully it'll stop. No, it's barking. So we call back and say, hey, it's still barking. Is there anything you could do? Yeah, we'll send somebody up. It was an issue the entire stay.
Come on.
And on top of that, the room itself, and we all know from previous radio topics that I like a cooler room. So does my wife. We tried to turn the heat down, or at least off, and anytime that we had touched it, for the moment we touched it for hours, there was this noise coming from the heating unit, and here's a sample of the noise. Now, that was an up-close video. It was a little bit muted in the room, but I had gotten it into the ceiling to see if I could make an adjustment. Yeah. And then my wife says, you don't want to break something? And I yeah, okay, you're right, I don't. Called and couldn't get that fixed either. Yes, see, that's what I told you. It sounds exactly like the cowbell at the Michigan games. And I kept telling my wife every time it would do that sound, I'd be, go blue. She didn't find it as funny as I did.
It's funny.
So I was part of the problem too.
So you hear the cowbell. I hear the bed squeaking. I hear another one's on the way 9 months from now. Can we hear this again? That bed's rocking, baby.
There you go. Okay. Well done, Greg.
I want to unpack this more, but you have a question for people.
Yeah. The question is, I'd like to know what your worst hotel stays were. What happened at a hotel that you were just like, I can't believe that I paid for that night of sleep or non-sleep? Because, and I also want to know what's the protocol for if you are one that travels with your pet, specifically a dog. What's the protocol? If you leave the room, do you take your dog with you wherever you're going, because I know there's a lot of people that they treat their dog like their child. And it goes everywhere with, obviously, a hotel stay. Now, if somebody was there because power was out or whatever, I don't think they would choose this hotel. But, I understand that situations this weekend in terms of weather were different. It wasn't just your, normal weekend weather-wise.
Yeah, because, okay, first of all, if you're going to just drop the dog off and leave him in the hotel room for 8-10 hours, which is what it sounds like, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole time. You shouldn't be doing that. Leave it with a friend. Not that kennels are your first choice, but there are ways to do it.
Yeah.
Where you don't
house sitter.
Yeah, house sitter. Where you don't just leave the dog in a hotel room to bark up a storm and
Right.
ruin everybody's time.
Yes. And so, again,
you have to take it out for walks.
Right.
I mean, what are we doing?
I was a little upset too, because this was our first night out, staying the night somewhere since Teddy was born. And work hasn't allowed me to travel very much outside of traveling for games. And this was just the first opportunity where we decided, hey, grandma's going to come stay with the kids and we're going to spend the night. We're going to go have a couple of pops. We don't want to Uber or drive home.
Yeah.
We're just going to enjoy ourselves. And we did. We had a great time, especially at the wedding reception. It was amazing. But it was soured a little bit because we had a barking dog literally all night. And even when we didn't, you could hear the TV from the room next to us.
Oh, come on. How thin are these walls?
I don't. They must have been paper thin, but you could hear the TV all night long.
Did you guys get any decent sleep in this place?
As it's been well documented, only sleep for 4 to maybe 5 hours a night. So I got plenty of sleep.
All right.
My wife was up quite a bit, though.
Some complaints probably.
Yep.
That sucks, dude.
So, yeah, worst hotel stays. Would love to hear what some of the complications that you've had at hotels and what's the protocol if you're traveling with your dog, if you're a responsible dog owner.
Yeah, what's the best way to handle it? Let's say you're traveling with your dog. You have to. It's unavoidable. What's the best way to handle it? I think you got to take the dog out for walks.
Yeah, and I'm not going to, it's a new environment for the dog. I wasn't mad at the dog.
No.
I was mad at the owner.
The dog owner.
Yeah, and I did ask for different room. Hotel was full.
It's a weekend. It's packed.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Oh, boy.
Here we go.
This?
Dean, I want to hear what Dean has to say.
And we get a little descriptor. I'm not going to tell anybody, but this is going to be quite the story. Dean in Milford. Dean, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. I used to travel a lot for work, and I used to go down to Florida a lot. Long story short, I'm at this hotel. I order some pizza, not even like a full-on pizza, like just a personal pan pizza. And I was like, all right, I'm done eating. I'll go across the street and I'll walk around the mall. I'm not even joking. Maybe they're an hour, 2 hours. I come back, the entire top of the counters covered in cockroaches. Oh. The pizza box is loaded with cockroaches. I go down to the front desk losing it, and these people are like, oh, they're just palm olive bugs. No. Those are cockroaches, you filthy, disgusting human beings. I need all my money back now. I need to go to a different hotel. It was one of the worst things ever. And the second worst thing, in my opinion, would be all the people that are like, you're like, why wouldn't you leave your dog at home or in a kennel? Because that's my fur baby, and it needs to go everywhere it can go with me. People with dogs that take them to the hotel are Satan.
So when
leave your stupid ass dog at home.
Yeah, I agree. When you left the hotel, did you shake out the clothes, the suitcase, everything to make sure you weren't taking any of those cockroaches with you?
Here's the thing, dude. Like, I had just landed. I didn't unpack a single thing. Not a single thing. I got there. I got food. I got settled in. I was like, I'll go across the street for a little bit because I had an early flight as opposed to a late one. You know how happy I am it was early, John? Imagine waking up and that's all over your room. You would see me on the news because I might have made it to where no one could ever stay in that hotel ever again.
Fire at the local hotel. Place burned down.
Yep. 100%.
Oh,
It was the most disgusting thing ever.
that's terrible.
Dean, thank you. They're palmetto bugs. They're not cockroaches.
Dean
I don't
always
want to
comes
hear
through.
this. I know he always does. But his point about the dog stuff, though, like the only exception, because we were thinking about this, if your heat went out at your house,
Yeah.
again, I wouldn't be staying at this nice hotel, But if I was staying at a hotel, I'm scrambling. I got to have a place for the night. I don't have family in town, or I'm living in a city I didn't grow up in. We have no heat at the house. The dog's got to come with me. We're staying in the hotel. That's the only time I could really understand bringing the dog into the hotel room. It's my fur baby. I'll have you know, while I don't have kids and do have a pet, we don't play the mom and dad routine. Like, kids are a different thing.
Okay. All right. Yeah, thank you.
I'm not like these. Did I tell you we were out in Detroit this weekend, and the people that dress their dogs up in little jackets?
Oh,
they take them out? Yeah.
Were they eating with you?
No, they were They were not eating.
They were not allowed inside?
No. 248-539-9797. We got some great stories to get to on the phones. It's 97.1. Oh, John, you gave people the inspiration. We got stories.
Let's go.
Your awful hotel stay. Let's get to Derek in Southfield. Derek, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
This was in. It was prior to 2010. It was between probably around 2005. My wife decided to get us a room downtown for our anniversary, and we stayed at a hotel downtown. And it just so happened that same weekend that Sean Combs, Puff Daddy or whatever, he was at the same hotel. And I couldn't believe how thin the walls were. I think they were having a freak off. And it was really a miserable stay.
What?
But what really shocked me, though, was when you check out, you do it on this little kiosk in the room, and then they had a question about the room noise. And I had never seen that on the survey, so I think they knew their walls were thin.
So, first of all, props to you for getting the room on the same level as Sean Combs. I mean, yeah, you guys went all out.
That was my wife, and I have to give her credit.
So are you basically the penthouse?
I didn't think so, but
okay, and then
I don't know.
But you know that was his room.
By the way, great description too, a freak off.
That's what they called him.
They probably had multiple floors. I mean, it wasn't just him. It was a lot. It was the whole thing. I don't know if he's in town for a show or whatever.
How would you? Okay, I don't even think I should ask the question. I was gonna say, how would you describe the sounds? But maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not, Derek.
Hey, go rent a video or something.
I can only imagine, Derek.
Yeah.
I was just curious because that's.
Of course you are. Yeah. Because if
Quite the
that happened to
story.
you, you'd hang the pineapple outside, right? To see, hey, knock on the door.
Mike in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, my brother and I had to attend a funeral in Chicago, and we got to the hotel late. And we didn't discover till in the morning when we go to our business, there was no bathroom door. It was supposed to be a slot door. When I reached in the slot, there was no door in the slot. Wouldn't have been a problem, but it's my brother, so And I was in the Army for 20 years, and for the first 3 years, there was no walls on the toilets in the Army, so we were used to it. But if it was my wife, it would have been a real problem. No bathroom door.
Yeah, no bathroom door. That's a major issue there.
You think? But like I said, it's my brother, so.
Yeah, so you guys were okay. Yeah, just to make sure you announce, hey, the seat's taken.
And there's nowhere to hide. I mean, if you're sitting in the bedroom, anywhere in the room, you're looking right in the bathroom. There's no way to hide.
Oh, no. Making eye contact? No, thanks. No, thanks.
Yeah, you about done yet? I've been in hotel rooms where there's no exhaust fan in the bathroom.
Oh, so the stench?
Yeah, just as personal responsibility. I'd like to clear this out before my wife comes in.
Is there a little Febreze or something in there at least? Come on.
Yeah. Light a match.
Something. Yeah, Mike, that's rough. Thanks for the phone call.
Yeah, no door. Sometimes I've been confused. I'm easily confused at times where, those pocket doors, normally you see the door, the open and close door, right? Hinge doors. That's kind of what you believe. And then all of a sudden, and even those, you get those barn doors now that slide over in front, they're easily identifiable. Sometimes the pocket doors could be a little bit sneaky, but he said there was no pocket
It wasn't
door.
even anything, yeah. James in Allen Park, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, guys?
Good morning.
Hey, so I used to have to travel all the time for work, too. I have to fly all over. So one time I finally get into my hotel in Indianapolis after 10 or 12 hours of flight delays, and I finally get in, take a nice hot shower. I get out of the shower, start wiping my face and my whole body. I open my eyes, and I look at the towel. It's literally drenched or covered in dried, stained blood.
Oh,
After
no,
I
absolutely
just
not.
Really, really wiped my face and everything. I had a full-on panic attack. I lost it.
All right, so it wasn't like somebody just got cut shaving.
No. This was the whole towel was covered in dried blood. It looked like somebody got stabbed, man. It was awful.
I'm sorry, man. Like, I don't know how you handle that. That is
Dude, I
so
went down to
disgusting.
Did you take the towel to the front desk?
And all they gave me was a free voucher for another stay. Like, are
Oh,
you
yeah,
joking?
And a new set of towels.
Yeah, because you know what your thought is? I can't wait to stay here again.
Right.
Oh, no, that's a full
That's a
refund.
tough one,
and, oh, my God. James, that's terrible. Okay, I really wanted to get to Jim and Frazier. You see what this one says?
Yeah.
Jim, good morning.
Hey guys, I'm in Vegas March Madness last year, and I don't want to stay at the hotel, but it's a medium hotel, I guess. And I'm walking down the hallway. I'm all the way to the end, and I see a bunch of police officers and security across the hall. So I go in, and I'm like, "What the hell's going on?" Nobody's they're just standing there. So I look through the peephole, and they're still standing there. About 20 minutes later, so I decided to go out, and I go, "What's going on here?" They said, "Well, there's somebody passed away across the hall." And I'm like, whoa. Well, I find out later, I saw one of the security guards say, "What happened?" And I heard one security guard tell me the guy had a heart attack in the shower. And another security guard, about 10 minutes later, I said, "Yeah, I heard it." He goes, no, that's not the truth. The other security guard told me that the guy was stabbed in the bathroom by a escort.
Oh.
And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So I went to the front desk. I said, "Listen, I don't know if I can stay in this room. Somebody died across the hall from me." And they didn't even know about it. They didn't even know nothing about it. They go, "Really?" I'm like, unless they play stupid. So I moved. I said, I can't stay in this room. I'm sorry. You got to move me. They moved me to a different room. But it's just the whole weekend wasn't the greatest, to tell you the truth. But that really, I looked in the news to find out if anything happened, and nothing was in the news. They kept it real quiet. But somebody passed away across the hall from me. And I don't know if it was what was the reason why. Could never find out.
A lot of stabbing going on in that room.
Yeah. Hey, John, I was just going to tell you, I work for Ocampo over at Rochester Christian University. He always says highly about you.
Oh, yeah. Tell him I said hello. Is it
well, yeah,
Jared or the old man?
No, I'm working for Jared.
Okay.
Jared's the head coach, and I'm the head coach. I heard great stories about you and his dad playing against each other.
Oh, yeah. Bishop Foley, those were the days. Yeah. Tell him I said hello.
I will. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jim.
Basketball coach over there at Rochester.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Ruby's his dad was at Bishop Foley, played with Mark Campbell.
Oh, okay.
When I was in high school. Clausa beat him.
Of course they did, right?
Yes. No time left on the clock. Hit 2 free throws to win it. District championship. You're welcome. the good old days. Little trip down memory lane there.
Were you a good free throw shooter?
Good when it mattered.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah. And it mattered.
I was
Doug?
not. I was a terrible free throw shooter.
You could play for the Pistons.
Outside of about 3 feet, I couldn't shoot.
Well, you knew your range.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I knew my game's limitation.
Bank it off the glass.
Yeah.
That was pre-3-point line too, right?
No.
Sorry, cheap shot.
That was.
Cheap shot.
Jeez.
You got Carson Anderson coming up next. Doug, what should people look forward to?
Champ and Chump, plus lots of football talk coming out of the weekend.
It's 97.1.
Well, hello and good morning. Hope everybody's doing well on this Monday. It is Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. I'm Doug Karsch. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. You all right this morning?
Not really.
No?
I'll be all right. I had a little issue with the headphones.
Yeah.
And I walked into the building 30 seconds ago. That was not good.
Yeah.
So two things. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
The explanation is what I'm looking forward to because you apparently something is amiss.
So I'm working on the show at home on my computer, and I'm typing away the keyboard, and I'm knowing that I gotta get going here in the next 10, 15 minutes here. And periodically I hear some noises, and I'm like, what? And I have in the front room of the house, there's a stand-up piano, an old school piano, right? I don't play piano, but had an opportunity to get one for free. I'm like, sure, why not? It's nice, and I know people that play piano, and it'd be nice to have in the house. My mom does. It's great. But it rarely gets used. So it's over by the front door, and I hear some strange noise coming from it. And I start shaking my head because I've heard the noise before in my life, and I know what it is. It's a four-legged creature with a longer tail. Maybe not a longer tail. Longer tail would indicate rat. I don't think it's a rat. I think it's a mouse. And when there's one mouse, there's several mice, which is typically what happens. So I'm hearing this noise, and I'm just, come on. And meanwhile, the dog was outside. But then the dog comes back in, and I'm like, all right, listen, you've got one job. Be a mouser. Get rid of this mouse, or at least, trap it or do something. I just do what you got to do. And I'm finishing up on the show, and then I think I sent you the email, sent you guys the email, and then I went over and I wanted to explore it. And I didn't realize I was taking longer than I expected to explore what was going on. I'm trying to get a flashlight behind the piano, and there's like that inch of space or 2 inches of space between the back of the piano and the wall. And I can't see anything back there, but I know something is there. And the other thing I heard, which is really strange, but I don't think it's the mouse. It was just coincidence. I think it had something to do with like the heat and the heat shutting off. So on my guitar wall, I have some lights that hang between each of the hooks of the 11 guitars on there. And they're like Christmas lights or just lights, decorative lights that I have. And so they're weaved in and out of those hooks, and some of them occasionally it'll drop and it'll hit one of the guitars. That doesn't do any damage. It just, falls a little bit. So I'm working on the show, and I hear one guitar string going ding. And I'm like, what is that? In addition to hearing the mice or mouse or whatever behind the piano. So I'm like, come on, all this now? Like I have nothing.
Well, you could leave that, right? Well, you can actually leave them both.
Well, yeah, but I was just like, what is it? So I got up. I'm like, I'm not going to am I going to see like a squirrel or something there, like strumming on a six string? And no, there was nothing like that. And I didn't see the lights swaying or anything, but I don't know. I don't know why one guitar note was hit, but it was. And then I keep hearing the scratching, and Lois is going over to the piano, but she's not like going crazy and whimpering and whining at it. She's just kind of exploring, and then she goes back to the couch and lies down. I'm like, you've got a job to do. Come on, man.
You're trying to get the job to get the mouse out, the dog to get the mouse out of there.
To do something. And then as I stopped the flashlight, I saw on my phone what time it was. I'm like, oh, no. And hightailed it over here, and then the roads are not great.
Are dogs supposed to get mice?
I don't know. Probably not. I mean, it's more of a job for a cat.
Yeah, but I don't think Lois is going to do it if any dog is not going to do it.
I mean, Lois would be like, she's a setter, so she'll point at it. I would assume at some point she'd be like, her tail is straight out and the one paw up in the air like the setter's point. I think that'll be kind of cool if I see that. I doubt I'm going to see that because she just doesn't seem interested at all, which blows my mind because if a chipmunk dares to pass through the backyard, she'll go nuts and she'll trap the chipmunks in the downspouts of the gutters, and it's a whole ordeal.
Now you're hoping she becomes a mouser.
Yeah, now I'm like, okay, well, here, put your skills to test, okay? Because you'll bark incessantly at the chipmunk you've trapped in the gutter, but there's a mouse that's literally right there, and you're not going to do anything about it.
So you need the dog to be a asset.
Yes, instead of a blanking liability.
Yeah. Oh, well, good luck with that.
Yeah. Well,
I think you might want to look at a plan B.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
She just turned 11. I don't think she's interested in the mouse. Chipmunk, yes. What if I told her? Maybe I'll just tell her it's a chipmunk, and then she'll get excited about it again.
I'm not sure your dog understands English, Gator.
Well, she's an English setter. She should.
Yeah, well, you keep working on that.
Yeah.
She's just choosing to ignore Gator. She understands.
That's more likely the case. Yeah. So anyway, and then the roads were a little iffy, as I'm sure you guys had
again,
experience
everybody,
worse than I
you
did,
can't be
that.
careful enough out there. You know, it's.
I mean,
I love the winter, but there is certainly reason to be cautious when on our roads.
Yeah, because there were main roads that were still iffy, like Telegraph, for instance.
They're all iffy, Gator.
Yeah, well, I'm
saying like they all.
They got out last night, but they had to get something. I mean, they have priorities, and I assume that by the time we're driving home, it'll be way improved. But for people in the afternoon commute, I would hope that it's completely done.
One should hope. But again, no school for a lot of schools around Metro Detroit, and my wife being amongst them. And it's totally different, man. Totally different in terms of finding out how you don't have school. As a kid, I used to listen to the radio.
Yeah, you'd stand by the radio, wait for the announcement.
Waiting for Stoney to read off the announcement.
Every kid in our generation.
Keg, you're starting this week on fire.
Yeah,
back
well,
there.
you know what? I'm just not happy. This weather is killing me. I got to make myself happy, man.
That's the first thing Kang said when he walked in the building today. Like, he's so miserable in the winter, and I feel bad for him because I shoveled 4 times this weekend and didn't hate it, but I bet you hated every second of it.
Yep. The opposite of whatever you were feeling, Doug.
I was scrolling through my phone last night, and I clipped a video specifically for Kang to see if he can get interested in this winter sport.
And which was?
It's a video of like a downhill ski course, but it's people on BMX bikes in the snow, and it's all like iced up.
So is it actually, they are actual BMX bikes? Because now they have like snow bikes with like skis on them that you ride down the hill.
No, these were bikes.
Okay,
These were
gotcha.
bicycles, and I don't know if it was AI created or not. I don't think it was. It is hysterical because it's nothing but crashes. So it'd be Kang making fun of the people who are trying to take advantage of the winter. Isn't it great? We can go biking down a hill, and it's like just carnage.
Yeah.
So I thought Kang might enjoy that.
So you gave it not something you'd want him. You think he should take up?
No,
It's something that you
I think
just
it's just at least this provides some sort of entertainment during the winter months. Watching the stupidity with 50 to hundreds of people or whatever it is skiing down the hill.
Yeah, well,
not skiing down the hill. Biking down the hill.
I hate seeing our guy miserable, and I do encourage him to find something to latch on to is good about the winter.
So how did you find out there was no school, Doug? Does your wife just tell you to get a
She got an email yesterday, like during the Rams Seattle game.
Oh, really?
That they'd already canceled school.
That's great now. I mean, we get a text, we get a phone call. There's if you sign up for certain apps that schools have and teachers have, they can message you right away.
Yep, and I'm happy for all those school teachers out there, and of course the kids. The kids. I mean, I don't know that there's much greater news as a kid than finding out there's no school. Sorry, that's all right.
Yeah, when you find out that there's no school, it's the greatest thing in the world.
Yep. Craig in Fowlerville. Hi, Craig.
Hey, what's up, boys?
How we
I
doing?
remember the days. I'm your age, around your age, Doug, and I used to like huddle around the TV, and you had to wait because it would go by counties and then schools, and you had to wait like 10 minutes.
Yep.
And you were like had your fingers crossed. And anyway, there was a genius dad on one of the reels I was watching the other day, and separated family. And so the boy is over at dad's house. Looks like he's about in 5th grade. And mom calls the dad and says, hey, I just got notification. There's no school. There's a snow day tomorrow. He's like, oh, okay. So he calls his son in and goes, hey, man, we're with the boys this week. It's just you and me. I'll tell you what, you clean the whole house in the morning by noon, and you can stay home from school tomorrow. And the kid's all excited. Dad, you're the best dad. You really let me do that? Yeah, I got your back, man. You don't have to go to school tomorrow, but you got to clean the whole house. Thought it was genius.
That is brilliant.
Genius.
That is brilliant manipulation.
That's awesome.
I mean, brilliant.
I never thought manipulation sounds wrong. But when I was watching it, I wasn't thinking it was wrong. But now, Doug, that you use that U of M manipulation word, it kind of.
You know what's funny, Craig, is I do some of that too. Like one of our kids has a big ask right now. Ask. Yes, they're asking for something. Okay, come on. One of our children is asking for something that is rather significant, and we're probably going to say yes, but I'm putting together a list of things that need to get done first, even though none of our kids are in the house.
That's all right.
But
stop it from...
I'm still using it to, okay,
it's leverage.
The answer will be yes if these boxes get checked first. So
yes, there's manipulation.
That's manipulation.
And there's leverage.
Yep. It has nothing to do with what they're asking for. But all right, football weekend to digest. There's some interesting facts as we line up for the Super Bowl, and we got Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Champ and Chump of the weekend. It's People's Choice Awards, and the Champ and Chump get posted on our website on Tuesday. So who you got for Champ and Chump of this weekend? We'll have our nominations today at 10:35 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking for a brand new Chevy with a payment that actually fits your budget? Well, head on over to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where the deals are rolling in right now. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Equinox EV LT for only $199 a month, and that's with just $999 down. Want even more options? Yes. The 2026 Equinox LT or the 2026 Trax LT can be yours for just $249 a month and just $999 down. Now that's cutting-edge technology, bold design, and Chevy dependability, all at payments that make sense. Don't wait. Inventory is moving fast. So visit Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield at 696 and Telegraph today, or go online at sarahchevrolet.com and see why so many drivers are choosing Sarah. Together, let's drive. That was a savage manipulation by that dad.
Yeah, it was cool.
That yeah, it was cool.
I like it.
I'm going to use it, man.
Dude, it's awesome, right? I mean,
I'm
if
doing
you
it.
found out that there was no school, told the kid, clean the house up, you don't have to go to school tomorrow. The kid didn't know.
Yeah, but
So they got the house clean.
But kids are savvy these days. I mean, you know, at what age do you think that's not going to work? I mean,
Yeah, not at 7 is all I care about right now.
I mean, your kids have a phone, King?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, you still
So
have
you
the
got some
control of
time.
information.
Yeah,
You're in a good
right
spot.
now.
Yeah, that was total.
You got to get mom in on the act too, though, because
She'll be in.
Well, here's the thing: is I'm using it for on a kid that's 18 years old. We're likely going to say yes for what he asked for, but
but you're asking yours
there's
is a
a
different
checklist,
manipulation. Yeah. Well, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing. Yeah.
Well, you're living under our roof.
Well, he's not, but while we're
but he
paying the
said
bills,
school, yeah.
while we're paying the bills, 248-539-9797. Mike in Westland, you're on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, morning, John. I love your show.
Thank you.
So I want to play my champion chump. I'm going to do a cold champ and say both the Red Wings and the Pistons for their big wins over the weekend. And then my cold chump would be.
Well, you just need one chump. You can't go two chumps. It has to be one.
I'm going to say the Rams special teams blunders because in the end that came back and bit them.
Yeah, that drop punt was ridiculous, and it absolutely cost them. And I'm sure they're kicking themselves for it.
Right, I find saying their special teams coordinator got fired earlier in the season, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you wonder what they're going to do now. So anyway, thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it, Mike. Yeah, the Rams special teams have been a mess, and it eventually came back to bite them. And indeed, that was a huge play in that game. There were touchdowns given out by both sides. The Tariq Woolen personal foul was one of the dumbest and most costly penalties that you talk about a guy who let off the hook a little bit, because if you missed it yesterday, Seattle had gotten a stop and the Rams were looking at a 4th and 12. And after the play, Tariq Woolen had made a play, taunted the Rams bench. You could actually see an official warn him, but he didn't stop, and he kept taunting and taunting and taunting, and he went at Stafford, who said something back, and then Woolen got a personal foul for going too far with the taunting, which was 15 yards and an automatic first down. Stafford next play threw a touchdown pass to Puka Nacua, who was being guarded by Tariq Woolen. And I immediately said, watching with our daughter who was home and my wife, that is absolutely savage. Absolutely savage that Stafford went after Tariq Woolen. After Woolen had taunted Stafford and the Rams bench, got the personal foul, and Stafford went after him. And I'm like, I was just like, that is cold-blooded and savage.
Yeah.
And my daughter says to me, geez, Dad, is it savage? And I'm like, what? And she goes, use the word savage again, Dad.
Oh, no.
And then my phone buzzed, and it was a text from Gator. And Gator texted, this is literally as my daughter is making fun of me. Gator texts, so savage from Stafford to go right after Woolen after the taunting call. And I said, see, Kaylee, Gator used it. He said the exact same thing. And Kaylee says to me, it's kind of cool when Gator uses it. That's what it's like being a parent of a teenager.
She's great.
Yeah.
She's just great.
It's cool that you used it.
Well, I mean, in fairness, I wasn't in the room with you, so it's not like I used it 3 or 4 times prior to that.
Apparently, yes. I used it too many times, but
and now we're all concerned that we're using it too much, and we're going to ruin the
we're going to
effectiveness of the word.
as Kang said, the moment parents started making 6, 7 jokes, the joke was over.
Thank God.
Yeah.
That's why we started doing it on purpose.
But anyway, it was Tariq Woolen got let off the hook.
He did.
By them winning that game.
Yeah, and he's a good player and I believe available in the offseason.
There was rumors he was available during the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I like Rick Woolen a lot and love to have him on the Lions. I think he's a really good corner. But that was dumb, and it's a learning lesson for him.
It's a learning lesson for everybody.
Yeah, and then there was a play, I think maybe on the next series, where the Rams are on defense, and their defensive back had a quarterback sack of Darnold. It was like a 9-yard loss, and he's celebrating a little bit too long and doesn't get flagged for it. And then you can hear the crowd booing because they're like, well, wait a minute. Our guy gets a little excited. You throw a flag on him. This guy's going nuts, and you're not doing anything about it. The difference was, as soon as he was warned about it, he walked away.
And he wasn't doing it in the face of an opponent.
Well, that too.
Yep.
Yeah. But the Stafford play, I mean, I can only imagine what that's like. I would love to have been in the huddle at that time to hear Stafford call the play. Because that's why he did. He's like, all right, we're going right at him.
We're going right at him.
Where is he? Okay, he's on the left side. Okay, Puka, you're going at him.
Yep.
And just understand it's going to be a touchdown.
I don't know if Stafford called the play or not. I don't know if Stafford intentionally.
Don't give any credit to McVay. He doesn't have that kind of.
You don't think McVay has a savage bone in his body?
It's about Stafford. Not McVay.
Yeah, when McVay's calling plays, he's actually not really calling plays, Doug.
No, Stafford changes it. Stafford changed it, clearly, in my mind.
Yes.
In games I watched, that's what happened.
You were in a rough spot yesterday, McVay versus Darnold.
I know, jeez, man.
Two people that you really don't like.
Disdain.
Well, one of them won.
One of them lost.
Yeah,
Somebody had to.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that was quite a game. Seattle and the Rams. And basically what it came down to is Seattle got the stop. They got the stop late in the fourth quarter. They did give the ball back with 20 seconds to go, but that stop was the game. And, each defense, you're asked to step up and make a play and give the Seabags credit for getting that stop in the fourth quarter.
I was disappointed we didn't get one more play. I know it was the right call. Receiver is going out of bounds. He's tackled, and they just get the knee down inbounds before he slides out.
Mm-hmm.
And there were 2 seconds left, and it would have had a chance at one more play. But because tackled it inbounds, the clock keeps going, and the game was over. But I would have loved to have seen one more play.
I would have too.
The Hail Mary, because everybody tightens up in that situation. You don't know what's going to happen. But we didn't get to see it. And it's too bad. But the game was great in comparison, particularly to the first game, which was not great. But I did enjoy watching the NFC Championship.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Champ, Michigan State basketball for taking care of business against Maryland. Chump, Sean Payton for not kicking a field goal and going up 10. We will discuss that.
Did Michigan State beat Maryland?
Yes, they did. Champ of the weekend is Doug Karsch in honor of his adopted son, Jack Campbell, for winning the 2025 Pro Buckus Award as the NFL's top linebacker. Oh, he did? Jack Campbell won. Did you know about this? Jack Campbell won the Pro Buckus Award for the NFL's top linebacker.
Wow, look at that.
You don't say. Huh. Chump of the weekend is Sean McVay. That's from Bob in L.A. Champ Sam Darnold for silencing the naysayers. Chump Sean Payton for not kicking the field goal, and obviously a low-scoring game. That's from Rick in Ferndale. Champ Sam Darnold for showing all the doubters that he can win the big game. Chump Sean Payton for not going for the field goal with a backup quarterback in an important game like that. That's from Johnny in Rochester. Sean Payton getting a lot of early votes for Chump. Who you got for Champ and Chump on the weekend? 248-539-9797. Ours coming up today at 10:35. We have definitely reached the oversaturation and the enough point with something. We will get to that today, right after our Champ and Chump, and that is next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. Respect means treating you like family, not a case. They offer honest advice and a fair fight because that's what Michigan deserves. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. get right back to your phone calls here on the Karsch and Anderson program, 248-539-9797. Justin is in Livonia and is on 97.1. Good morning, Justin.
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I'm about to do your favorite thing, Doug, about to shovel my driveway.
Nice.
On that note, I wanted to champ and chump the weather, both. Champ because me and my wife are both teachers, and we got a cold day on Friday and a snow day today.
Nice.
And then I'm going to chump it because it killed my car battery.
Oh, that sucks.
So, yeah. And I had a quick story. The first time were cold days a thing when you guys were in school?
No. I don't remember that, Justin, at all. But it feels like it's a new thing.
The first time I ever figured out, I was in high school and we had to go to baseball workouts in the winter, like an hour before school. So I was there at like 6 a.m. and I went to go open the door and it was locked. And I was like, oh my God, that's weird. And then I found out school was canceled because it was too cold. Like there wasn't snow on the ground, but it was just too cold. I'm like, wow, that was one of the best pleasant surprises of my life.
Yeah, I don't remember that when we were kids. I mean, definitely had snow days, but it felt like they were more lenient on when they, making people go to school.
Mm-hmm.
That really had to get piled with a bunch of snow in order to get those snow days. And like Doug said, we were gathered around the radio listening to J.P. McCarthy let us know if in fact there was a snow day. But I think they err on a side of caution for good reason. And the roads are bad.
Yeah,
if you can't get out there and plow the roads, then you certainly don't want a school bus trying to traverse that. So I get it.
They're definitely more lenient, but I don't think anyone's too upset about that. So I don't know what the better feeling is, learning about it as an adult, as a teacher, or as a kid. I think they're both the same.
I thought it was easily a kid, but now as time goes by, I think the adults appreciate it just as much, if not more, than kids. When your school gets canceled and adults get the day off. I don't know.
If you're a teacher.
If you're a teacher, yeah. If you're
not a teacher, imagine you're pissed.
As a parent, it can be inconvenient. I do remember that.
Yeah, because you got to all of a sudden find daycare for your kids, and a lot of people, they use the schooling system not just for education, but to watch their kids while they're at work. So we're fortunate we have family, and now work from home is something that was never done back in the day when you guys were growing up. Like most people, you had to go into the building, the office. Now a lot of offices are doing work from home a couple days a week, if not the whole week. So
we're very fortunate having Granora and Papa nearby.
There you go.
Yeah, that can help out and did help out back in the day. But
periodically you bring your kids in.
Yes, that has happened too. So one of the things about, I don't know how everybody's significant other operates, but when my wife finds out that she does not have school, I get very happy because I know when I come home from work, she will be very happy. Because we operate in a completely different sphere. I will once every 2 weeks put together a checklist of things that I need to get done and attack it and then chill. Get it all done and then chill for a couple weeks and then put together another list. All right, what do I need to get done today? If I have a free day and, some time. I think my wife has a constantly reloading list of things to get done. Like she's always adding to the list, whereas I will compartmentalize and use a day to get stuff done and then not worry about anything. And I put myself in a good mental place once I've gotten a bunch of stuff done. I think she's got I think the list is constantly refeeding and being updated. And so a day like today where she can attack it, by the end of the day, she'll have added to it though. So, cause that's kind of how she is, but she will be happier when I get home today. So I like that.
Can you take advantage of that?
Oh, that?
Well, I mean, there's nobody in the house anymore.
Well, I mean, things are different these days.
Happy wife, happy life.
All right, let's get to our championship of the weekend, Gator. My champ of the weekend is, I was going to go with somebody completely different, but look, Jack Campbell got named the NFL's top linebacker over the weekend, the Buckus Award or whatever it's called. So I'm going to go ahead and go with this Jack Campbell guy who is a linebacker for the Detroit Lions. Apparently, he's really good.
Yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad. Here's somebody else who's not bad. Is Sam Darnold. He's my champ of the week.
Whoa.
Dude's been incredible. I got to recognize that, and I recognize that. He didn't shrink in the big game like he did last year when he shrank in big games against the Lions and the Rams. The only games he lost were against those two teams. But he's really grown. As a player, he looks like he's on a mission. He's way better in the playoffs than what he was in the regular season. He was good in the regular season, good to great, but he's been spectacular. 346 yards, 3 touchdown passes, didn't turn the ball over, and that's in the NFC Championship game, and now he's playing for a Super Bowl. So congratulations to Sam Darnold. He's done a great job.
All right. Chump of the weekend. I agree with somebody else who called up the Rams special teams. Problem all season long, and it cost them on the biggest stage. Well, the next to biggest stage, I guess.
I'm going to change my chump. I had one thing, and now I'm changing to the other. I'm going to go with the Minnesota Vikings for making the decision to move on from Sam Darnold. When you had him, you could have signed him, but you chose not to. You went with the rookie quarterback who was hurt all last year and thinking that was going to change things this year, and it didn't. They were out of the playoffs this year, and they were 14-3 last year. And now you're watching the guy that used to command your team and led your team to a 14-win season, and now he's in the Super Bowl with somebody else.
Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump on the weekend. Who do you think had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We go to Bill in Madison Heights. You are next. Hello, Bill.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
A couple of quick observations in the Champ and Chump. It appears the defense is back this year in the NFL, and I'm looking forward to Puka Nakua's off-season playing Eddie Van Halen in the Eddie Van Halen story. So I don't know if you've ever seen him with his helmet off, like his hair flapping in the breeze. Dude is like Eddie Van Halen, man.
He's got some EVH. He's a little thicker than Eddie, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, I couldn't believe it yesterday. But my champ is Sam Darnold. I mean, good for him. Just good for him. And my chump is the Pittsburgh Steelers, because they hired Mike McCarthy as a coach, which probably means Rodgers is coming back, and we're going to have to deal with that again for a year.
Yeah, I was kind of looking forward to him going away. And you know what him beating the Lions this year just made it even worse. It was already bad enough, but that Blanken guy.
Yeah. Yep. Oh boy. Yep. Okay. Well, we'll have to take it another year, it appears. Okay, guys, have a good one.
Yep. You too, Bill. Thank you for the phone call. So, Gator, there's a storyline that I have talked about for years, and it's something I call the pendulum of luck. I feel like in the end, you have your good luck and your bad luck, and that it generally all evens out in the end. If you stick with something long enough, your good luck and your bad luck, it all evens out. But there's also a great saying that luck is a combination of preparedness and opportunity or something. Chance favors the prepared mind.
Sure.
I think Ansel Adams said that. Hey, whatever. You got to be ready to capitalize when you have good luck.
Photographer said that, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he took a picture. I think it was when he took in the deserts of New Mexico, where he.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, right. But it's like some old ruins with a sunset in the background, and he
right place,
famously
right
said, "Chance favors the prepared mind." Whatever. So, maybe he didn't originally say it. I don't want to start that debate, but you know the saying that you got to be ready to capitalize when you have good luck. The Blanken Patriots this year. Do you know how many teams in the regular season they played with a winning record?
At least 2. I'm going to go with 4.
No, it's 2.
Is it 2? That's it?
And they went 1-2 at games against Buffalo and Pittsburgh. They played Buffalo twice, Pittsburgh once. 17 regular season games. Only 2 of their opponents had a winning record when it was all said and done. That is unbelievable. They played 6 games against last place teams.
Wow.
More than a third of their schedule came against last place teams. The Patriots had one of the easiest regular season schedules of all time. They make the postseason, and Mahomes isn't there. Burrow's not there. They draw a Chargers team. They beat the Chargers. They beat the Texans, and I give them credit for that. Then they get Denver without Bo Nix. They have to be Jarrett Stidham to go to the Super Bowl. Now, that is a sports city that does not need any more luck. What do we say? It's 13 championships over the 4 major sports since the year 2000.
Yeah, 11 or 13. I forget the number. Yeah, it's double digits.
And the whole, it's been a 5-year wait since for the Patriots or whatever it is to get back to the Super Bowl. They did not need luck. They do not deserve luck. This is their 12th Super Bowl appearance. And they got a cake schedule. They got like a max schedule in the regular season. And they get Stidham and not Bo Nix in the AFC title game. And if you are a lifelong Boston fan, whatever, I don't want New England to win this. I want Sam Darnold and Seattle to win this so bad. Boston does not need another championship. Those fans have been as spoiled as they can be. And then they get that schedule. And, I guess, again, they were prepared and took advantage of it. But this seems to be like one of the most cakewalks, the biggest cakewalks to the playoffs and, quite frankly, to the Super Bowl any team has ever had. And I can't believe Boston gets this. I can't believe that city gets to have another team play for the whole thing. And meanwhile, the Lions can't keep a healthy defense on the field. And the Lions have been the creators of their own problems historically. But now they have the most competent management team, coaching staff, one of the more credible rosters they've ever had. And we can't get an ounce of good luck with injuries. And these blanking guys with 11 Super Bowl appearances already and a chance to become the winningest team in the history of the game if they win this Super Bowl gets that schedule and that postseason path to the Super Bowl. Are you kidding me?
Well, it is still a really good football team, despite the fact that the regular season was, light, to say the least. I mean, they've gone out, marched on, and took care of the Chargers, held them to a field goal in the first round of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. They beat Houston. Houston was awfully good, has a great defense, and they almost doubled them up in points, 28-16. And then they go on the road to play in Denver. Yeah, no Bo Nix. But all I was seeing all week last week and over the weekend was how accomplished Jarrett Stidham is and how there's not much of a drop off at all with Stiddy. And I was getting annoyed with the hype for Stidham. And he starts off and he throws that long pass on the first drive. I'm like, wow, okay, here we go. This might be something. And then it ends up literally being the only play Denver had all day.
Yeah, hype doesn't matter. No. All that matters is what you have to do, what you get to do on the field. And what they had to do wasn't much compared to what other teams have had to do.
They'd still be in the playoffs, I think, even if they had a little bit of a tougher schedule. But I bet
if they played 14 games against teams with winning records, they wouldn't. Well, if it was inverted.
I don't know. But I would say that I'm not losing sleep over that luck part. To me, the luck was maybe not so much luck as they knew this all along, is that Vrabel was going to be their guy. That when Mike Vrabel became available, they were going to make the decision to go get the guy who used to play for him and knows what it's like to win. And everybody's going, I cannot believe that Tennessee let him go. And that's the thing. Getting that first-year head coach, first year with the team anyway, first year with the Patriots as their head coach, and he gets them to the Super Bowl. That, to me, is the most fortuitous thing that happened to the Patriots, is that Mike Vrabel was available for them to hire.
Oh, I think it being the schedule. That schedule, their opponent combined winning percentage was under 40%. Only team in the NFL that had that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump. Get him in every Monday, 97.1.
Hey, are you kicking off the new year by trying to save some money? Maybe take some ice cold showers, just use cold water on your face in the morning? Yeah, don't do that. Me neither. I mean, that's awful. And right now, with the weather being as cold as it is, and it doesn't look like it's going to let up anytime soon, make sure that your house is ready for it. And that's why I called the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating and Cooling. And don't let a frozen pipe or a broken furnace derail your New Year's goals before January's even over. Their local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can focus on starting the new year warm and stress-free. So whether it's your furnace, your your water heater, boiler, or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. What a weekend of NFL playoffs. And indeed, we get the Patriots and the Seahawks. And I can't stand Boston teams. And this Patriot team, quite frankly, got handed one of the easiest schedules I can ever remember a team that has made it all the way to the Super Bowl, regular season, and quite frankly, postseason included. 248-539-9797. And if it happened to anybody else, I'd be, wow, that's some good fortune, and I probably wouldn't really care all that much. But the fact that it's a Boston, it's a fan base that doesn't really need another championship, I mean, given their recent success. And look, yeah, got it. They've run some of their teams have been really, really, really good, and they deserve credit for that. But as an outsider looking in, I don't really care. The last thing they needed was that cake schedule. Let's get back to your phone calls. Joe in Marine City. Hi, Joe.
Hi, how you guys doing today?
What's up?
I want to see Seattle go. They're usually not my favorite team, but like you were talking, that was such a cake schedule. Drake May's got plenty of time here to get to the Super Bowl again. I'd like to see Darnold do it. He really came through. But I think what would be a really great tribute to him is if the whole team would dye their hair and beards red. Then they could go out there and, they could take anything that's said to them about being ginger.
Yeah, I don't think they probably care all that much to do that, but that's a funny gesture. I suspect it won't happen.
I think it'd be great on TV.
That's solidarity, I guess.
I mean, it's not like he's getting beat up. I think most people see outside of Gator, although you gave him champ of the weekend. I think most people, I don't think, is Darnold taking a beating, or is Darnold kind of getting some praise?
He's getting tons of praise right now.
Yep.
Because he's doing it in the postseason. Last year he did it in the regular season, and then, things didn't work out for them.
Mm-hmm.
This year he did well in the regular season, but he wasn't elite in the regular season. He's been elite in the playoffs. He's taken it to a whole different level. That's what has me making him champ of the week.
Dan and Warren, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey guys, happy Monday.
Thank you.
Yeah, Doug, I got to agree with you. Boston fans don't deserve any more championships. I like Tom Brady, I'm a Michigan fan, but that fan base in all four sports have had success recently more than they deserve. And I have a champ and a chump.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it has to do with competence, and I give him credit for that, but that doesn't mean we have to like it when they get handed that schedule. I mean, are you kidding me?
Well, they were a last-place team that was going to get that schedule.
Yeah.
It's cyclical, and guess what's going to happen next year? Not the same.
No, and I look forward to that, but, the Stidham thing instead of Bo Nix is like the icing on
What,
on
Stidham
top.
could have gotten it done?
No, he couldn't.
Oh.
I feel like that hype gator that you were talking about was coming from McVay, and everyone was just repeating what he was saying because McVay was so adamant, like, there's no difference. We're gonna watch.
I mean Peyton.
Peyton, sorry, did I say McVay?
you did, yes.
The two Seans are mixing me up. Sean Payton kept saying, well, just watch. You'll see. And
Well, I mean, he led the charge for sure, but there were tons of national people that kept coming out and saying, oh, Stiddy can get it done. Stiddy's great. The Patriots wanted Stiddy too.
Nobody would make an argument that they'd be better off with Stidham than Bo Nix, though. And we all knew
They
it.
shouldn't.
We all knew it.
Well, tell that to Sean Payton, who's calling plays like he still had Bo Nix out there.
He kind of did.
And that's what made me mad, guys, watching as a Lions fan. You saw the AFC, all the quarterbacks are missing from the playoffs, right? Let alone Josh Allen was like the only true, one that you had to worry about from the AFC, and he didn't make it out. And then you look at the NFC. This was a year, what a bad year I felt like for the Lions to crap the bed. You know what I mean? Like the injuries, the play, whatever, everything. Had they made the playoffs, I think they would have had a real shot. But, of course, you got to win the games that are scheduled to you, whether you have New England schedule or the Lions schedule.
They couldn't beat Minnesota.
Yep.
Twice.
It's terrible.
Yeah. Guys, can I get a champ and chump in?
Yeah, real quick.
A champ, Michigan Wolverine basketball. Chump, Colin White for calling us out and being his arrogant statement.
For people missed it, Ohio State players said we're going to go up there and beat them and have fun doing it. And look, Ohio State stayed in that game for a long time. Michigan eventually wore them down and got another double-digit win. They aren't executing on the offensive end the way they have been. Their defensive effort is still there, but
only winning by 10 now.
It's funny because that's where, again, we talk about how they change where the bar is set. But there's a game at the end of this week with maybe the two best teams in the Big Ten, especially with Purdue losing a game. Much respect for them this year, but Nebraska probably has something to say about it. And they play in Ann Arbor tomorrow night, which would be quite a showdown. 248-539-9797. Leon is next. Hello, Leon.
Hey, Doug. Man, I'm really bummed because you're just being so disrespectful.
I'm losing you there. I'm
saying it's a cakewalk.
Well, Leon, sorry,
Patriot?
you're saying I was being disrespectful to the Patriots. You were breaking up there. I just want to make.
Oh yeah. You were being disrespectful and to be honest, really, really whiny. I mean, you're just coming off as really whiny. Talking about an NFL team having a cakewalk. to get to the Super Bowl? I mean, are you serious?
Very.
Can anybody's schedule really be that easy that they could have a cakewalk to get into the Super Bowl?
Yes, this Patriots team.
Example. Well, I disagree with that because
you're a Patriots fan.
No, not at all. No, I'm a Lions fan. Die-hard Lions fan, 50 years.
And you don't think the Patriots had an easier schedule?
You know, I don't believe in easy schedules. You know, I know people say that, oh, they had a winning schedule, they had a pass schedule. When you see the Lions, who weren't that great this year, get beat by a third-string quarterback in Minnesota Vikings, but yet they also, but then they score 51 points against Chicago, who wins the division and goes on to win a playoff game, and we beat them twice. I mean,
why is it a problem? Hold on, Leon. Just real quick. Why is it embarrassing to lose to a Minnesota team with a third-place quarterback? Why is it, or a third-string quarterback? Why is that embarrassing?
I don't know.
Because they're not very good. Because they're not very good.
But if it is, what did he have? 13 yards passing?
Yeah, that's the point. That's an embarrassing loss because that's a game you should win. That has nothing to do with the Patriots played a bunch of games against opponents like that. They played more than a third of their schedule against last place teams. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Athletics' Keith Law released his list of top 100 MLB prospects today. The Tigers have 5 players on the list, including 2 in the top 5, as Kevin McGonigal is ranked number 2 in baseball. Max Clark came in at number 5. Number 17 was Bryce Rayner. Josue Briseño was at number 59, and Max Anderson rounded things out at number 91. With 5 prospects in the top 100, the Tigers were tied with the Orioles, White Sox, and Guardians for third most among MLB teams. The Dodgers and Mariners led all of MLB with 7 top 100 minor leaguers. The Brewers had 6. Pitchers and catchers report to spring training in just over 2 weeks. We also have some fun betting props for Super Bowl 60 already. BetOnline is already asking which local landmark will be shown first. Will a streaker enter the field? Will the national anthem be over or under 125 seconds? And what Gatorade color will be poured on the winning coach? My personal favorite prop bet question is, will the Seahawks attempt to pass from their opponent's 1-yard line? Yes is plus 350. No is minus 600. Some decent return if the Seahawks were to repeat one of the worst mistakes in sports history. And finally, despite no local sports going on tonight, there are 2 really good college basketball games on tap. Number 23 Louisville is heading to Cameron Indoor Stadium to face number 5 Duke at 7 o'clock. Then out west, consensus soon to be number 1 pick A.J. DeBonsa and the 13th ranked BYU Cougars will host undefeated number 1 Arizona. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, look, I just want to make this point. I think the Detroit Lions have mostly been a victim of their incompetence historically. Okay? Don't let that be lost in this. I also don't think they've had their share of good luck. And the most recent teams, if they had some better luck with injuries, they probably would have accomplished greater things. Luck is part of the game. But that is a completely separate issue to the Patriots' schedule. The Patriots' schedule is what it is. They played 2 opponents during the regular season that had a winning record.
Well, that's the luck part, sure, because it's the luck of the draw of what you're going to go against a certain division outside of yours, and if you're coming off of a losing season, you're going to take on that last place schedule, and that's going to help them out too. I don't know if they expected Miami to be a bad team, but Miami, they played twice this year in the division, and they handled them both times.
And it's not like that lucky schedule went to a long-suffering fan base.
Well, that's what's bothering you. I understand that.
The city of Boston and the success that they've had in sports, they don't need this.
No, they don't need this. And I don't know who I'm going to root for in the Super Bowl.
Oh, I know who I'm rooting for.
Well, I know who you're rooting for, but I figured you would think that I still have the Sam Darnold disdain. And do I want to hear that story? I don't want to hear the story, but at the same time, the guy's earning it. And I can respect that. And no, I don't want Boston to win another championship. I wanted New England to beat Denver. Mm-hmm. But beyond that, this is not a Super Bowl I'm excited to watch. And yet, that's just from a rooting interest. From a football interest, a pure football interest, I think this is a fascinating game.
Well, and then the other thing is, like the caller said, I sound whiny. He might be right. I don't deny that. And being the sports fan in me is coming out, and I've had enough of Boston sports teams. 248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Get your Champ and Chump votes in here on 97.1. And what do we got here? Champ. Trey Burke, his speech at halftime was beautiful and very heartfelt. Chump, Sean McVay, for not going for 2 at any time, so a field goal would have tied the game late. Should he have gone for 2 at any time? I have to go back and look at the circumstances and see that it made sense. Because I didn't ever think it didn't cross my mind that he was making a strategic error, not going for 2. Am I wrong?
I don't know if it was a strategic error, but I do remember one point they scored a touchdown. I'm like, are they going to go for 2 or not? Not that you had to. It was thrown in your face, but just how aggressive teams are. And at the time, okay, if you kick the extra point, you're going to be down by, I think it's when they scored their last touchdown. You're going to be down by 4. It was 30. It was 31-20, I think, at the time. So you'll be down by 4. You'll be down by 3, and they chose to kick the extra point. Because there was plenty of time. He had the whole fourth quarter, if I'm not mistaken, or pretty close to it.
Yeah, it was 2:06 to go in the third quarter. The touchdown made it 31-27.
He could have gone for 2 there.
He could have. Probably thought he had enough possessions that it wouldn't have mattered, but
well, then you had the next. I don't know if it was the next drive.
The next drive is the one
quarter where you're all the way down the field and you go for it.
Yeah, the next drive was when they didn't score. Yeah, I mean, I guess he could have gone for 2 there, but vote is in for Sean McVay for Chump of the Weekend.
Okay.
Champ Stephon, yeah, you're not going to argue that. Champ Stephon Diggs, Chump Jarrett Stidham. He had a chance of getting a nice contract if he put a couple of nice games together, but failed to do so. He got off to a great start. But yeah, it didn't work out.
Well, he's not going to get that $30 million a year contract, no. But he's also a guy that was highly thought of as a backup quarterback, and I don't know what his contract status is, if he's year to year with the 1-year deals right now, but some team's going to give him a decent amount of money, but he's not going to get like tens of millions of dollars.
Champ, the Pistons, they keep winning, being up 5.5 games in the East. Chump, Peyton for not kicking a field goal, knowing weather will play a factor.
Well, the Pistons, my God. I mean, they had, 76 or 78 points at halftime yesterday. They had 8 players that scored at least 11 points in the game yesterday. Given the opponent's nothing special, but they just take care of what you got to take care of. You know, a huge game for Cade Cunningham. They're able to rest guys in the second half of that game.
Mm-hmm.
It was a nice game to have.
Champ is Sam Darnold. If he wins the Super Bowl, he surpasses Indiana football as the best football story. Chump is Mother Nature. That's from Jeremy and an Igloo.
I don't think it passes Indiana. I think Indiana's story is still unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle was winning Super Bowls and playing for Super Bowls in the last 12 years, right? When these two teams met last time. It's been a good franchise. They've been a very good franchise. They've drafted extraordinarily well. They're always competitive. I don't think it's the same thing. I think Sam Darnold's story is a pretty great one at redemption. We cast aside by 4 other teams, and now he's thriving with Seattle. That's a good story. I don't know if Seattle is the big story.
I think one thing that's going on with Seattle is one of the most difficult things to do, and we'll get to that today at 11:20 because somebody deserves a ton of praise today, and it's not Sam Darnold. We'll get to that today at 11:20. Jake is in Windsor, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys. I just have a Champ and Chump here.
Yep.
Champ is going to be Craig Berube. I don't know if you've seen that, but he went down at the gym apparently, or he had a gym accident. He ended up getting 50 stitches in his head. So he went
hold on. That was a real picture?
Yeah.
I thought that might have been AI or something.
No, because he came out in the press conference with a black eye and the Frankenstein's monster scar all across the forehead.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, it was a gym accident. I don't want to get into it, which I'm like, let's get into this. How do you injure yourself in the gym where you have to what did you say, 53 stitches, Jake?
I think they said 50. I'm looking at the media release right now.
It is.
It was a gym accident.
It's a classic Frankenstein, total see the stitching along his forehead.
Yeah.
It is creepy.
It's like a baseball.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like he dropped maybe a cowbell on there or something. I don't know.
Something had to get dropped on his head.
Like, sometimes you don't need more
cowbell. Anyway, the guy's a stud for being on the bench the next day with no lid on, just showing his 50 stitches.
Yeah.
Looking like Frankenstein.
Yep.
My chump is going to be Tony Romo because that guy's awful. The game was boring as it was, and then you have to listen to his nonsense. It's just, guy needs to get out of commentating.
Okay, got you down for the vote. 248-539-9797. Thank you for the phone call.
If I was at that hockey presser, I would have been like, Coach, I'm sorry. I have a lot of questions, and none of them are about hockey. None of them. Like, everyone sit back for a second. I'm going to handle this.
Can you give us something? I mean, I know you don't want to get into details. It's probably embarrassing. You slipped and you fell or what, but how?
What were you doing? What machine were you on? What was the exercise?
How does
Is
that
there
work?
video? Have you asked the league if you could wear a hat on the bench?
I mean, at this point, I'd probably give him the visor fake hair. I don't.
Seriously?
It's a circle.
Yes.
Like the stitches go in a circle.
It's like a horseshoe.
It had to be a plate. Like a plate had to get dropped on his head, right?
Or I don't know if it's. I don't know. I want to know. Like, was he just like not paying attention, or where he's walking in the gym and he walks boom right into the squat rack?
You know how that doesn't happen? if he's wearing a helmet.
All right.
With the visor.
I beat everybody to the joke that people make about me because I ride my bike with a helmet on.
Ride a stationary bike with your helmet on? Because he was in the gym.
Man, hockey coaches are even tougher than everybody else.
Dude, like, honestly, it's unbelievable. If you haven't seen it,
Craig
Berube, Berube, Google search, image search.
And actually, you know what? Take some time to watch some old Craig Berube highlights from when, as a player. He was a tough man on the ice. He was no stranger to dropping the gloves.
248-539-9797. Brandon in Detroit. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, Doug, Gator King. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, my champ of the week is Sam Darnold for showing that he can get it done. And my chump is Tyreek Woolen. That dude's almost single-handedly cost the Seahawks that game. Committed three faux pas in like 2 minutes. He first of all missed the interception. Like, okay, well, just make it up. We're getting the ball back. Then he commits the penalty that keeps the Rams with the ball. It's like, okay, well, at this point, just stop what's going to happen next. And then he gives up the touchdown. It's like, dude, if they would have lost, I wouldn't be surprised if people in Seattle would have wanted him out.
It would have been bad. And the taunting of another. I've never quite understood. Why don't you just celebrate with your teammates? And I watch guys get up and get in an opponent's face all the time, Brandon, and I cringe. I'm like, you're going to cost your team, and Woolen did, and
Exactly.
it was about as costly a scenario as a player could have, and he is very fortunate that they won that game.
That's right. Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Yep, thank
Love the
you.
show.
Yep, 248-539-9797. Want to praise somebody else on the Seattle side because I think they've done something that is incredibly difficult to do and just speaks to nothing but competence. We'll get to that today at 11:20. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to warm up your winter with these hot deals. Like lease a new 2026 Chevy Trailblazer LS for only $218 per month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $218. Unlock the savings with their GM employee discount and current lease in the household. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH, or go to saysarah.com. Warm up your winter and get there fast because these hot deals won't last. Together, let's drive. See dealer for details. Offer ends February 2nd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls on a Monday. Champ and Chump, let's get him in. And Brandon is in Shelby Township and next. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Great.
So I wonder if that hockey coach was at Planet Fitness, because if you drop a weight at Planet Fitness, they have the lunk alarm. So I wonder if he got the lunk alarm pulled on him.
What's a lunk alarm? A lunk alarm?
So somebody's trying to lift if they're trying to lift too much heavy weights and they're trying to be like a meathead, if they drop the weight, a big alarm goes off so everybody knows that person's like trying to overdo it.
Because Planet Fitness prides itself on, the no judgment zone.
Right.
And so you don't have like the big bros out there getting swole. Those are the lunks.
I see.
But anyway, so my champion Trump, I wanted to do Gibson. So I saw a thing that said he just had his second eight-game winning streak, and he has the best save percentage in the NHL since, I don't know if it's December or January.
Something like that.
And then my Trump is McVay. I know he was down 4 at the end of the game, and they didn't know if they're going to get the ball back. But I feel like he kind of pulled Dan Campbell by going for it on that fourth down.
Yeah, look, we got to talk about the fourth down decisions, because I feel like fourth down decisions are going to start coming up under scrutiny for the other. We've gone the other way completely, and people go for it on fourth down all the time, and I think the new edgy, crazy coach is going to be the coach that just kicks the damn field goal.
Well, that's one thing during the season is I was like, whenever Dan Campbell would do a fourth down, I was like, are we the only ones doing this? And then the more I watched the playoffs, I was like, hey, everybody's doing this, and it doesn't always work out the way you want it to, but we're not the only ones that are doing this.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely what people in the modern age of the NFL feel like. You don't second guess as much when you're the coach. I mean, I guess we do when our team, when it doesn't work out, and we've started to do it here in Detroit, but fourth down's the new third down.
Yeah, but
except not really. It's still punitive if you don't make it.
So people are upset that Sean Payton went for it on 4th and 1 in the end of the first half.
Mm-hmm.
It was 4th and 1. I mean, it wasn't 4th and 3 or 4th and 4. I mean, I get it. The weather's going to be a factor in the second half, and it was a tight game, but it was still the first half of the game, and you're going to end up pinning them way back if you don't get it.
It's a big topic I want to get into, but I teased something else. So I just want to follow through on the tease, but it's fourth down decisions, I think, are going to get a ton of offseason scrutiny.
Well, I do think that there's going to be a resetting of the algorithm or the mathematics that take place with all this, because now you've got another season's worth of data.
Yeah, the analytics love throwing up. Yeah. Analytics say go for it here.
Yeah, that's going to change.
The analytics may change on this one, but okay. Seattle, we've talked about this guy in the past, and I think he's on the brink of accomplishing something that's incredibly hard to do. John Schneider is the GM in Seattle. He built a Super Bowl winner and is on the brink of completely rebuilding it, as in no holdover players. He's the first general manager in NFL history to make multiple Super Bowls with the same franchise with a completely new roster and head coach. So he's already done that. He built a Super Bowl team, broke it all down, and built it back up. And, we've talked about model organizations and how the Lions, when the Lions were searching for their guy, which are the organizations we try and pluck people from? And we frequently said the same things. We said Seattle, we said Pittsburgh, and we said Baltimore. And to be fair, we also originally said the Patriots, but we always had the caveat with the Patriots. They've kind of caught lightning in a bottle with the coach-quarterback combination, which make up for a lot of other failings. But I'm not going to say we didn't include them in that group. We kind of always gave them an asterisk, and I think it's appropriate. But John Schneider in Seattle, what he has accomplished here, being able to build one Super Bowl team, then have it crumble, completely break it down, start all over, and build another one, is historically impressive.
He's the best. Years ago, when the Lions were looking to change their front office, and this was before they went to the New England way, we brought up John Schneider. Like, please God, is there any way we can get John Schneider? There are certain guys in the league that have that credibility, that have the resume. And Ozzie Newsome was another one.
Yep.
In Baltimore for all those years, and just get him on as an advisor of some kind.
Yep.
You see a guy who's as good as what they do, you need to find a way. And Seattle has been really smart in hanging on to their guy because he is a genius. And what they've done in the draft has been spectacular for the last 15 years. They've been doing it in the draft, finding ways to improve the team that may not be the most conventional or most obvious ways of doing it. And it's not like they're picking in the top 5 every year.
Yeah.
They've been able to reload and just get to where they need to get and making smart, sound decisions. I don't think it was easy for them to say, you know what, Geno Smith, it's not going to work out here. Let's find another way. And they did.
Yep.
And it's worked out. They moved on from Russell Wilson and they moved on from Geno Smith. And now here they have Sam Darnold and they're right back in the Super Bowl with a quarterback that everybody gave up on.
And almost, quite frankly, everybody. And, what's funny is realizing that there would not be accessibility. And tell me if this name rings a bell, because what we would do, and again, this is while the Lions were searching, but John Schneider builds a championship caliber team in Seattle. They're always good. They were killing it in the draft. You couldn't get John Schneider. Who's the next on the totem pole that you could go get to run the Lions? And we suggested the name Trent Kirchner, who was the vice president of player personnel. Go get Trent Kirchner. And in Baltimore, it was Joe Ortiz, who was like Ozzie Newsome's right-hand man. I think he ran drafts. Now, look, I don't know that we would still say that about some of these organizations. I mean, Pittsburgh did make the playoffs again, and now they've had turnover at the head coach. And Baltimore has had missed the playoffs, and they're having a turnover at the head coach. But up there in the Pacific Northwest, there's just John Schneider rebuilding the championship caliber team, and as a general manager. And I think our show space pays a lot more attention to like the GMs than we do the coaches, and as far as the moves that they make. This guy's the best.
Yeah,
he's just the best, and to be able to accomplish that. There's some other interesting facts as it pertains to this Super Bowl matchup. It will pit two teams that missed the playoffs from the previous year. So neither New England or Seattle were in the playoffs. Both will meet in the Super Bowl. And Kang's bet at the beginning of every year where he goes to Vegas and always bets a long shot to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Although this year he broke his
He did not do
trend.
it this year.
No, and what you did, I thought made sense. You broke from your tradition of picking a long shot to win the Super Bowl. You picked a long shot to win the Heisman.
Yeah, because, the football expert that I am didn't think a long shot could make it this year. I just looked at the field and said, Seattle, no way. New England, first year, first year head coach, but new head coach, second year quarterback, no way.
And it was always a team 50-1 or worse, right?
40-1.
40-1 or worse.
Yeah, mm-hmm. And
These
so
two teams had the same odds to make it to the Super Bowl or to win the Super Bowl. They were both 60-1. They would have fallen into your category.
Yeah, I know.
Little did you know in the time. Look, gambling's a hard thing. I'm not doing this to mock you because what you were at, you just for giggles.
Yes.
You'd go to Vegas every summer and pick a long shot, 40-1 or more to win the Super Bowl. This was like your tradition.
Yeah, and it's a dumb bet because traditionally long shots don't make it. And this year, 2 long shots made it. I would have had a shot.
Yeah.
Got a chance.
I would have had a shot.
I'm sorry, my friend, but 2 of them qualified this year.
And so then I made the bet with a college football bet. And instead of taking Indiana at 100-1,
yeah,
I took wide receiver Ryan Williams to win the Heisman Trophy.
And he
at
oddly
40-1
took a step
out
back.
of it by 3 weeks. He was out of it.
Yeah, it was a really weird year for Ryan Williams.
Not good.
No. I think you should get back to it. Maybe next year with your NFL
Well, next year,
long shot.
the 2 odds-on favorites are going to make it if I do it. So
Probably. Both 60-1 long shots to win it all, and they're playing in the Super Bowl. All right, there was something on TV this weekend that kind of irritated me, but it's just me, maybe. We'll get to that today at 11:35. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Get your Champ and Chump votes in, 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you. Who do you think had a great weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? By the way, was there anybody at Metro Airport? Did you see this car that crashed into the Delta Gate? What did we find out what the hell that was all about?
I don't know. I don't know what it was about. I saw it. I couldn't believe it.
The video and the pictures, and somebody drove through the sliding glass doors.
Dude wearing a St. Brown jersey.
Yeah, and smashed into the gate. And apparently, was there anyone hurt?
I don't think anybody was hurt.
Anybody was hurt.
No, and I think
I didn't see many details, but
that was not a Monroe St. Brown, right, Gator?
It was not.
Okay.
It was not. Just in the jersey, and fortunately for people, it's at a time where people aren't really at the airport right now with all the cancellations.
Yeah.
So fortunately, people weren't really. There weren't that many people around it when it happened, and nobody was hurt.
Dude, I wonder if anybody of our audience saw that, because that was
nuts.
Absolutely wild. And I'm not even sure just about everybody's been to the Delta terminal at Metro Airport. I mean, to get through those doors, you have to have some speed, right? You'd have to think. And yet you're driving.
You have to make a sidewalk and go in through. Yeah.
You'd have to make a right-hand turn to get that done.
Did he get a head start somehow? Or he just turned into it? Because he went straight into the luggage check-in area.
So any speed you'd have to have, then you'd have to make a sharp right-hand turn, maintain your speed to blast through the doors. And look, I'm talking at this as part of some grander plan. My guess is somebody had a bit of an episode, but that was a bit wild. I don't know if anybody saw it.
I don't think there was any injuries, right? Thank goodness.
I don't think so. No, and the driver didn't look like he was hurt.
Yeah.
Of course, the driver's never hurt in these situations, I feel like.
6 people were treated at the scene. This is according to the Detroit News. 6 people were treated at the scene. No visible injuries at that time. Suspect is in custody. Anyway, just a wild story. And I'm not quite sure how you get that done. I didn't quite see how it was physically possible to get enough speed to crash through the doors and make it all the way to the gate. When you're basically driving, it's not exactly north-south, it's kind of but you're going north-south, and then you have to start going east-west with it. I don't know. Just the whole thing logistically.
And hard right.
Well, I mean, if my plan was I'm going to drive a car and I'm going to make a right in through the doors and crash into the desk, and I'm scheming with some people, and this was our plan, I'd be like, I'm not sure that that's possible. I'm not sure that you can do that, but
I don't know. Do you do a lap around before? Just take a look to your right. Like, okay, if I go in between the Delta and Southwest entrance, I can. Yeah. I've got a clear space.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's nuts, and I'm glad everybody's.
Yeah, it's probably in the end because nobody's hurt. I'm not even sure it's funny because, again, somebody might have had an episode here. But thank God nobody was hurt. Wild scene. All right, there was something on TV this weekend that actually kind of irritated me, and it was Netflix showing American rock climber Alex Honnold summiting a 101-story skyscraper. There's a few things about this. One is, I think everybody has some degree of fear of falling. I get sweaty palms with the mere thought of climbing things like this. But I'm wondering why watch? Because watching somebody climb at a slow pace seems rather boring. So the other end of the spectrum is I'm watching for boredom or somebody tragically fall to their death. And I don't know what the appeal of this is. And on top of that, I think it's stupid. And Netflix carried it live. And so we did a little research this morning. I guess it was a 10-second delay because they can't very well just say, and if he falls, we'll follow him to the ground. And right? I mean, are they going to show his death?
Yes, they would.
Who wants to watch that?
I mean, I think everybody's seen the videos from over the weekend, and that's death. People watched it, and you'll watch it again and again to see what happened. So am I surprised if would Netflix have covered if the guy slipped on his free climb or whatever you call it? Of course they would.
You think they would have followed him to the ground?
Yes.
See, it was on delay. Kang, do you think they would have followed him to the ground, or they would have just cut out?
Oh, I would hope they would cut out. That's my answer.
And you know, I remember one of those guys in the wingsuit who interviews with him, talking all bold. And then he smacked into the side of a bridge and killed himself. And I'm thinking, was it really, really worth it?
Well, here's what we're going to hear from this guy at some point in the next 10 years. We're not going to hear from him. We're going to hear at his eulogy. He died doing what he loved to do. Because that's what you hear with these people, right? The thrill seekers, the ones that do the crazy stuff, and the flying squirrel suits these guys get into. Inevitably, they die.
They keep it up.
Yes, because it's not safe doing what they do. Is it exhilarating? Sure, I'm sure it's exhilarating, but you've got a death wish. And I lived life to the fullest. Did you? You died about 45 years before you were supposed to. So I do not care. So
you're
for
as hostile about it as I am.
I am hostile.
I don't
about
like that it was televised. I don't know. I mean, Dan Wetzel, who I have a ton of respect for. Did you see what he tweeted out?
I saw several things he tweeted out while it was going on. Is he the greatest athlete of all time?
He asked, and I'm like, Dan.
No, he's not.
No, he's the dumbest. I mean, I was like, Dan, come on, Dan. No. Like, there's. It's not like he's winning, and losing in that sport is punitive.
It's not a sport.
No.
I feel like you can't come back from it if you lose that.
Right? Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. Watching somebody slow climb up the side of the building, there's really two things: boredom and tragedy, and I don't want to watch either of those things.
Yeah. And look, the adrenaline junkie is going to go out there, do what they're going to do. Fine. I don't like to make them out like they're amazing people doing amazing things, because I don't think that's the case. I just don't. And you're not going to convince me otherwise. I get disgusted.
I guess anything I do, right, is mountain biking. What am I doing there? What am I doing? Am I?
Well, it depends how dangerous it is. I mean, if you're just doing it for exercise, it's one thing. If you're adding a little thrill in there, is that why you do it? Then okay, but understand that there is a big risk. But it depends on the track that you're going to go on. Like, how crazy are you willing to go?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to keep it within, because you want the exercise, which I think that's what you do it for.
I do it mostly for the exercise, but certainly there are different challenges. I mean, I'm not like doing anything that I think I could die. And that really isn't. There are definitely some trails, and I guess the same thing with skiing, where you could see there's some risk, but the amount of risk that is compared to this.
Yeah.
But I mean, I wonder if people watched it, because I can't for the life of me figure out why somebody would watch this. Because seriously, a slow climb is not that exciting. So what's the other option? Well, him falls to his death.
You're watching it to see the finish of it, to see the person get to the apex, and it's like, why do you climb Mount Everest? Because it's there, right? Mm-hmm. And okay, well, understand that the success rate isn't all that high, and people die all the time trying to do, or they freeze to death trying to do it. I wouldn't do it, but whatever, hook them, do what you're going to do, I guess. And but I imagine if you're watching it to see the accomplishment of getting to the top. I think it's a dumb accomplishment, but that's me. Or you're watching to see tragedy.
Damn. Well, I mean, anybody. Kang, you didn't watch this, right?
I did not, but I saw it trending, and I'm like, what is going on? It was just all over my social media.
Evan watched it.
Evan watches everything, I swear.
True, yeah. Anyway, if people watched it, I'm intrigued as to why.
Wetzel watched it, right?
Yeah, well, Wetzel, greatest athlete of all. Come on. Let's go to Juan in Roseville. You're on 97.1. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
I wanted to give my champ to Cooper Kupp, man. This guy, I got to give him all the credit. He came up from huge catches last night against his old team, who basically gave up on him. I know his health wasn't, I guess, that good last year. But definitely want to give my champ to Cooper Cup, and I want to give my champ to Scott Harris, who still hasn't given us that name yet, which I want one person we haven't talked about, which is Luis Ariz from the Padres. That guy is a hitting machine, plays all over the infield. But, yeah, that's what I want. I want to give my champ definitely to Cooper Cup.
So, yeah, the Scott Harris thing and the Tigers, it really is a lot riding on the next wave of Tigers. Their seeming reluctance to go with any contract that could be punitive and not allow them flexibility when the next wave of guys get here and is allegedly going to be the core. It could work out splendidly, but it's a bit of a leap of faith, and it's hard for fans. Like I want to credit them for building a winner and a team that people are impatient with, because I think we all would agree this is way ahead of schedule. We didn't expect to have back-to-back playoff teams going into the beginning of last year, but it also feels like they're teams that aren't getting much maintenance.
I think the Tigers are going to make another reasonably big signing in free agency, but it's going to be a pitcher.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen. I think that they like what they have offensively. They think guys can get better year to year, and they like the influx of talent they're going to get from the minors. You know, Keith Law just had his top 100 prospects in baseball from the Athletic, and he's got 3 of the top 17 are Tigers. You know, 2 of them are going to matriculate quickly with McGonigal, who's number 2, and Max Clark, who's number 5.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys are probably going to make the roster at some point this upcoming season. They should play in Major League Baseball.
Yep.
And Bryce Rayner is the other one who's at 17, but he's still a ways away because he's only played, part of one season in the minors. But they've got guys they really like, and guys that they're going to get an opportunity at the AAA level. Imagine Max Anderson starts at AAA. Howie Lee probably starts at AAA, but those are guys that get quick call-ups if they're off the good starts. And look, you can like it or not like it. I understand both sides of the argument here with Scott Harris that doesn't want to block guys from having the opportunity to make it to the major league level. But at the same time, I find it really kind of interesting that there was all the push from fans and from national media pundits that the Tigers were going to go get Eugenio Suarez at the trade deadline. Thought the price was too high to go do it. Now there's no price to pay other than money, and he's still a free agent.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting.
Well, over the weekend, Skubal got honored with his Cy Young dinner, and there was a little micro drama that played itself out there. I knew somebody was in the room.
Oh.
Something kind of funny happened. We will get to that today at 11:50 here on Karsch & Anderson on a Monday. Champ and Chump, let's get them in 97.1. Get to Pistons and Red Wings talk next hour. Champ and Chump. We do it every single Monday here on the Karsch Anderson program. Thanks for being with us. So somebody who was apparently in the room told me that the Cy Young dinner honoring Tarek Skubal, the Detroit Tigers management team, their table, as they were there because he's their guy, was right next to the Scott Boras table.
Interesting.
Little birdie told me that there was 2 tables there right next to each other. The Boras table next to the Tiger management team table. That had to be on purpose, right?
No, I don't know if it has to be on purpose. Why would it be on purpose?
Well,
I mean, that you're just asking for drama if you're doing that. I don't think that's what they intended.
I think they were asking for drama.
Really? I think it was just dumb luck.
You think?
Yeah, table 14. We'll put the Tigers there, and table. Then you don't even think about it when you snake it back and forth. So you come back the other way. It's table 24, and it's Scott Boras' table is right next to the Tigers' table. Interesting.
Anyway, I don't know that any drama came out of it. I just heard that was the case. I thought that was funny. So I asked Evan during the commercial break why he watched the free solo dude climb this building, and he said there was nothing else on. That was the reason why there were no games on he wanted to watch. And so because I don't know what the appeal is. It's either boring or tragic, and I don't want to see either. I don't want to be bored by a guy taking forever going up the side of a building. Not that it shouldn't take forever, but I just don't.
Right, because you're not supposed to climb up the side of a building.
But or he's going to fall to his death. Something once you see it, you can't unsee it. And, I mean, is Alex Hanold going to fall to his death at some point? Seems quite probable, and I don't want to see it. I guess I don't understand why it's on TV and what the appeal is to watch.
Well, apparently lots of people watched it. There you go.
Apparently.
So it's moneymaker.
Rick in East Lansing, you're on 97.1. Hi, Rick.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
A friend of mine sent this to me, and he said all the bodies on Mount Everest were once highly motivated people.
Yeah.
So maybe we should think about things.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, when they did the movie Free Solo, you could watch it, and it was kind of scary, but you knew he made it.
Yeah.
And I remember one of the things, the documentary they did about it, the people who filmed it, that was their biggest fear, that they were going to film him dying. And they really were conflicted about that.
Yeah,
So
I would be
show a
too.
tape delay or something, and yeah, maybe I'd watch it then, but I wouldn't want to watch it live.
Yeah, I've less than no interest in it, and I don't know, man. The whole thrill seeker thing, just I don't get it. 248-539-9797. Dave is next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, good afternoon, Doug. How's it going?
What's up?
I'm a lot like you in that, I have no interest in heights or watching anything like that. It makes my palms and feet sweat just thinking about it.
Yep.
And I lived in Taiwan for a couple years, and I can tell you that here in Metro Detroit or even in America, we have nothing that could even prepare you for the scope of Taipei 101. It was the tallest building in the world for a long time until they outdid it in Dubai.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time that I took a bus from where I was teaching to downtown Taipei and got off next to 101 and got out and looked at it, I literally had to sit down immediately. It made me dizzy, and I thought I was going to fall over. It's incredible how tall it is.
Dave, it's crazy because I think you and I then are very similar. I can totally see myself doing the same thing, looking up at it and getting dizzy and feeling like I need to sit down. And I can't even imagine like part of my daily routine being near the top of that thing. If you had an office or an apartment up there, I would never be comfortable. I'd be scared to death at all times.
So there's a large ball in the whole bottom. There's earthquakes all the time in Taiwan, like monthly, if not more. So the entire building beneath it is a huge iron ball so that during an earthquake, it has the ability to lean in any direction that it needs to.
I mean, there's just no way. There's no way. I don't even want to think about a building like that, let alone live in one or work in one, let alone climb the outside of it.
I know it. What an absolute loon. Have a good one, guys.
Doug, you know how you speak of like your palms get sweaty just watching or thinking
sweaty
about
now.
it? What kind of Gator? Is this a skill, a talent, or is he missing some kind of part in his DNA where he doesn't feel this? You know, like right now, my knees. No, I'm talking about the climber. I'm sorry,
Alex Honnold.
Yeah. How can he? I'm like you, Doug. My knees start to buckle just getting up like the fourth floor. I'm like, all right. And the elevator starts going up or whatever. I look down. If you happen to look over, you're staying high up at a hotel. You look out the window. Like, I don't know how this guy is able to function.
Might be mentally ill.
He might be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I say might.
Yeah. Does he have that gene where cilantro tastes like soap?
Maybe.
248-539-9797. D is in Detroit and next. Hi, D.
What is going on, DK, Gator, and my main man, Kane? Hey, bro, check this out. The Detroit Red Wings are for real. John Gibson has been that missing ingredient, solid goaltender. He remind me of the Chris Osgood days, bro. I'm telling you, the Red Wings are for real, bro.
It's really, really fun to watch. I worry a little bit about the Olympic break having the same effect that the Four Nations Cup had on them last year because they went into that as a winning team, came out of it as a losing team. And so
DK.
I know. Sorry, D. Sorry.
DK.
Yeah.
DK.
All right, let's go.
John Gibson is that dude.
All right.
Put your faith in Mr. Gibson. Hey, Talbot is not all that. I don't like him all, but Gibson, and like I say, Mo Seider, bro. Are you noticing what this man is doing on the ice?
Yeah.
Physically intimidating players. Now let me get to what I really call for. I just want to say, Coach J.B. Bickerstaff, bro, I love you. I love Cleveland even more for firing you and giving you the chance to come to this beloved state and turn this organization around. Think about this, DK. We won 44 games last year. Bro, we at 33 now.
I know. He's doing a great, great, great job, and hopefully it continues into the playoffs.
He's going to coach the All-Star team.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, for sure. One more thing before I go, I just want to say what's up to all. Remember back in the day when we drafted Cade Cunningham and Jalen Green got drafted? Cade got off to a rough start. Jalen Green got off to a hot start. Cade got hurt, and then you start hearing callers, and you guys out there, you know who you are. You guys called in and said Cade was a mistake. Jalen Green was a better player. Now look at it, bro. Jalen Green can't even get on the court, and Cade starting his first All-Star game. You clowns. Love the show, baby.
Appreciate it. People are quick to judge, and you get about a week. And the one thing that happens in sports is if you call it first, you get street cred amongst your friends. If you discover the next great athlete, dude, I saw this kid in high school, he's unbelievable. What's his name? Then it's like your stake. You have stake in that player amongst your buddies. Calling somebody a bust early is something that people like to do. And yeah, Cade got called a bust, and we took those phone calls. And we exactly aren't hot take artists here from 10 to 2. We said, just, relax, see what happens, which is not the hottest of takes. Why don't we just wait and see what happens? But it can be prudent at times. 248-539-9797. T on a cell, you're next. Hi, T.
Hey, what's going on, buddies?
How we doing?
Listen, Doug.
Yes. Yes.
I'm just going to tell you, I wasn't going to watch the solo thing, and then something said, let me watch this and see how this guy attacks this. Everything he did was from a strategic mode of operation.
Mm-hmm.
But 1,700 feet, this guy climbed from the ground all the way up, and then they had 10 of these lions that he had to somehow navigate on top of them. And then the amazing thing to me was the fearlessness of his mindset to be 1,200, 1,300, step out, take a look out, wave to the fans inside of the building. It was, and then go to the top of the spear.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
A ladder that was kind of.
T, sorry, we're up against a hard break. I don't know, but
don't care.
I really don't either. But Carson Anderson, 97.1.
The Red Wings will host the LA Kings at Little Caesars Arena tomorrow, and Detroit Free Press beat reporter Helene St. James reports today that defenseman Simon Edvinsson is not at practice this morning. He's missed the last 2 games with a lower body injury. Tomorrow's game against the Kings takes place at 7 o'clock and can be heard right here on 97.1. The Tigers are in the predictive news cycle in more ways than one today. This morning, Keith Law of The Athletic released his top 100 list of MLB prospects, which included 5 Tigers players. Kevin McGonigal headlined Detroit showing at number 2 in the top 100. Max Clark came in at number 5. Then just moments ago, BetOnline opened its books for Manager of the Year betting. In the American League, A.J. Hinch has the 4th best odds to win the award at 8-1. Dan Wilson with the Mariners is the favorite to win the award at 3-1. However, conversely, Hinch is also second on the list for first manager fired this MLB season. Yankees manager Aaron Boone is the favorite at plus 550, followed by Hinch at plus 850. Tigers pitchers and catchers will report to Lakeland, Florida for spring training on February 11th. And with no Pistons tonight, you could scout some other NBA teams if you like. The Cavaliers are hosting the Magic at 7 o'clock tonight in Cleveland. It's also a Peacock Monday as the streaming service will broadcast Blazers at Celtics at 8 o'clock, followed by Warriors at Timberwolves at 9:30. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's kind of cool about the Red Wings and aspects of the Red Wings, the Pistons and aspects of the Pistons getting votes for Champ and Chump of the Weekend. Almost all champ votes for them, of course. We got the NFL down to the last two teams. Super Bowl is set. It's New England and Seattle. Look, I irritated some people earlier in the show. Sorry, but I can't believe how easy New England's run to this Super Bowl has been. From a regular season that saw them only play two teams with a winning record and more than a third of their games against last-place teams, coupled with a playoff run that, I mean, look, teams that make the playoffs are pretty good, but the Chargers, the Texans, and then a very depleted Denver team without their quarterback, going against a quarterback that hadn't started a game in 2 years, and now they're in the Super Bowl, and that city of Boston. It's not like that's a long-suffering sports fan base that we can feel good about. In fact, they had about as much success as anyone, if not more than anyone, and that's to their competence. Good for them, but I don't need them getting the lucky draw either.
I saw this great tweet, Doug, that said, there are finally second graders in New England that get to see their team witness a Super Bowl.
God. Right?
Second graders.
Long-suffering second graders.
Hi, guys. I've been a fan since second grade.
Mm-hmm. Right? And the Lions can't keep a healthy defense on the field. 248-539-9797. Look, we brought up Alex Honnold, the free climber that climbed Taipei 101, formerly the tallest building in the world, and I don't understand it. To me, it's you're either watching a very slow, methodical process, which is boring, or you're watching somebody fall to their death, which doesn't appeal to me. And I get sweaty palms thinking about it. I'm a giant wuss when it comes to heights, but at the end of the day, to each their own, and certainly some people liked watching it. The appeal. Gator and I are more hostile towards it than we are saying, hey, whatever. But
I don't like promoting.
You don't like promoting?
No, I don't like promoting it. And you and I tend to look at the positive things in life and try to look at something and spin it into a positive. And, I suppose the positive is look what you can achieve. But what's the achievement?
Mm-hmm.
I climbed a building while risking my life doing it? Now what? I'm going to inspire other people to do something that's going to be life-threatening?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, though, get those votes in. We get back to your phone calls. Dave is in Troy and on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
I'll tell you, to me, I've been following. I do not free climb. I don't climb at all except out of bed. But I think he is probably the greatest athlete of our time. The upper body strength he exhibits, the strategy, the thinking, he's free climbed, I think close to 100, mostly mountains. But when he free climbed Taipei 101, that was about 1,600 feet. 90% of the grips were repetitive. They weren't jagged like you'd find on a mountain, one different at a time. And when he free soloed El Capitan in Yosemite, keep in mind, I said Taipei was 1,600 feet. El Cap is 3,000 feet. And he had to start the climb in the middle of the night with a flashlight on his head because that side of the mountain warms up so much that he'd be blistering hot.
So it just seems insane.
Yeah, if you study him, he's a very odd, and I mean that in a good way, adventuresome. He'll take risks that are staggering. No one ever thought, for example, he'd get married, because of the risk.
I don't even care. I just don't even care. I don't. I don't want to make this guy out like the great. You're right. I stand corrected. Let's end the argument. He's the greatest athlete of all time.
You just don't want to even have this conversation.
I get. I don't even. I'd like to be open to a lot of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I when we argue and debate things on the air, I'll be open to the other side, and I'll try to be as open as possible. And sometimes when I get hostile toward them, I usually end up apologizing for it, and try to calm myself down. I'm not going to get in any territory here where I'm going to understand it nor want to understand what goes in the mind. And he's a little odd. No kidding, he's a little odd. And he takes some extraordinary. Yeah, he's taking some extraordinary risks. I don't care that he climbed El Capitan and free soloed or free balled it or whatever it is that you're calling it. I don't care about that stuff. I just don't.
That is a risk if you're going to free ball it too, I think.
I mean, does it make it more risky?
Yeah, but Gator, did you hear? He takes some extreme risk. No kidding.
Yeah, that happened. Okay, great.
248-539-9797. Rob is next in Madison Heights. Hi, Rob.
Hey, boys.
What's up?
That was pretty good, Gator. Had me laughing. Well, I think he's like Evel Knievel, right? What's the difference? Just a new thing to do.
Exactly. It's another. It's
anyway,
a thrill seeker, adrenaline junkie.
Right.
But at least with Evel Knievel, he's wearing a helmet.
We used to watch Evel Knievel waiting for him to splat, right? I mean, it was all about.
I disagree with that. That's why I watched Evel Knievel as a kid. I watched Evel Knievel. I wanted to see him make the jump.
Sure. All right. Well, my grandson does this. He doesn't do the buildings and stuff like that, but he does the speed climbing. All right, and he can do between 40 and 60 feet in about 12 seconds flat.
Does he do it without a harness?
He has a rope on him.
Yes.
Okay, but he is literally still going up. But when he does his free climbing, he has to bring the rope with him. Okay, and it goes a lot slower. But the rope that he has on when he does the speed climbing, it doesn't pull or anything like that. It literally looks like he's running straight up the wall. It reminds me of the old, Batman and Robin when they're going up the wall with the rope. But he also does the bouldering too. He does the bouldering too, and he does it right here in Madison Heights at a big place out here, and there's one down in Detroit, but he belongs to a team there, and they practice 4 days a week, and this kid's got a grip like a vice, so at 15. But it's pretty amazing to watch, and we started him when he was little, and he's in high school now, and kid's just ripped, So.
All right.
Anyways.
Yeah, well, I mean.
Have you guys ever gone like the indoor rock climbing stuff?
No.
That he's talking about? Never?
No,
I'm surprised you haven't, Doug.
Yeah, right. It seems like I would, huh?
There's helmets and everything.
Yeah, but again, I don't want to fall. And
well, you're
harnessed in there. You're not going. The
true.
second you lose your grip, you're actually all you do is you drop like 6 inches and you're caught.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah, I'm not against doing that.
I've done it. I mean, it's difficult for sure,
Yeah.
and you do need a strong
fun?
grip. I mean, it was okay. I'm not a heights guy though. I mean, once I get to the top, I'm not feeling great. I want to get back down. You know, usually that's the celebration, but not for me.
You know what? You want to call this guy the greatest athlete in the world? Do it when
I don't want to call him that.
No, not you. I'm just saying people. Like you're talking about the rock wall and you're climbing that. If you brought an American Gladiators aspect into it, you bring Nitro into it, he's going to try to knock you off. No, you're talking athletes. Now you're talking an athlete.
Oh, where somebody's playing defense?
That's right.
Well, that's a sport.
Let's bring back American Gladiators. Let's do it this way.
Daryl in Belleville, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Daryl.
Hey, fellas, what's going on? You guys backed me up. I mean, wow. But I gotta give it to you on this one. You got a lot more patience than I do because you guys are cousins. Doing that. Look, I saw a movie. I just want to share this when I give you my champion chump.
Okay.
It was a movie with two young ladies, and they went to this radio tower that was like 1,000 feet. And I forget it was a one-word title. I can't remember the name of the movie, but they went up there and the ladder broke. And so they was up there until they started hallucinating. And I ain't gonna get into all that, but when the camera panned downward, I got vertigo. I was looking at it on TV.
The movie is called Fall.
Fall. There it is. I'm like, if I'm getting vertigo and dizzy and I'm looking at it on TV, look, What's the dude's end game? I just want to ask that.
Well, I asked that as well because I have a strong suspicion how it's going to end, and it's going to be,
the ultimate.
No, Doug, he's just going to keep challenging himself. I want to challenge myself. Go with the next big climb.
Come on, man.
I will guarantee Doug will never see the movie Fall.
Hey, Doug, look at it.
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Real quick, who's your champ and chump?
My champ is Sam. Sam, because everybody wrote him off. He didn't write back, and he just showed everybody. I mean, I kind of wrote him off too.
Yeah.
After last year, and then but not out loud. A lot of people got to be verbal about it. I just inside, we kicked his butt 2 times last year and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And my chump is his teammate. Like you guys have just explained, I can't understand how you want to, celebrate with your team that you did something good to help the team. Don't do something to hurt the team.
Right.
And what's his name? Woolen?
Tariq Woolen, yeah. And you see it all the time, and I hope everybody learns. And especially the teams that I root for. Because that could have cost them their season. Didn't. But 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. My chump is the dude that tried to catch the punt lying down. That's from an unnamed texter. You know what's killer? As sports, I think everybody who's ever been a fan of a football team has been a fan of a team that had shoddy special teams. And you spend your whole season scared that special teams is going to cost you. And then when it does, it's just like this I knew it feeling. And the Rams had special teams problems all season long. And their fan base, I mean, they fired their special teams coach during the year. Their fan base must be having I knew it. And when you suck at special teams, you always wonder, how come we suck at special teams?
Was it the Rams when they were on defense and they were rushing the punter and it was the holding call because the guy was going to block the punt? I think that was against the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's interesting. Like, there are little plays that shape every game. But, yeah, you're right. Everybody has had that nightmare feeling about special teams. Like, oh, they're going to drop this punt, or they're going to fumble the kick return. Someone's going to try to do too much, or they're just going to miss the field goal. You know, it can be brutal. And if you look back at the first game, the AFC Championship game, the kickers were combined 1 for 5 in kicking field goals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, given a couple of those field goals were long-ass field goal attempts.
Terrible conditions.
Yes, but nonetheless, 1 for 5 in kicking field goals.
I have a very low bar for my special teams, and it shouldn't be this way. I'm sure the coaches don't feel this way because they always say 3 phases of the game, right? Offense, defense, special teams. Mine is just don't lose me the game. Don't do, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to be extraordinary, but do the stuff that the easy stuff. Hit the short field goals. Catch the ball, you know, don't hold on the line. Stuff like that.
And some years you just have bad special teams. And when that's the case, it's like you're always on edge with special teams. And please not at the worst time. Please not at the worst time. And the Rams, it was just about one of the worst times.
Oh, no, and they've been bad all year. He's going to get fired. The special teams coach
they already
there.
fired one. Yeah.
I mean, it's not getting any better.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Doug and Livonia, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Doug.
Hi, Doug. How are you?
What's up?
Man, that was I just saw when this guy hit the summit at the top of the building this morning, and it's one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. I couldn't believe what I was watching because it was windy too, you know.
Well, they canceled it Friday because it was too windy, and they came back when it wasn't as windy. But yes.
Well, you know who Bear Grylls is. He's a survivalist, you know, and I watch him from time to time. He's kind of a daredevil, but he climbed Mount Everest when he was in his 20s. And somebody asked him recently, "Are you going to climb it again?" He goes, "No, that's too dangerous," you know. So at least he had some sense, you know.
Well, but then what eventually killed him? What was
Bear
it?
Grylls is still living.
Oh, is it Bear Grylls?
Yeah,
Who's the guy who got killed?
Bear Grylls.
I don't know. What, the guy in the flying bat suit?
No, the dude who got, was it a stingray? That wasn't you're right. That wasn't
Steve
Bear
Irwin.
Grylls.
Yeah.
Steve Irwin. Sorry, my bad. My apologies.
Yeah, Irwin.
That's
died,
different.
yeah.
Totally different. Different kind of thrill.
Yeah, Bear Grylls has his own show, and
you're right.
He's more of a survivalist, you know. But he did climb Everest, I guess, and he says, "No, I wouldn't do it again. It's too dangerous."
Interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, which is weird. Thrill seekers. Who am I kidding? I was about to try to get in the head of a thrill seeker. I have no idea what's going through their heads. Don and Trenton. Hi, Don.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
What's up?
So I got 2 things. Number one, the scariest special event thing I recall from TV was about maybe 10, 15 years ago when that guy free fell from 186,000 feet, setting a new record, especially after the person before him had died from the result.
186,000 feet? What do you mean?
Yeah, he was in a capsule. They took him up to 186.
Was it a Red Bull thing?
Yes. And the second thing is the morning show, they talked about Goff and not being able to take the Lions to a Super Bowl because he can't run. I just checked the statistics, and he's going to surpass Tom Brady for touchdowns and rushing yards in his career. So there's no way that he can't lead us to a championship.
Well, he took the Rams to a Super Bowl. Didn't win it, but he took them to a Super Bowl.
I mean, I'm not thrilled about launching into golf conversations. But
these are our choices. If this is the choice to get off the topic of this moron free solo climber, this adrenaline junkie, or then we have to go talk about Goff's immobility.
Yeah. There was quite a bit of social media traction last night, drawing a straight line between Darnold's success and opening up the door for Goff to do it. And how Goff can, if Darnold can get a team there and maybe win a Super Bowl, certainly Goff can. I already believe that Goff can. I think if you're not going to be mobile, you better be damn elite at just about everything else that goes into the quarterback position, and I think he is. And, there's this tendency in sports to see how a team just won the championship or look for trends and say that's how we have to do it. But you can do it all kinds of ways. You have to be special. You have to be special in a lot of ways as a team to do it. And I think plenty of what golf brings to the table is indeed special. But collectively, hey, build a good team. This isn't like they've built a good team. It's a matter of them, I think, fine-tuning on the margins what gets them over the top with maybe a big move mixed in, but that big move might be Tyler Linderbaum is the number one if he gets to the market. Like, we don't know if he's going to get to the market. But if he does, I would put a full-scale effort into reshaping contracts, redoing contracts to go get the guy.
Look, I think the next few weeks are going to be really interesting. You'll find out, I would imagine we're going to find out in the next few weeks about Taylor Decker and what he wants to do. Mm-hmm. Or even if the Lions want to be aggressive and say, it doesn't matter what he's going to say, we're going to do this anyway. We got free agency, the second week in March, or the first week in March, whenever that starts, on March 9th or whenever it starts up. We're going to see them start to put this team back together, specifically the offensive line. What's the plan for the offensive line? And then we got the draft. I mean, they've got to take steps forward. And the problem with this year's offseason compared to years in the past, they're going to deal with lingering injuries again for the second year in a row. But now, because of Kirby Joseph's injury, which might be something that's going to he's going to have to deal with for the rest of his career, and he'll never be 100%. If that's the case, God, that's awful.
Yep.
And that's, this is a Pro Bowl player and an All-Pro player, a type player. And those guys don't fall off trees,
No.
And you really have to do your homework. And we know Brad Holmes does his homework when it comes to the draft. But I really hope that they can stay healthy. What you talk about luck, when we talk about the Patriot luck with their schedule and all that, if you can stay healthy, that's the biggest luck of all.
That's something that is in many ways unpredictable.
And the Lions have been incredibly fortunate since Jared Goff has been their quarterback, knocking on wood, that he has been able to stay healthy. He's missed, one game in his career as a Lion?
Yeah, and for people who think that the Lions have done something, Dan Campbell said we're going to look at everything. And that probably includes whether or not he works them too hard to add to the wear and tear that eventually costs him man games in terms of games lost to injury. 248-539-9797. Chris is in Monroe. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's going on?
So I want to talk about the Taipei 101 thing. And it kind of, even by seeing it and then hearing you guys talk about it on the show today, it reminded me of something I went to years ago. So about 7-8 years ago, do you guys know how the Selfridge Air Force Base does the air shows?
Yeah.
So about 7-8 years ago, it happens every couple of years, but I was there with my mom, my sister, my uncle, and my young cousin. So I'm 39 now, but I want to say I was probably in my early 30s. My young cousins were probably 10, 11 years old, and they did the air show, right? They did they have all the guys doing the flybys. But that one particular year, they had a guy doing a routine where he'd step off a helicopter, stand on the wing of a biplane, and then just fly off. And everybody's oohing and ahhing in the crowd, and we're all excited to see it. We were front row, right next to the field, watching it. Well, it was a windy day, and the guy missed it. I don't know if you remember it being on the news or if any of you were present, but he missed it. He fell, and he hit the ground. And right in front of all of us, me and my young cousins, and I don't have the best memory about everything, but I can tell you guys, to this day, the exact play-by-play of that whole thing and watching this guy hit and bounce off the ground, I remember all of it. It was terrible. I felt bad for the guy and his family. I felt bad for myself and my family for having to watch a guy bounce off the ground and die. And I don't know how Netflix goes about, and this is exactly the reason I didn't want to watch this guy free climb a building and possibly fall and hit the ground. I don't know if that 10-second delay had anything to do with them not wanting to maybe capture it or not. I don't know if the general census of America is wanting to watch people go out there and do crazy, stupid things and hurt themselves, but I refuse to watch it. I don't think it's a sport. I think the guy's out of his mind. And Doug, I wholeheartedly agree with you. It makes my palms sweaty, and I can't do it.
That story is, sorry, Chris, that sounds terrible. And look, it's like I said, the appeal to me, I just don't get it. It's either going to be this boring, slow prod, up the side of a building that takes a long time. And of course, physically, it's impressive, I guess, or he's falling to his death, and I don't want to see that. And I don't know if Netflix actually would have showed it. I don't know if they would have showed it if he slipped and fell.
Oh, fortunately, it didn't happen, so
Yes.
you don't have to worry about it too much.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. It is Carson Anderson on a Monday, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. College basketball over the weekend. Michigan State annihilated Maryland. Michigan pulled teeth a little bit. It was a bit of a struggle, but beat Ohio State by double digits when it was all said and done. Both of these teams have taken turns looking unbeatable. this year in college basketball, Michigan and Michigan State. And they've set the bar so high that, I think scrutiny comes in when you only win by 12, like Michigan did over Ohio State, or only beat Indiana by 10. 14, I guess they beat them by. But since their loss to Wisconsin, they have 4 straight double-digit wins, and I think Michigan fans are looking at them like, what's wrong? Because they haven't looked like the team that, let's face it, they were beating people by 40. Now State is beating people by 40. And going into a week where they will finish the week playing one another in East Lansing for the first time this year. Nebraska, by the way, remains atop the Big Ten standings at 9-0, 20-0 on the season. They are in Ann Arbor tomorrow night. It is quite a week for Michigan basketball. They retired Trey Burke's number on Saturday in a nice ceremony at the Chrysler Center. So ultimately, it's a good time. Long season. I hope they're both playing their best come March. Hope that the fans get the most out of a postseason run. For Final Four this year is in Indianapolis, which is always accessible to Michigan and Michigan State fans.
This is true.
So I recommend you make your reservations early. If anybody's looked, downtown Indianapolis, not a cheap place to stay during the Final Four.
No, not so much.
As one might imagine. But the earlier you plan, better chances you have of getting a good spot down there on the perimeter. Unless you're rolling in it, man. If you're a rich dude, have at it. Because Indy's is a fun town, man. Indy is a very fun town. But both Wolverine Spartans, shot to get there. They play Friday night. 248-539-9797. Nick in Shelby Township, you are next. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, Nick.
Okay.
So we're talking about all this crazy stuff. I don't know if you guys ever heard of free diving. So this one guy, I don't know, he took like pictures with him and his dog. He's like one of the best in the world. Well, he did a free dive somewhere in Austria, I forget, off a cliff, and I guess he screwed up, missed where it's supposed to go, and he hit a mountain and he died. And I just can't watch.
Well, when you say free dive, what do you know? Because free diving is actually I thought that was a water thing where you just you dive and try to swim as far down as you can.
No, so you can do skydiving where you're jumping off airplanes, but this is free diving. So they dive off these mountains, and basically then they have like webbing where it looks like they're like Spider-Man. Like it opens them up. Like
like the flying bat suits. Yeah.
Yeah. And this guy was like, the best in the world. It's crazy, but like it's just, to me, you're playing Russian roulette. Like yes. You can't screw up. Like I can't watch things like that. It's just mind-boggling to me. Like you're just gambling with your life. It's just.
Well, let me put it to you like this. I don't know if we saw the same thing. I saw one of these wingsuit dudes smack into the side of a bridge, and that was it. That's all I needed to see. I don't need to see any more of these thrill seekers do their thing. It just when I didn't have any idea that he was gonna. I was watching all the hype and the build up and him and his boys and all the bravado, and then smack into the side of the bridge. And I'm like, well, that didn't end well, and I wish I didn't see that. So.
No, exactly. My point exactly. So, real quick, I'm just going to change the subject real quick about the Pistons. Is there any? I'm hearing a lot of rumblings that we got a major interest in Michael Porter Jr. I think we need a number 2 scorer. I think it's very important because when you get in the playoffs, this is why I'm bringing up is Duncan Robinson is not going to be playing for you in the fourth quarter unless he's making threes. He's a liability. And like I watched, I think what game did we lose? Was it Thursday or Friday we lost
to
at home?
Houston.
To Houston. And like he was just not shooting well. Cunningham didn't really have a good game. I'm glad he finally came out of his funk. But that's the problem. You're going to have Cunningham's going to be double teamed. We need somebody that can create their own shot and be able to shoot threes. And I don't think other than Cunningham, we don't have anybody like that right now.
Well, all that you said is true, and yet I feel like the Pistons, like they always do when they're good, they do it unconventionally. They do it different than everybody else does. I'm closely watching Jaden Ivey to hope that he can either A, develop into being some of that guy for Detroit the way he looked like he might be at the beginning of last year, or B, play well enough that he is the centerpiece that's sold to another fan base that's coming back for a player like Michael Porter Jr.? And Jaden Ivey had a good game against Sacramento yesterday, which was good to see, and shot the ball well from the perimeter. And if he's not going to get the chance here in Detroit, again, make yourself as attractive as you can be to another organization to trade for you. And that, I love this group.
That's pretty much my point as well.
Yeah, I love this group, but it feels like any trade to get a player like Michael Porter Jr., it's Tobias and Ivey or Holland. And, I love the dog that Holland has in him. Like, he is a tough SOB.
Agreed.
Plays so hard on both ends of the floor, scraping the surface of what he can be. And I think Ivey can be exceptionally good. It's just been a slow comeback from the injury, and I haven't given up on him as a player for the Pistons. And if they don't trade him, I think that there's a chance that they will be happy that they didn't trade him. I still think there's that chance. At the end of the day, though, if you can get Michael Porter for Tobias and Jaden Ivey, I'd do it. And a draft pick.
I agree. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, the other name that's being bandied about the last week or so is Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yep.
Is Memphis interested in moving him? And obviously it would provide another element to the game, because not only is the guy he can't hit 3-point shots. He's not a high-volume 3-point shooter, but he does knock them down. But the idea of having him on the front line with Jalen Duren, this guy's just protecting the rim, swatting everything away.
Yep.
That block that Duren had in the game yesterday, such a highlight block. Somebody coming into Duncan, he's like, yeah, not up in here. The thought that they could have another guy like that is intoxicating, but it comes with a price. You're not – I don't think we're going to come out of this trade deadline and see the Pistons get someone like a Michael Porter Jr. or get someone like a Jaren Jackson Jr. without saying, ooh, well, they did give up something.
It's got to hurt, right?
Yeah.
It's got to hurt. And I mean, if you make a trade and it doesn't hurt, you're like, wow.
But what helps is that throughout this season – through the 44 games they played or whatever, we've seen them use the entire roster. Like, everybody is contributing in some way. Guys coming off the bench are, yeah, no problem. You need me to score 10 points? I got you. Need me to play lockdown defense? I got you. These guys are doing what's asked of them, and it's a sign of what a great team is.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. You want to keep talking Pistons? Because, hey, they're in the midst of discovery and trying to figure out who's available on the trade market, investigating that and seeing what cards they have that other teams may want. Same thing with the Red Wings. And now there's news today that Simon Edmonton's going to be out for a while. Is that correct?
Yes. He's going to miss the next 5 games, which goes into the Olympic break. It seems like, based on what reporting is, that they just want to be cautious with this, and knowing that they've got all that time off, the 2.5 weeks off during the Olympic break, that why not? Why not take advantage of it, get it started early? Red Wings are playing really well, and it's 5 games to be playing without your number 2 defenseman, but hopefully they can withstand that.
Yeah, I mean, they've got huge decisions to make too, and it's an exciting time, and our team should be right in the midst of it. If you had to bet, who do you think is going to be more aggressive, the Pistons or the Red Wings?
Red Wings.
I agree. I don't know if we have much of a debate there.
I think because of what happened last year, the reluctance to make the painful move.
Yzerman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because of the fallout afterwards, the way that the team reacted, the way that Yzerman had to react afterwards when he was asked about, Dylan Larkin and his comments, I think everybody had to get on the same page in the offseason. They did. And they went out and made some moves in the offseason to trade for John Gibson, which now looks like a brilliant trade.
Sure does.
And to acquire James Van Riemsdyk. And these were good moves, and moves that have launched them into one of the best teams in hockey. There's still not a full belief from some national people. I saw The Athletic had a power ranking. I think the Red Wings were like 6th or 7th in the power ranking. And I think people are still reluctant to buy in what they're seeing, because they know what's happened the last 3 years in March. And we know locally people are reluctant to totally buy in because of what's happened the last 3 years in March. But I just feel like this is a different year, different team. And the time is right for them to go ahead and make the deals necessary to strengthen this team and improve this team. You can add a forward that's going to be able to fit into one of these four lines, be an upgrade, and you can find a defenseman to do the same thing.
All right, it was a new trend. Is it the beginning of the end of that trend? We will get to that today at 12:48 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so look, watching the postseason and not being in it sucks, but hopefully right back next year. Two teams are going to play for the Super Bowl that weren't in the playoffs the year before, so that's cool. I mean, because we're not in the playoffs, so maybe we have that to hang on to. Not that that's the formula. Hey, if you don't make the playoffs one year, you're sure to make it the next. But obviously that's the way the league is, and we already knew that. Another way the league is something that came up today. And Kang, I don't know if I don't want to steal your thunder, if your thunder is even there to be stolen, because we've kind of talked about it a little bit. But you made the point today. You think that the analytics are about to change on fourth down attempts?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's going to end completely, but I think we're headed for a correction of some sort. You know, right now, I think Dan Campbell was kind of like ahead of his time, a pioneer, and just aggressively going for fourth down more than anybody else, right? And we thought at the time hey, they have nothing to lose. This is the type of way they have to win games. But really, it was a culture builder. It was aggressiveness. It was actually a style of play that helped his team give him the best chance of winning. So I agree with the culture building it did. But then you saw it throughout the rest of the league, right? Where coaches were just going for it. As long as they crossed the 50, they were going to go for it. If it was too far for a field goal or something, or even it didn't even matter if they're in field goal range. They just said, we're close enough to, it's 4th and 1, 4th and 2. We can get this and get a touchdown instead, right?
It's really, I mean, there's two things that are working together that have really changed football. Going for it on the fourth down, like you feel like you're in no man's land, might as well go for it, right? The other thing is kickers' range. Like it used to be, I don't know, it's a 50-yard field goal. No, you're going for it. Let's kick a 50-yard field goal. Guys are kicking it well over 60 yards I don't know if it's a regular basis, but it feels like it's pretty regular. We're seeing 60-yard field goal attempts all over the place.
Yeah.
Most kickers have the ability at least to attempt it nowadays. Accuracy might be a little different, but they got the leg strength, right?
Yeah.
And but before this, like, I don't know, was it 10 years ago, 15 years ago? It didn't matter even if you wanted to just punt the ball 30 yards. It was all about field position. And then, of course, back then as well, you take the points when they're there. Just take the points, you move on, no one batted an eye. And if you went for it, everyone thought you were a madman. Like, what are you doing? Nowadays, with the Broncos game versus the Patriots, where Sean Payton decides to go for it on 4th and 1 instead of kicking the very short field goal, it's debatable. When I think 10, 15 years ago, they would have said he was insane. I think you've seen it backfire a little bit more now in the last couple of years, especially this season, where, Doug, what I was saying to you this morning is, I feel like we're headed for a correction of some sort to go the other way, and we're going to see some more field goals being taken.
I think you might be right on that. And we talked about the analytics approach, and they're basing it. I would assume that the analytics is constantly evolving. Like each and every week they update it. But once you get a season's worth of data in there, that maybe you should go for it on 4th and 3. Right.
Well, I mean, in this formula, do they type in Stidham's the quarterback? You know what I mean? Like, all these other things. Hey, it's going to snow weather, hell the second half of the game.
How's your defense playing at this point and all that? And I still think you're going to see the majority of the time they're going to go for it on 4th and 1. And I would have gone for it on 4th and 1 in that situation.
I wouldn't have. I thought that was bad choice, but whatever. My point is, though, Gator, I think we will see somewhat of a slight correction where not everyone's going for it all the time.
So Ben Johnson did it twice in field goal range in their playoff game against the Rams, where he passed on a field goal, went for it. Then he actually missed out another 4th down late in the game, but that was down 7. They had to go for it. It was early in the game. It was first quarter. It was second quarter where he passed on a field goal and went for it and didn't get it. You had yesterday, as mentioned. Yeah, I kind of wonder if the era of aggressive 4th downs, the pendulum swinging back, and now the crazy coach out of the box thinker, just kicks the field goal. And you're right. Do analytics take into account Stidham and the weather? Because, I mean, in retrospect, the whole weather thing, dude, it looks like points at a premium. It was predictable that game was going to be low scoring, right? That might have been a huge, huge, huge mistake.
Yeah, you have two great defenses as well, so points in general are hard to score against those two.
And you've got Dan Campbell saying he's looking at everything, and I think it's really, really hard when you've established this identity and it's part of your DNA to then go back and say, I'm going to change some things. 4th down has been, don't be fooled here. Over the course of the Dan Campbell era, 4th down has been very good to Dan Campbell. And 4th down has been very good to the Detroit Lions. And, the 4th down attempts that they converted were extraordinarily helpful.
Yeah, I don't think you can just...
Historically.
I don't want to take away or neuter or any of that, whatever word you want to use with Dan Campbell when it comes to his aggressiveness.
Mm-hmm.
Because every situation is different, and I would hope that that's how he goes into it. I hope there's not this blanket, hey, we're always going to do this or this.
Right.
I don't want it to always. I don't like the blanket always going to do this. I think everything is about circumstances and situations. Like Hang was talking about, it depends on the weather. It depends who you have in personnel, who's available to you. It depends what quarter you're in. It depends what the flow of the game is. All these things matter. And to just assume that you're going to go for it every time when you're at the between the 40 and the 50-yard line of your opponent, when you're in plus territory and it's 4th and 3 or less, you're always going to go for it. I mean, it doesn't always have to be that way. There's something to be said for playing a field position game and having a punter that's exceptional, that can always pin a team back. Yeah, I've got this in my bag all the time. You want me to hit a 40-yard punt and pin them at the 5-yard line? I can do it every time. Great. That's a weapon. That's an asset.
So, other trends. I've talked a lot about how I believe in the NFL, in this era, offense wins championships. Now, let me be clear about that. That doesn't mean that it's okay to suck on defense. Okay. And it doesn't mean that defense isn't important. I just think in this modern era, offense is more important. I saw a chart today that the last defensive-minded head coach, a guy whose background was in defense, to win a Super Bowl was actually Bill Belichick. But since then, it's been the head coaches have been offensive first guys. This year, both Vrabel and Mike McDonald, I used to sit with every week and interview when he was the defense coordinator at Michigan. Those guys are defensive-minded guys. Last year, while Sirianni was an offensive, he made his name as an offensive-minded coach, working his way up. Their defense played a big role. I don't know if it's enough to say that things are swinging back in favor of the defenses. It probably isn't for me yet, but it's just something to note. Here's something else that I wonder about a little bit, because it's a decision the Lions are going to have to make coming up. And that is one thing, and again, I think hard and fast rules are dumb. I think you have to be able to adapt, and you can win in a variety of ways. But the trend of winning it all without a high-priced running back is a question that I think you have to ask yourself, because Jahmyr Gibbs is coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And Barkley did win it. The year he won it, the Philly won it with him, his cap hit was actually kind of small, relatively speaking.
Well, the other thing is that running backs, even if you're a high-priced running back, you're still nowhere near what a high-priced player in the league is.
No, but it seems to be a position that if you look historically at the lead backs for Super Bowl teams, and I just brought it up, last year Barkley's cap hit was 3.8. Clyde Edwards-Helaire before that, 3.4. Isaiah Pacheco before that, less than $1 million. Cam Akers, 1.4. Leonard Fournette, 2.0.
But if you're looking at annual value of their contract,
what do you mean by that?
How much they're getting paid for each year? Like, if I'm just saying, from that standpoint, like the amount of money that they're paying the top running backs is still 60% of what they're paying top receivers.
Yep.
You know, it's Saquon Barkley is getting paid $20 million a year. Christian McCaffrey is getting paid $19 million a year. Derrick Henry's at $15 million a year. So when the time comes to pay Jahmyr Gibbs, which is sooner than later, you know, if you're looking at a 4-year deal, or you're looking at like a 4-year $70 million deal, or 4-year $80 million deal, which is not terrible in the grand scheme of things, but it's also the money is getting more and more expensive because teams are starting to realize we're getting back to using a running back in this league.
It's going to be intriguing
and it matters
to see if that changes, because you know who else has a decision to make? Seattle has a decision to make with Kenneth Walker. And is he going to get a big contract?
He's had a hell of a playoff.
Yep.
And yeah, I think he's going to get a pretty good contract. But I'm not sold that you have to give those running backs those deals. Running backs in the league are, by the way they use them, they're disposable. And I hate to say that, but it's the truth. I've advocated for allowing running backs to get to free agency quicker so they can make some more money earlier because their careers are going to be cut shorter. I want the Lions to re-sign Jahmyr Gibbs for sure, but that's going to be a decision to be. It's not going to go lightly.
It would buck the trend depending on what the cap hit actually is. Terrence in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Terrence.
Doug Gator, how we doing? Good morning.
We're good. What's up?
I had a question. I heard you mention defensive and the comment about, you know, you feeling offense wins championships. I was just curious if you felt that would swing towards defensive-minded coaches first with the recent hires of Jesse Minter as a head coach, Robert Saleh back as head coach. Down in Miami, they hired a head coach. Seeing what Vrabel is doing with Drake May, what DeMeco Ryans is doing with C.J. Stroud, even though the Bills didn't do much as far as Super Bowl success, but what Sean McDermott did with Josh Allen, what Dan Quinn did with Jaden Daniels his rookie year, like, do you think that there's going to be this resurgence where teams
Terrence,
are going to value defense
I'm
first?
not going to be stubborn about it. I'm going to have to see more. And this year it is 2 defensive-minded head coaches. The first time that we're going to get a defensive-minded head coach since Belichick. And Belichick, prior to that, it was Pete Carroll in 2013. It has been a long stretch of offensive-minded head coaches. And yeah, some of these guys are getting opportunities. I'll pay attention and see if it is start to swing back the other way. And, you know, I grew up my whole life believing defense wins championships, and that was a flag that it was hard for me to unplant and change.
I think the formula always is there that you need a great quarterback, you need to protect that quarterback, and then you need game changers on defense.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I'm curious, though. I guess I'll ask this as a follow-up, and I'll listen. Do you think this is going to force ratings to plummet, being that this Super Bowl might be, I'm not going to say low scoring, but it's not going to be that shootout that we would have wanted to see with two. We're used to seeing the two top offenses playing, but now we're going to see two top defenses.
Terrence, it's an interesting point, but we'll get to it coming up. And I question your formula, Gator, that you just established. I'm not sure your formula is accurate.
Oh, okay.
We'll get to all that next hour. Trends in the NFL. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Todd McClellan of the Detroit Red Wings says Simon Edvinsson will be out until beyond the Olympic break. That is 5 games for the Red Wings, who are off today, but they host the LA Kings tomorrow. The 22-year-old D-man missed the last 2 games with a lower body injury. He'll be out till at least February 26th. Tomorrow's game against the Kings can be heard right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. The latest in the NFL coaching carousel, while a number of candidates have withdrawn themselves from potential jobs today, one celebrity solidified his spot. Former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel and the Chargers have made it official for McDaniel to become the next offensive coordinator of Jim Harbaugh's team. McDaniel was in the running for the Lions offensive coordinator job, but the team hired Arizona's Drew Petzing instead. 4 teams are still without a head coach in the league. Those teams are the Bills, Raiders, Browns, and Cardinals. Speaking of the NFL, the biggest day of the year in the league is less than 2 weeks away as Super Bowl 60 is set between the Patriots and Seahawks. BetOnline says Seattle QB Sam Darnold is the favorite to be the MVP of the game at plus 125. Drake May is at plus 200. The Tigers are in the news a little bit today as well. First, they had 5 prospects make the list for the top 100 minor leaguers in baseball, courtesy of Keith Law of The Athletic. Then manager A.J. Hinch was listed per BetOnline as having the 4th best odds to win Manager of the Year next year. That same sportsbook also says he has the 2nd best odds of being the first manager fired in baseball next season. Only Aaron Boone's seat is hotter, according to BetOnline. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Gator. First of all, the premise you gave that you have to have a great quarterback to win it all, is this year an example that you don't have to have a great quarterback to win it all? Especially if Seattle wins it all.
Well, I was going to say Drake May might be runner-up to the MVP vote. I think that Sam Darnold's had a really good regular season. He's had a great postseason, two great postseason games for him. So he's playing at that level.
Nobody would ever call him a great quarterback.
They might start. Has he not been great the last 2 games he's played?
He has, but I think 2 games doesn't make you a great quarterback.
No, but a great playoff run does. People will consider that.
And when you win playoff games, and you are a big contributor, I always talk about the definition of elite quarterback. I think you have to win multiple playoff games where basically won them because of you. And I don't know if they'd say that about Darnold. Darnold's been really good, though. There's no doubt.
He was really good in the game.
Which is hard for you to admit.
It is, because I don't like him. Yeah. But I got to call it how I see it right now.
Our guy just said, do we think this might be a low-rated Super Bowl because of the defenses and that these are defensive-minded coaches? I don't particularly spend too much concern with the television network ratings. And if I'm entertained, I don't care what the TV ratings are. And I'm somewhat surprised sometimes how much people do seem to care about TV ratings, although TV ratings are reflective to whether or not it is appealing to people above and beyond your sport and your typical fan base. Because let's face it, there is a large portion of sports fans and football fans that are going to watch the Super Bowl no matter who's in it. But this is, of the last 12 Super Bowls, they either had Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, or Patrick Mahomes, with one exception. And that was Stafford versus Burrow. Is it possible that this won't have the mass appeal because it doesn't have the marquee quarterback?
No, I don't think so. I think people just love the Super Bowl. And I think what you have is, like I mentioned earlier about Drake May, I mean, he might be the runner-up for the MVP. And he's in his 2nd year in the league. So getting in on the bottom level, if you will, to a fandom for a great quarterback, I think that is there. Now, maybe mass appeal isn't there because of these teams.
And that's the only thing I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because the football fans watching.
But I still think people are going to watch it because it is the Super Bowl. And as the game, if it's a compelling game, we know the ratings go up and up and up because people will find out about it. I don't think people are looking for excuse to do something else this year on Super Bowl Sunday.
Gang, what do you think? 11 of the last 12 Super Bowls have had Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, or Patrick Mahomes. And this one has neither. The one that didn't was Rams and Bengals, and that was 2 pretty big quarterbacks there.
Yeah, usually quarterbacks, they're the star player, of course. Everyone knows who they are. They're easily marketable. I don't think it matters with the NFL as much anymore. There's such a juggernaut of ratings that they just put up a game and everyone's going to watch. And I think there is a story with Darnold, though. I mean, he was the 3rd overall pick, I believe, in that draft. He has a great redemption story going on. They're going to play that up all week. And then Drake May is a high drafted quarterback who's young and could be the next Brady, though. I'm sure they'll play that up all week, too. So I think the ratings will be fine. And I think there is a story to sell here, Doug, with the quarterbacks, even though they're not like Sam Darnold's not like Tyler Shuff or anything. He's like he's a Pro Bowl quarterback. He's played well this year. Teams is obviously doing very well. He's got a great run. And I still think that you need good quarterback play to win a Super Bowl. And he's played very well.
Well, in a draft where you had Baker Mayfield go 1st overall, Josh Allen was 7th overall, And then I believe he also had
Josh Rosen with 10th.
And Lamar Jackson was the last pick in the first round. All that, those are three great quarterbacks.
Not Josh Rosen.
Not Josh Rosen. And Sam Darnold is the first one to get to the Super Bowl.
From that class, yeah. It's crazy.
Is that right?
Yep.
That is kind of crazy. 248-539-9797. This week is Senior Bowl week, Scott.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you look at the Lions, how they've used the Senior Bowl. Last year, Isaac Tesla, Miles Frazier, and Dan Jackson were Senior Bowl kids. The 2023 year, half their draft class, Senior Bowl. 2022, same thing. You know, they seem to use it. And they aren't, like, totally beholden to it, but they definitely seem to use it as a point of, a data point they take into their drafts. There's some guys to watch, and I feel like specifically if your name is Scott Anderson, one name you keep bringing up that I'm intrigued by a little bit is the name Nicholas Singleton.
The running back from Penn State.
Yeah. He will be a Senior Bowl participant and a guy that could be on the Lions' radar. We've watched him in the Big Ten over the last couple of years. You know, the future of David Montgomery is unknown. It's not like the Sione Vaki has come in and lit the world on fire. Could Nicholas Singleton stand out at the Senior Bowl and get on the Lions' radar?
I think he could. I think the Lions have to think about, I mean, particularly if they're going to not move on with David Montgomery, then, yeah, they're going to be hunting for a
not
running.
Move on, you mean?
If they're going to if they're going to let David Montgomery go.
Okay, gotcha.
So if they're going to do that, they're going to have to find another running back. I mean, no offense to Sione Vaki.
Doesn't seem like he's ready. What about Craig Reynolds? Is Craig Reynolds out of the mix? Is he not a true
no
number
offense
two?
to Craig Reynolds,
Okay.
but I think you can look for one of these other running backs later in the draft, 4th, 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where you might find either running backs from Penn State. They're both very good.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, other players, if you want an edge rusher, there are a couple of high-profile edge rushers at the Senior Bowl. David Bailey out of Texas Tech and Akeem Messidor out of Miami. And Messidor, of course, was part of that defense that helped Miami get to the national championship game. He had 12.5 sacks this year, 17.5 TFLs, 6'2", 272. David Bailey had a 14-sack season at Texas Tech, 19.5 tackles for loss. He's 6'3", 250, not quite as big. But those two players, I imagine, will be on a lot of fans' radar.
Yeah, I mean, Messidor is he's a guy that just a couple weeks ago, I think, was thought of as being a 2nd or 3rd round pick. Now he's being touted as a 1st round pick. I like Messidor a lot. I think he gets overshadowed by Bain on that Miami defensive front, but Messidor is, I don't know if he's just as good, but it's tough to separate which one's better. They're both really, really good. I think that the size fits the profile of the edge rusher or defensive end anyway that the Lions look at. That guy is 6'3", 280 pounds, but he's quick and strong and powerful. Messidor, the thing he is over others is older. I think he's like 25 years old. Spent a lot of time playing college football. Does that mean he's ready to hit the ground running at the NFL level? I think maybe.
I'll give you a guy that I will keep my eye on. I think could emerge this week as a possible Detroit Lion. And that is a interior offensive lineman named Kalen Rutledge from Georgia Tech. Could they go from Ratledge to Rutledge in the middle of their offensive line? He is a monster. 6'4", 320 pounds, and off the charts strong. I'm going to keep my eye on Keelan Rutledge, guard, interior offensive lineman from Georgia Tech. Could Ratledge move to center and they put Rutledge next to him and then have Frazier, Mahogany, Glasgow, whatever, battle it out at one of the guard spots? Who knows? But
yeah, the other guy that I'm going to be watching is another edge rusher that is likely to be had after the 2nd round, and that's another guy from Penn State. That's Denny Sutton, who is 6'5" and 270 pounds.
Yep.
Or just under 270 anyway. They list him at 6'5", and 268. I really like what I saw in the second half of the season watching Penn State games. Whenever you could watch a Penn State game, he seemed to be a guy that stood out.
Mm-hmm.
And getting another edge rusher makes sense.
248-539-9797. Hey, Champ and Chump, last chance to get your votes in is this hour. So who should be singled out for having the weekend that was great and who had a weekend that stunk? Get your Champ and Chump votes in. We tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who you, the people, select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Gator, you've got company. Kurt Warner agrees with you. We will get to that today at 1:18 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Unnamed texter sends this in. How upset is Minnesota fan going to be if Darnold wins the Super Bowl? I'm loving it.
Yeah, I think they're going to be very upset.
Yeah. Let's see here. Taking the points isn't automatic, and the Lions, while bad, were still plus positive on going for it on fourth down. The game is now about stealing possessions. I kind of disagree with that. I don't know if the game is about stealing possessions.
It's a trend.
But I think when you're the better team, you don't need to steal possessions. If you think you have a better team, you don't have to take unnecessary risks, do you?
Well, no, that's why I think everything is situational, and you have to look at it because if you feel confident in your defense, I mean that can give you two reasons. It gives you both evidence to say we're going to go for it here or we're not going to go for it here. We'd rather, how about we pin them deep, have our defense hold them, and then we're going to get the ball back in the same spot. Or you trust your defense enough where you can go for it. If you don't get it, then that's okay. We'll just hold them here and we'll get the ball back, but we'll be getting the ball back at our own 20 or something.
Do analytics take into account the fact that more teams are prepared for the fourth down? So you're talking about the defenses, I assume, this texter? The defenses aren't. I think it's what we're figuring out is that teams are more prepared for it, and that's why the success rate isn't where it used to be. So what is that preparation? It's not like they come out and fourth down is any kind of, now you get 12 players on offense. There's nothing different about a fourth down play other than you scout maybe fourth down play calls a little bit more. And then there's this from James in Detroit. Guys, it's time to scrap the inclement weather games. The second half of the Patriots-Broncos game was a joke. The guys were battling the weather, not one another. Skill became useless, and players were at greater risk of injury. The second half of the game was not enjoyable. When will the NFL recognize this? Kurt Warner tweeted out, that's a second tweet he sent out. The first one he tweeted out was, so glad this weather game is dictating who goes to the Super Bowl. He followed it up with this. People are misinterpreting, I think, weather led to the Patriots winning. I don't believe that at all. I just don't like watching critical moments of a game where players are falling on the ground, quarterbacks can't throw the ball, players seem to be running like cartoons with no traction. These are the best in the world. I want to see them playing that way in the biggest moments. That's the beauty of sports/football, in my opinion, and I understand, and I'm okay that not all of you agree. Gator, you don't like weather games at all.
No, not when you're starting to make a championship run. I'm not a big fan of it, but I also recognize that, look, Seattle has an advantage because their crowd is insane. Denver has the advantage because their crowd is insane. Buffalo has an advantage because their crowd is insane. Chicago should probably have an advantage, and same thing with Green Bay. The outdoor stadiums in the hardy temperatures of football teams, they don't want to change. Those teams don't. Those fan bases love it. But from an overall football standpoint, I've said it for years. I can't stand that the game gets ruined because the weather sucks, and it's another factor that both teams have to adjust for. And everything Kurt said is right.
In your opinion?
In my opinion.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't mind them at all because, I mean, football's played outdoors and weather plays a role from the beginning of the season when it comes to dealing with heat. Then you get into, the fall, wind picks up and becomes a factor. Then snow and all that becomes a factor. And I mean, I don't know what the options are, right? You're not going to dome every stadium. You can't do that. You're not going to go neutral site for these games. You can't do that. So what are we talking about here?
Well, there's nothing to do. You can't do anything about it. I admit that. You can't. Here's what you can do about it. The Super Bowl is played in an environment where you can either reliably depend on the weather to hold up, or it's played in a dome. So either going to see games played in Vegas or in Los Angeles, Houston, Dallas, for the teams that can play indoors, or you're going to see games played in Arizona and the warm weather places in Florida.
248-539-9797. Did you enjoy that game yesterday when the snow started coming down in Denver, or did it ruin it? Like their first one, I think it was James in Detroit sent the text. Gator doesn't like those games. Kurt Warner doesn't like those games. Kang, how you feel about them?
This is all how I feel about it. First of all, like you, Gator, I do tend to agree where I like optimal conditions because I want to see the athletes perform at their best. I do, okay? With that being said, though, I don't understand, because I like consistency, I don't understand how you can go through a regular season, a postseason, where the weather elements can play a huge role in who wins, and then for the final game of the year, you don't want it to play a role at all. But it played a role on who got there, and then you want to take it away. So to me, it doesn't make any sense. It's like if the NBA just took away the 3-point line for the finals. Well, it's like something that contributed to who got there, and then also you don't have that element anymore.
I'll try to make it sense in one quick thing. I think that if you look at the course of the regular season, how many games on each team's schedule are really affected by the weather? And it's probably a very minimal amount of games that are.
How many games did the Lions miss the playoffs by? You know what I mean? That stuff matters is my point, whether it's a game or two. Of course it matters,
but I'm saying, I think the vast majority of games are played where weather isn't a factor, so why not control that in the last game?
Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, said this week that they will never build a dome because they think they have an advantage over every team being an outdoor stadium with the elements.
Well, do whatever Boston wants to do, is what Ken is saying.
Well, I think they should all be retractable roofs. I can't believe we're in 2026 and that hasn't happened, but whatever. My point is, that's where I stand on that. Now, as far as just watching the game, Doug, was it like enjoyable for me? I mean, optically, it's really cool to see the snow. I think that's cool. But then, and I understand the other side. Like Kurt Warner's like, all New England did was hand the ball off and try not to turn over the ball in the fourth quarter. That's all they did.
The most crazy thing they did is they bootleg.
Yeah,
Drake
that was
May.
just to end it. That was the craziest play they had, right?
Yep.
So I understand that people don't like that.
Paul in Clinton Township here on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I'm sorry. That game was a terrible football game long before the weather hit. That first half, I literally sat there, watched it with my son, and I said, if this game was being played in October and it was just a mid-game, it would have been shut off a long time ago. I'm only watching because it's the AFC Championship game. So to blame that on weather by anybody, I think is ridiculous. That was terrible football by those two football teams yesterday, and they need to own it. It wasn't because of weather. Now, listen, if you want to call me, if you want to check me on that, tell me what was so good about that first half of football.
I'm not saying, well, I mean, just because you're only seeing snow in the second half doesn't mean that wind isn't a factor in the first half, or that cold isn't a factor in the first half.
If we've watched so many games with weather conditions, and the teams played better football than that. That was terrible football. And I'm not the only one that said this. I've read this multiple times by not just fans. I'm talking like people.
Well, I mean, Paul, I'm not disagreeing too much with you. I'll check you a little bit on it and say I don't think it was a great day to play football in Denver yesterday, and certainly not a great day for the Broncos when they got to go with Stiddy as your quarterback. Yeah, I get all that,
right?
And there were very few plays. There were hardly any plays turned into the game. I think there were 3 plays that were more than 11 yards or something like that. It was a crazy boring game.
I think it was. Listen, those two teams earned the right to be in the AFC Championship game. They didn't play well. And if we're gonna blame it on Stidham, then the coach should kick a field goal to go up 10-0. And that's a completely different story. It was not good football in any way, and we've played in the wind.
Fair enough, but do you expect New England to give Seattle a match in the Super Bowl?
I have a feeling it's going to be a way better game than a lot of people actually think.
All right, then it doesn't matter what happened yesterday. It was a dog of a game. Who cares? As long as you got the best 2 teams in football are playing right now. What?
I don't think New England's one of the best 2 teams in football.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Who is better than New England?
A lot of teams.
Yeah?
Yeah.
In the AFC?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they're left standing.
I think they are left standing. They are left standing. You are correct about that. They are left standing. But between the schedule and I think Denver's better than them. But Bo Nix was hurt. And I think Jacksonville's probably better than them.
You think Jacksonville is better?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. Look, they played 2 teams with winning records all regular season. And I'm not getting on board with New England. I'm going to spite hate over here.
That's
it's
fine.
mostly a negative Boston
You go ahead
thing.
and stew in the corner.
Something, and I have been all day. Something else that was kind of a fail yesterday, and I appreciate CBS for trying when the field became hard to see, and they digitized the yard lines. They turned the New England players into ghosts. It lasted about 5 minutes before they realized, okay, we can see the yard lines now, but because of the way the CGI works, we can't see the Patriots.
Is that Steve Grogan, a quarterback?
Well, I mean, right? It was
John Smith coming out and saying, I can make this kick.
Hell of an attempt.
More like Jon Snow, Gator. Remember that episode of Game of Thrones where you couldn't see anything? It was
Oh, yeah. The big battle scene.
Yeah. Is that a dragon?
Am I seeing? What am I? You're squinting. Got to put yourself in a completely black room in order to.
We have Romo guessing the yard line they're on.
I don't know, Jim. I can't tell if that's Michael Haynes back there making a play or not.
It was pretty wild because you could tell. Okay, really, the yard lines, you could see them. But the Patriots were just blending right in and disappearing. I was kind of laughing. I'm like, are we going to watch the whole game this way? And then
That gives
CBS
them the advantage. That's why they won the game.
CBS said, you know what, forget it. We tried this. It's probably better to see the players than to see the yard line.
Ever try to tackle a ghost?
No, I have not.
Does not go well.
I have not.
Does not go well.
Yep.
Yeah, they look spooked out there. Was Sam Darnold seeing ghosts in that game?
Tell you,
from home.
That I was thinking about that last night. Like, what an amazing story with
That's
Sam
what I'm
Darnold.
saying. The redemption story, man.
To go from a guy who saw ghosts out onto the field, be passed around team to team to team to team to team, is now playing for a Super Bowl.
I feel like I literally tried to sell you on the storyline last week, and you
No.
rejected it.
I'm not. I'm just saying that is a storyline. It's not that. That's it.
Okay.
I don't care about Seattle as the team. Kang was trying to sell Seattle as the team as a story, and I said Darnold's a story, but I don't buy that Seattle is.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. New Associated Press top 25 college basketball poll is out. Michigan number 3 in the country. Michigan State number 7. They will conclude this week playing one another for the first time this year. Nebraska, undefeated Nebraska ball is number 5 in the country. They are 20-0. They're in Ann Arbor tomorrow night. The college hockey poll is out. Michigan number 1, Michigan State number 2. Spartans swept Minnesota over the weekend. Michigan swept Minnesota the week before. Wolverines had a bye this week, but they are 1-2. Western Michigan is number 3. So well represented in the most recent USCHO college hockey poll, and indeed taking care of business against the Gophers. Minnesota. You know what happened to Minnesota hockey, Gator?
They got into the Big Ten?
They ran out of Snuggaroos.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, they ran out of Snuggaroos.
That can happen.
Finally happened.
I can get you.
We were talking about snow games, whether or not people like them or not. The morning show did a poll asking whether or not you like snow games. Love it or hate it. Love it, 58.2%. Hate it, 41.8%. There is no wrong answer because it's what you prefer. But, yeah, snow game over the weekend. And the Denver Broncos and the New England Patriots and Seattle will battle for the Super Bowl. I've had enough of Boston sports. Might be just me, but I've had enough of Boston sports. Red Wings keep winning in impressive fashion. They are currently the best team in the East, but dealing with Simon Edmondson injury, which will hold him out through the All-Star break. They're going to get some extra time for him to recoup and recover. Pistons yesterday. Did you see what yesterday was for the Piston game, Scott? Yesterday was your favorite Kids Day.
Love Kids Day.
Do you?
Sure.
Why do you love Kids Day?
Because I love kids.
No, really. What's up?
No, I enjoy. I think it's anything that gets people to go to the game. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, above a certain age.
What's the age?
You're not there, right?
What's the age?
Yeah, I don't need to be there. Probably above 5.
5 or older.
When you can start remembering the experience. I don't know if remembering the experience as a 3 or 4-year-old, and I say that because I'm trying to remember when my first memories as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Probably didn't happen until I was like 4 or 5 years old. So I'm trying to put myself in the mindset of a little fella.
Speaking of the Pistons, ESPN put together a list of the 10 franchises with the most to offer the Milwaukee Bucks for Giannis. Do you think the Pistons made that list?
Sure.
They did. Now, with each team they put on the list, they have something called deal difficulty, with 10 being the most difficult. The Pistons' deal difficulty ranked at just a 2. And you and I talked about this last week. And Kang, you were in on the conversation too. To me, it feels like there is no reasonable path to getting Giannis. I would put the deal difficulty at about a 9 out of 10, with 10 being the most difficult. Because I think the Pistons would have to just gut their core to make it justifiable for Milwaukee. And I don't think the Pistons want to say, hey, we've got Cade and Giannis and then a bunch of, Motor City Cruise guys.
Well, I don't think it makes sense. I think when it comes through for this 1 to 10 rating, easy or hard to make the trade, I think the trade is easy to make. But I don't think mentally you'd want to do it because of what it does to your team. But they could make it because they have the players. That's the way I interpret this. Like if you were to move Jalen Duren, Asar Thompson, Holland, and a couple of draft picks, does that get it done? You could get it done. But and I think it's easy for the Pistons to do that. But the problem is looking at what your roster looks like after you've done that and how much you've gutted it. But I think the Pistons have the assets to do it if they wanted to be that bold. I don't think they need to be that bold.
Out of all the teams, the 10 teams that are listed, Atlanta, Houston, Miami, Minnesota, the Knicks, out of all the 10 teams listed, the Pistons have the lowest rated deal difficulty. And they write Detroit has the contracts, the draft picks, and the young players to get an Antetokounmpo deal done. But does the best team in the East dare disrupt its run? If you're going to coach J.B. Bickerstaff, if you're going by Coach J.B. Bickerstaff's comments last month, do not expect the front office to rush to improve the roster. Quote, you don't need to skip steps and go out and trade for some sort of superstar right away because you never know how it's going to end up. There's a quote to FanDuel. But what if one of those steps was acquiring Antetokounmpo? Detroit would check many boxes for Milwaukee's ideal offer. The Pistons can trade up to 4 first-round picks and have large tradable contracts, Tobias Harris, and promising young players, Asar Thompson, Jaden Ivey, and Ron Holland.
They didn't mention Jalen Duren.
They didn't mention Jalen Duren.
Deal gets better.
Would you do it for 4 first-round picks, Tobias, and let him choose 2 of the 3? 4 first-round picks, Tobias, Asar, Jaden Ivey, Ron Holland. You can have 2 of the 3. And would that get it done?
From Milwaukee's standpoint, what are they getting back in return? They're getting back Jalen Duren, who's the closest to a...
No, you're not Duren.
I'm sorry. It's not even Jalen. My bad.
So Asar Thompson, you're going to...
If I'm Milwaukee, I don't make the trade because you're not getting back...
I would take Asar and Ron Holland.
A star player.
You're getting Tobias, Asar, Ron Holland, and 4 first-round picks.
Yeah, I'm not doing that if I'm Milwaukee.
Kang, is there any chance Milwaukee would do that, you think?
I wouldn't do it if I was Milwaukee, but I think other teams have made trades where I wouldn't have done it either before, so I wouldn't rule it out completely. But if I could keep Duren and Cade, I pretty much would trade anybody for Giannis. From my side.
You just said you wouldn't do it, and then you said you'd do it.
No, if I was Milwaukee.
He says Milwaukee wouldn't do it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're right. My apologies.
And I tend to agree with you on that, King. If you're keeping Duren...
If I'm the Pistons and I get to keep Duren and Cade, I'll trade pretty much anybody for Giannis. Now, if I'm Milwaukee, I want Duren. So I don't want, I don't know if this works out. But like I said, trades have been made before where I was like, what? Like, I don't know, Luka for Anthony Davis. But anyways... Does that completely,
that data point is so far skewing the charts it should be eliminated.
I know. That's what I was going to ask you. Can I use that at all?
Happened.
It happened.
People don't forget.
But the point is, I don't know what Milwaukee's looking for because it might be so bad over there. We're like, hey, he wants out. We got to move on,
They might just move him for movement's sake. They'll get something for him. For sure.
Oh, yeah, of course.
For him. I just, if you're Milwaukee, you're looking at Detroit and Duren's not on the table, where's the superstar you're getting back or the potential superstar?
At least potential all-star, right? I mean,
and I'm not.
I think what we just proposed is about as high as I would consider going, and I'm not. I agree with you. I don't know that that's enough, but.
And from the Pistons standpoint, I guess you look at that and say, all right, well, yes, you get Giannis back, which is amazing, but are you gutting your team in terms of what you've built? What's the culture you've built here with guys who love to play defense?
Mm-hmm. Feedback coming in. A lot of it coming in on the snow game. Everyone who says they love weather games are the ones watching from home. It's a bad fan experience, especially with ticket prices, and it's horrible football. We don't say greatest show on snow. We say greatest show on turf. This is an interesting point because I think people that love night football games in college are people that are watching it on TV. I think people that go to them hate them. That's not 100% true, but I have found that there's far greater acceptance if you're watching a Michigan or Michigan State play a night game on TV than if you're going.
Yeah, going to the game has its place, but I feel like you have to prepare for it. And
a weather game?
Well, no, the night game. I mean, if I'm going to go to a night game in East Lansing, that means I got to prepare for it ahead of time. I'm staying in East Lansing or staying in a nearby area. Do an Airbnb or whatever you got to do because the drive home is just ridiculous, and you don't want to deal with that. But the cold weather game is a whole different animal.
Next text. I wouldn't want every game played like the Denver game, but I guarantee you'll remember the Denver game more than the Seattle game. It's from an unnamed texter.
Nah, I don't know.
I love weather in football games. It adds so much to the strategy of playing in that weather. With Stiddy playing, New England was the best team, and they won. Next text. Part of the reason I like the playoffs is because we have a chance for snow games. We can't keep changing football into something else because some people only appreciate scoring. That's from LV. Next text. Bad weather forces teams to have the ability to run the ball. If you can't run the ball as a team, you shouldn't win anyway. Next text. Unnamed texter. Maybe it's the Midwest guy in me, but I grew up playing football in the backyard or at the park in the snow.
Yeah, I loved playing football as a kid. Playing in the snow was tons of fun. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's
sitting and watching it being played by professionals out in there.
I think the last time I played any sort of football like game was our station games that we had here.
Yeah.
And one of them was both were cold weather temperatures, and one of them was definitely in the snow. So that was the 3rd and 17.
If you're asking me if I like the snow, the answer is no.
Mike was on the other team, and he designed a toss sweep to himself on 3rd and.
How do you
third
toss
and
sweep
long.
at you? Oh, yeah.
Well,
he's not the quarterback.
Yeah, he was. And they questioned him because we had a 50-yard field. You had to cross midfield to get a first down, which was the 25-yard line. And that game, our intern told the story later that Mike wanted to run this toss to him on 3rd and 17, and they kind of questioned it. And Mike's response was, "If you're asking me, can I get the first down? The answer is yes."
Did he get the first down?
He got 6 yards. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. We've got open lines. Last chance to get your champ and chump votes in. Let's go. Let's get a flurry right here at the end. Who had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Champ and chump. We post on our website on Tuesday who the people select the champ and chump of the weekend. Let's go to Fred in Waterford. You're on 97.1. Hello, Fred.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Great.
I just kind of cut in on the middle of this conversation with cold weather stuff with the playoff games.
Yep.
And I don't know whether it was you or listeners who were commenting. It seems like we've had conversations in the past where we wanted the SEC teams and their warm weather ass to come up here north and play some games in college football. But yet now with the NFL playoffs and all the money that's involved, we're complaining about the snow and cold weather.
Well, the SEC teams would have to come up in the conference schedule. It would be at the beginning of the season, so weather wouldn't be the factor.
Well, not in the playoffs.
Well, playoffs is different, but the playoffs in college football are in December.
Yeah.
It's not in January. You got another 30 days. You hang another 30 days on the year, Doug.
I will say this: I'm enjoy the thought of SEC teams playing in the Big Ten in December.
Yeah,
I love that.
I enjoy that idea too.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, appreciate it.
And if I'm hypocritical about it, so be it. I'm okay.
248-539-9797. Why are you laughing?
No, we got a text here that wants to ask Gator a question. I thought it was funny.
All right.
This is from Ben. He wants to know, do you hate the nickname Stiddy more than Snow Games?
I've noticed.
Right?
I've actually noticed that. That's Ben, very astute observation. There has been hostility throughout the show towards the nickname Stiddy, which I became. Let me be clear. I didn't become aware of this until the Morning Sports Center on Sunday when Sal Palantonio held up a shirt that said like Stidham City or Stiddy City, I think it was, with the Denver skyline. Is Ben onto something? Do you have hostility towards the nickname Stiddy?
I mean, yes, I do.
I'm fascinated. Why?
Because it took on a life of its own over the weekend. This is, you hit the nail on the head with me when you said last week you made a comment that I don't like hype.
No, you don't. He does not like hype.
I don't like the hype. You don't need to tell me how great Jared Stidham is because he's not.
Stiddy, you mean?
Yeah. Don't tell me he is. And then don't give him the nickname as if like, oh, this is a well-known commodity. Everybody loves this guy. He's a great quarterback. No, he's not. He wasn't a great college quarterback either. Let me let you in on a secret. He wasn't a great college guy. He's fine as a backup quarterback.
But here's what
to hear constantly, and I too watched some of the pregame stuff yesterday and hearing Stiddy this and Stiddy that, and oh yeah, Stiddy was great. Then we call him Studdy because he was always shut up.
Did you hear the story where Tom Brady gave him the nickname?
Yeah, he called him Studdy, right? He's the one that called him Studdy.
I think it was Stiddy, but I'm sure that didn't help.
You know what's so funny is at no point yesterday or this weekend or all of last week that I think Jared Stidham was getting an inordinate amount of hype. None.
You didn't think so over the weekend?
Not at all.
I thought so. I'm scrolling through Twitter.
It's
and
your
every
algorithm,
other story.
dude. Yeah.
No, not on Twitter. There's no algorithm on Twitter. It's just who we follow.
Are you on the For You?
No, I always do the whatever the.
You might be on the For You.
No, I did the following. Trust me.
So, Kang, did you notice an inordinate amount of
That's
Stiddy
why
hype?
Yeah, I didn't. That's what I brought up earlier too.
Was there a particular reporter that got under your skin? Sometimes that could be it too.
No, I don't remember any specific reporter. It's just hearing it from multiple people and then seeing it from multiple people. Like, oh God. Yeah,
I'm so glad.
Stiddy's a real catch. He's a real fine.
I'm so glad Ben brought that up because
played 20 games in 6 years. Hadn't thrown a pass in 2 seasons, but he's going to be just fine. He's going to lead the Broncos. Going to win. It's probably, Ken, you're right. It's probably the hype that his own coach gave him. That Sean Payton planted that seed in the middle of last week when he started answering questions about it. And you guys going to play without Bo Nix. Stiddy's great. We have all confidence in Stiddy. He can get the job done. Yeah, Stiddy was throwing 197 passes.
You do realize we call you
Gator.
That's not your given name.
I'm okay with it.
You're okay with what?
If anybody's got a problem with that, that's fine.
Okay,
whatever.
yeah,
So be it.
Sure.
I'm not hostile towards the nickname Stiddy. I'm hostile towards the hype that created Stiddy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. In your world, I know how you roll. It's just I just didn't interpret there as being too much Stiddy hype this week.
He didn't like the Stidham hype, and then it turned into Stiddy.
And then it turns into the
that's
Stiddy.
why he didn't like Stiddy.
Oh my God, why are we making this a thing? The guy's a backup quarterback in the league. You know how many touchdown passes he's thrown in his life in the NFL? 8. You know how many interceptions he's thrown? 8. And this is the guy going to hang our hopes on for the Bronco fan base? Oh, no, we're good. We're good. Is that what Sean Payton was doing his best Dan Campbell? We're good. Are you?
Wasn't he just showing faith in his guy? Trying to show faith in his guy?
Can you rank these nicknames for me?
Okay.
Stiddy, Spags, and Doc. And then Wink. Let's throw in Wink too.
Coming in
I will put up with no Wink hostility here.
Do you want me to go from 4 to 1? Is that what we got?
Sure.
At 4 is Doc. That's the least hostile I'd be. 3 is probably Stiddy. 2 is Wink. And number 1, and there's a canyonous gap between number 2 and number 1. A canyonous gap is Spags.
There you go. 248-539-9797. Don's in Battle Creek in next. What's up, Don?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, gotcha.
Listen, it's great having you guys on the affiliate down here, WBCK in Battle Creek, so I don't have to stream it all the time.
Cool.
I appreciate it. Champ and Chump. Champ has got to be Sam Darnold. Yep. I mean, just incredible journey for that young man. Chump's always the Buckeyes, especially the reserve backup guard there that shot his mouth off prior to the game. Always love it when the Buckeyes lose. The Pistons trade. Don't do it. Ron Holland and Asar Thompson and 4 number ones. I mean, I like Giannis, but come on, man. Seriously.
Yeah, Don,
I don't want to give either one. Go ahead.
No, I mean, we talked about it last week, and I was just stunned in ESPN's list of the teams that could go after Giannis. The Pistons were listed as the team with the least hangups in doing it, the teams with the most to offer. The deal difficulty was the lowest ranking, and yet, I mean, I guess it speaks to Detroit has the stuff. It's just what it would take to get him would completely gut this team. Completely gut him.
Yeah, and I'm not sure he gives us something. I know Giannis is great. Give me a break. But I just don't think we need somebody who can shoot the basketball. And that's not been his forte. I know, pairing him with JD and Cade, and I mean that sounds great, like the trifecta there. But I mean, Jiminy Christmas, you got to have some shooters, in my opinion. And again, I think I just like Asar and I like Ronnie Holland a little bit too much to give it up. And then it just seems like 4 firsts is crazy. You build up this cachet, and now you're just going to give it away for a guy that's probably on the latter part of his career too. And
well, at least in the NBA, when you're giving up first-round picks, you can't do it consecutively, right?
Yeah.
So they're spaced out. So it's not like you lose your first-round pick for each of the next 4 years. It's spaced out. But I hear you. I think, but Don, are you at all concerned that you're falling in love with our own players too? I mean, I really like Ron Holland and Asar Thompson as well, but I mean, I don't know if their ceilings don't even come close to pushing what Giannis is.
Yeah, different from football, Gator, in my opinion. I appreciate you bringing that up about the NBA because I don't know that about the first-round pick, so that's why you get paid the big bucks. But these dudes, to me, I'm a basketball coach by nature here in Battle Creek and have been for a long time, and these guys are getting better and better and better. You can talk about Asar maybe not bringing anything different. I know JD's gotten a lot better, but these guys are young and in the prime of their career. I just don't think Trajan will do it. It seems to be completely against his MO on how he's building this team. So.
Yeah, I don't think he'd do it either. And I think if you were to part with Holland and Asar Thompson, you're really erasing part of what's the heart and soul of this team.
It's a team that's the best in the East right now that doesn't need to be completely gutted and start all over. The only thing that's going to be problematic is if he gets dealt to New York. If he gets dealt to another Eastern Conference contender, and then
New York or Boston.
Yeah, but they'd kind of have to do the same.
Cleveland.
And the Pistons aren't in a trail position. Now, you also want to be real about what you have. And that is, hey, this is a young, try-hard team that might be going against some veteran teams right now that are going through the motions a little bit in the regular season because they just want to make long postseason runs. And I can respect that. That could be the case. Playoff basketball is a different animal. But if one of those other contenders gets him, then it makes certainly things more uncomfortable because they will have taken that risk and they might be able to catch the Pistons with a trade like that.
First of all, I don't think Trajan would do it, and I think it's fantasy talk. But I would do it because it's way easier to find 2 try-hard guys that play defense than to find another Giannis, an MVP. That's why I would do it.
Did you just see who was added to the Pro Bowl as a replacement player?
I saw something earlier today, but are we? I don't know if we're thinking the same thing.
Shedeur Sanders has been added as a replacement in the Pro Bowl.
Yep.
Shedeur Sanders played 3 games?
I want you to refer to him from here on out as Pro Bowler.
Pro Bowler, right. He's a Pro Bowler. You're right.
I don't know if there's anything that, I mean, it speaks to where that game is.
That's exactly.
I put in quotes game, but hey, here's Mike Stone.
He's a great flag football player, damn it.
Did you happen to hear the Stoney reference earlier in the show?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
It came from Kang.
Okay.
And we were talking about
it had something to do with age, probably.
Well, the question was, how our kids and my wife find out now that they have school canceled, and we used to gather around the radio and listen and Kang piped in. To Stoney make the announcement?
Well, pretty close. I remember when I was really young, they used to say the name of each school district.
Yeah.
And we used to listen to KYW, which is the all news station in Philly, like WWJ is here. And then they got advanced, and each school had a code. So you'd sit there and say, and ours was 454. And they'd sit there, 450. You sit there, 450, 453, 455. Oh, we have school today.
They'd skip over 454.
Yeah, and I'd be pissed.
That's weak sauce, man.
Yes, exactly.
What do you got planned coming up next?
Well, we're going to genuflect at the throne of John Schneider a little bit. We'll talk a little bit about how coaching has changed once again. I think it will change by some of the decisions that were made yesterday.
Have a great show. Thanks for listening, everyone. Champ and Chump will be posted tomorrow. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Good afternoon. This is the Valenti Show with Rico. Mike snowed in from parts unknown. Actually,
No.
he's going into PGD, post-ginger depression.
That's what it really is.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold won, and he just wasn't ready for this because it was everything that he said could never happen. Can't win with a ginger.
Yes.
He's going to choke. Well, guess what? He didn't. He actually had a really good game. Yeah. I was texting with him. He was not a happy person last night. I'll just leave it at that.
He was terrific. I mean, he had to at least see with his eyes that at least he admitted Darnold played terrific. You know, he had to. Now, granted, he probably blamed the Rams' lousy secondary for most of that. But look, it was a fun game to watch.
No, it was a lot of I hate life. This is all a simulation. Nothing is real.
Okay.
Up is down. Yeah.
Happy Mike, huh? Man, oh, man. Yesterday was, shall we say, the perfect day for football inside, for us to watch inside.
Yes.
Because of the frigid temperatures and the snow that was accumulating throughout the day. It's not a better way to enjoy a Sunday than watch the two conference championship games. And while one was, boring as hell to a certain extent, especially in the second half, the other was electric. Kenny Cott is here for David. We have Jake there. Guys, your thoughts on a Seattle-New England Super Bowl? Mike versus Mike.
Not the Super Bowl that everybody wanted.
No.
It was not the Super Bowl that everybody thought was going to happen. This was not the Super Bowl that, it was like, okay, really? Seattle versus New England? Yeah, it's a repeat, and I'm sure they're going to show that final play, when basically
the over-under of Malcolm Butler, the interception.
When all you had to do was hand the ball off to your running back and you win the Super Bowl, Pete Carroll.
But that was the greatest defensive play in the history of mankind, the greatest defensive call of all time. And if you don't believe me, just ask Matt Patricia.
Right. That's just a boneheaded play in and of itself. But no, Stoney, I don't think anybody saw this at the beginning of the season.
No, not at all. There were some people who were into Seattle as kind of a dark horse team to possibly win the West, which they did. There were some people who thought the West might be the best division in the NFC. I was one of them. I thought the NFC West was going to be the best division, better than even the NFC North. I thought actually Arizona was going to be really good, but they weren't.
Yeah, I guess people who sit in that chair whose name is Mike felt the same way. Oh, Arizona's going to be the sleeper team. It's like, no, I think one of the other three teams will.
Yeah.
And clearly we found out that, the NFC West looks like the best division in football this year.
Yeah, indeed. And look, New England, what can you say? It's called having a quarterback and a coach who believes in defense. And the culture that has changed, it's not even the Patriot way anymore because the Patriot way went boom, boom, boom. The fact that he could build that team back to where they were in 1 year is incredible.
It is. Now, they caught a lot of breaks.
Yeah.
They caught a lot of breaks, including, okay, you're playing Denver, but Bo Nix, he's not going to play.
No.
You're going to go up and sit him, and not their fault. You can only play who's in front of you, but New England caught a lot of breaks this year.
Yeah, they're playing a crappy division. They had one, Buffalo's a good team, but the Jets are awful, and Miami turned out to be really awful as well. And their playoff fortunes were, the matchups were pretty good, and they worked out well for them. And I think the weather actually helped them yesterday. We'll get into that. To me, the whining about the weather was just ridiculous. I didn't think, it was a factor. It helped the game. I shouldn't say help, but it was a reason the game was not that exciting. But no, that had nothing. I'm sorry, it didn't take away from my enjoyment. I don't think the game before the weather got bad. It was 7-7 at the half, and New England was lucky to even score in the first half. It should have been 10-0, but Sean Payton went brain dead. He actually admitted it pretty much without saying so after the game. And they got a fortunate, bonehead play by Stidham that led to their touchdown to even tie the game at the half. But there wasn't a hell of a lot of offense going on before the weather.
No, and then in that game, look, it reminded me like years ago. I think it was 2017? It was MSU in Michigan. And it was the rain game.
The John O'Corn game.
And it was the game that everybody and their mother knew rain is coming at the half. And it's going to be bad. Downpour, sideways rain. Score all your points early. And I'm thinking, Denver, you're from here. Kick the field goal, 10-0, because snow is coming. You got a quarterback who hasn't thrown pretty much anything this year. Just go out there and run the clock out. And like I said, in the state game, New England did the same thing. We're not going to do anything stupid because we're not going to turn the ball over. Right. So we're going to run, punt, run, punt, throw it out of bounds. Safe passes or no passes whatsoever. We're just going to run this thing because we know you can't score. And once they did that, you know it was over. They didn't have a chance. It was like, and then the play that you ran, I don't know what you call it in Denver, the pony push. Just line up. If you're going to go for it, don't get cute with it with a backup QB.
And don't change the play after the timeout. Oh, my God. Run with what you thought. They called a timeout. It was a good timeout by Vrabel. Or whoever called the timeout. I don't remember if it was New England, but it was run that play. If it was,
and then if you're Stidham, son, take the sack. Don't throw the ball. Because think about it. He doesn't do that little two-hand push backwards pass.
Right. It's 7-0 at the half. Basically.
And they win the game.
Probably.
Because New England wasn't trying. They couldn't move the ball either.
No. And the strategy that Denver used, was absurd even in the second half. They finally ran Stidham like once, and he gained some yardage. Does he have the legs of Drake May? No, but he certainly can run for 5 yards, a few quarterback draws.
Stoney, at that point in a game like this, the rushing attack is a collective effort.
Yeah.
Whoever can pick up 3-4 yards, go for it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that game put me to sleep. That game was painful to watch. Unless you really like either one of those teams, or you're really into defense, or you're into the snow games, that game, that one was painful. It was like, oh my goodness.
But and part of that was because you had two really good defenses anyway.
You did. But when I wish I did the over-under on punts because that's it. We all found out who the punters were. I mean, it's like hopefully they had a lot of info because we're going to keep seeing these guys over and over and over again. You were hoping that something would happen, and instead it was just and punt, and punt, and punt.
248-539-9797. As far as the second game, and I just want to get this out of the way because I was having an argument with Rob Parker, of course, my buddy, and some other people.
Come on, Stoney.
Who were like denigrating Matthew Stafford because he didn't win the football game. I don't know. I thought Matthew Stafford played damn well against a really good defense. In fact, Seattle's defense, DVOA, is 5th in the league. He beat them twice, I believe. No, once. But
no, they split in the early
ones. But he had really amazing amount of yards and great performances against a really good defense. And that's not what Matthew Stafford is not the reason they lost. You talk about stupid management of a game by a guy named Sean. Well, McVay did the same thing that Peyton did. You could argue a lot about, whether he should have kicked the field goal to cut it to 1 with about 4 minutes left. And the rationale say, no, he had to go for the win was because they knew they might not get the ball back because they couldn't stop anybody. And I understand that. However, it goes more than that. When they scored earlier to cut the lead to, 6, I believe, right? No, cut it to 5. They kicked the extra point to make it 4, to make it 31-27. Go for 2. What's the difference if it's 4 points or 5 points? You cut it to 2. If you make the 2-point conversion, it's a 3-point game. Then you kick a field goal there and you tie the game.
I thought that as well, but I'm like,
makes
okay.
no sense. Why are you not going for 2?
I thought I was overthinking things because I was like, yeah, you're probably just better off going for 2 because you're closer, you're right there.
Yeah, I mean,
but the play that was
a field goal.
The play that they drew up on that 4th down play, Seattle had it. I mean, they were ready for it. And the thing
third
is,
down play too, they were ready for.
The thing is, on the 4th down play, I wonder if Stafford just could have taken off.
I don't know.
Taken off.
He had his one run for the game, which was good.
Take off,
That's about
sacrifice your body, get the first down, and you win this thing. You go to the Super Bowl.
I don't know.
Or it's like 4 or 5 minutes, kick the field goal,
right?
Play some defense. And see what happens.
And if it still played out the way it played out, now there's no guarantee it would have. Instead of them having to go 85 yards for a touchdown, he could have gotten close to field goal range. It would have been a little different, but he could have.
Yeah, and don't waste the time out to see if you're going to challenge.
Lord.
Like that's when the people upstairs say, "Hey, coach, I know you don't want to hear this. He caught the ball. It's a first down.
Yeah,
keep the time out. Let's move on."
Although, really, in retrospect, looking at that again. Did he really complete the process with the ball?
He did.
He
got it. He caught it. His knee hit the ground. He still had the ball. He was down at that point. So the process was completed. He was down. The person was on top of him.
Right.
That was it. Now, he lost it afterwards, but play's over.
I thought it was close. Anyway, the telephone number is 248-539-9797. So, with Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl.
Oh, here we go.
The question is, if Sam Darnold can get to a Super Bowl, why can't Jared Goff? 97 won the ticket.
Hey,
I couldn't edit myself there. I tried, but it just sounded too stupid.
That's okay. When Team USA is on, you could almost see the moment it happens, that spark. When a kid starts believing that they could be the next. Well, now with Xfinity, they can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something that's just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitment. So while your kid is ordering new gear online and dreaming about highlight reels or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi. 5 years, guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. It's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number to give us a buzz or give us a text. And with Sam the Ginger making the Super Bowl and making Mike Valenti's life a living hell, we asked a simple question. If Sam Darnold can do the unthinkable by many and not get to the Super Bowl, can Jared Goff with the Lions do the same? We know Jared Goff already went to a Super Bowl with the Los Angeles Rams.
You know what was funny is how I knew this was going to happen. It all of a sudden became about Jared Goff, and after the game and listening and reading and just the Lions fans of, well, Goff, can he do it or can he not do it because Sam Darnold did it? And I was like, guys, can't we just take a moment and just let Sam Darnold have his moment? But I get what you're saying. Go ahead.
I think he can. But what it illustrates is that Sam Darnold needed a lot of things around him too, and so did Jared Goff, including on the other side of the ball.
Okay, now there's a topic that I do want to hit upon, Stoney, because while everybody is focused on, well, can Jared Goff do this? And I've heard all the, I listened to the morning show and they're doing all the stats comparing Goff and they're comparing Darnold, and I'm thinking to myself, one's going to the Super Bowl, one is in Cabo. Well, now one's off to the Pro Bowl. Now, ironically, because Sam Darnold can't play in the Pro Bowl, yes. So Jared Goff is going to the Pro Bowl because Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl. But that's irrelevant to me because the reason why Seattle is going there, and don't get me wrong, Sam Darnold played a phenomenal game. And we just need to give this man his flowers and quit just talking about waiting for him to choke, because I think so many Lions fans are so hung up on the Minnesota game here last year.
And the playoff game last year.
Well, look at him. He chokes. Okay, well.
That narrative's done.
So if that's the case, you get angry if somebody brings up the fact of what happened with Goff against the Commanders. Well, it was other things. No. You can't have it both ways. But here's the thing. Seattle's defense. Stoney, I have been saying for years, we keep focusing on the wrong side of the ball. We need to focus on the defense.
Right.
But it's always draft toys for the offense. Get this for the offense. The offense. We got to get this offensive coordinator. What about Shepard? He's okay, but we got to get a new offensive coordinator. I'm like, but you got like Raheem Morris. You got like all these coaches who were top DCs. Why aren't we going after one of them? Nah, we're good on defense, but we got to focus on the offense. You want to get Goff to the Super Bowl? Get your defense better.
Well, the problem is now they have to fix the offensive line as well. 248-539-9797. It's going to be Brad Holmes' tough job to be able to fix both lines of scrimmage in particular, and also the back end now with the injuries of the safeties for the Lions. But yeah, I mean, Goff, if you put Goff in Seattle, they could have done the same thing, I believe. So, I mean,
Stoney, with that Seattle defense.
You're absolutely right.
Right, with that Seattle defense, you could have put Hendon Hooker behind that line.
Well.
And I think he could have got the job done.
No,
Stoney, the Seattle defense, stingy, okay?
Yeah.
So, and turn around, hand ball off, don't make mistakes. And he went out there early in the game, and he had that long throw, and it was like, okay, he set a tone. And they kept that thing going. But I know for a lot of Lions fans, they're looking at this as, well, that means that, maybe we could go too. Well, got to get to the playoffs.
Kenny, we have any texts?
Oh, yeah. I hate agreeing with Rico, but this was more on the defense than it was about Darnold. The Lions don't have that kind of defense.
Why do you hate agreeing with me?
I didn't send it. I hate how Sean Payton coaches football. Not only is it tedious and conservative, it's idiotic and tough to watch. Darnold proved he can be clutch. Not sure Goff has that in him. Yes, Jared Goff could win a Super Bowl, but not with the Lions.
Well, okay, that's possible. With the way the Lions are constructed, you might be right. But that goes about exactly what Rico was saying about the defense.
Yeah. I mean,
he got to the Super Bowl with the Rams.
Here's the thing. Stoney, you touched upon it. 248-539-9797. Is this a Goff thing or is this a Brad thing? Is this a Goff problem or a Brad problem? Is this, hey, I don't know if Jared Goff can get us there or not, or is this Brad Holmes has not put together the pieces? Because when you look at what Seattle did, Stoney, when they hit the reset button, They really hit the reset button.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I have in front of me, Rico, a little research, every player that started on both sides of the ball for the Seahawks and how they were acquired. Okay? Quarterback, free agent in the offseason, Sam Darnold. Kenneth Walker, round 2, 41st overall in 2022. Rasheen Shaheed, trade deadline this year, 4th and 5th round pick in the next draft. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 1st round pick, 20th overall, 2023. Cooper Kupp, free agent acquisition, not expensive either, I don't think, 2025. No. Tight end, A.J. Barner, 4th round, 121st overall, 2024. Offensive line, Charles Cross, 1st round, 9th overall, 2022. Gray Zabel, a lot of people loved him here, but he went earlier. 1st round, 18th overall, 2025. Jalen Sundell, their center, a waiver free agent in 2024. Anthony Bradford from Muskegon, 4th rounder out of LSU, 108th overall, 2023 draft. Abraham Lucas, the right tackle, 3rd round, 72nd overall, 2022. So you have mostly the draft, but you have a few free agents. Oh, yes, the quarterback, one of the wide receivers, and your center was an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, and let me even simplify that for the people in the back. When they traded away Russell Wilson and that team in, was it 2021, Stoney, of the starting 22, you know how many are there? 0. He flipped the entire offense and defense.
Right.
Gone.
Here's your defense. Leonard Williams traded from the Jets at the 2023 deadline, just like Shaheed was a deadline deal for a 2024 second and a 2025 fifth. Byron Murphy, 1st round, 16th overall, 2024. Jaron Reed, they re-signed their own free agent March 2025. DeMarcus Lawrence, free agent from the Cowboys, 2025. Ernest Jones IV, trading from the Titans. When, Rico? At the deadline in 2024 for a 4th, and Jerome Baker. Linebacker, Drake Thomas, waiver claim, Raiders 2024. Cornerback, Devin Witherspoon, 1st round, 5th overall, 2023 draft. Josh Joby, cornerback, waiver free agent from Philly in 2024. Safety, 2nd round pick last year. Nick Emenwari, 35th overall. Kobe Bryant, 4th round, 109th overall, 2022. Julian Love, free agent, safety, 2023. Okay, so what Brad Holmes did, what John Schneider did, he drafted very well, obviously, and he made key trades at the deadline and a couple of free agent signings. Now, Brad Holmes, they have spent a lot of money on free agency, just hasn't worked out as well as these guys have.
No, and you also found out that Seattle made some tough choices, and they let a lot of people go. DK Metcalf, fan favorite, Mr. Seahawk. He's when you think wide receiver, you think of him. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and let you go. They gutted their wide receiver room. All they kept was Jackson Smith and the Jigba, and it ended up working out for them. Like they went through and just made the hard choices. Bobby Wagner, we're going to let you go. Not once, but twice. Once again, these are guys, he made the tough choices. It wasn't, we're going to fall in love with our guys. We're going to re-sign these guys and keep them here forever. It was like, yeah, you know what? Got to move on. If I'm a good draft, if I can draft well, I can keep drafting well. And not making bonehead picks and trading away picks.
We'll see if Brad learned, because there's a few guys, especially at that same position as Bobby Wagner, a guy who's been here for a while, who wants to be back, and I'm not so sure the Lions should and will bring him back.
Can't really put him in the same breath as Bobby Wagner, but I see where you're going, Stoney.
Yes, and the rumor is that he's going to rejoin Aaron Glenn in New York. We're talking about Alex Anzalone.
Yeah, that's a big difference between Bobby Wagner and Alex Anzalone.
Yes. All right, the telephone number, 248-539-9797. Coming up, we'll take your texts, your calls. It's the Valenti Show with Rico Stoney in for Mike 97.1. 248-539-9797. I just got a missive from a Mr. Mike Valenti who says, I cannot exist in this world. Thank God don't force me to miss today. Ginger depression, indeed. And the picture he sent of Sam Darnold is just a classic.
I sent him pictures and memes. It was just hilarious to me.
All right, 2485. Hope I was.
Gingers rise up.
I don't know if I was supposed to read that on the air, but anyway. All right, 248-539-9797. Yes. By the way, Jared Goff, like you mentioned, is going to the Pro Bowl as a replacement for Sam Darnold. I know America can't wait for the Pro Bowl matchup of Goff versus Shedeur Sanders.
Once again.
Oh, man. You look at this Seattle Seahawks team that John Schneider's put together, and Darnold's just part of it. I mean, he was great yesterday.
Yeah, the thing is Schneider made a lot of tough choices, and it looked like a lot of it worked, but he went out there, it's okay to say I'm in a window and kind of put your neck out there. Mm-hmm. Unlike what a lot of teams here. Unlike with Brad, the window stays open forever. No, it doesn't, Brad. Got to make some choices. And you know what? Had they made tweaks a couple of years ago, Sonny, I don't think we're having this conversation, but I think Brad got cute. He got cute with his draft picks. He's wasted a lot of picks on guys who aren't really contributing on the offense. When you're looking at when he talks about Gio Manu and saying, well, I think it'd be unfair for him to ask a lot of him going into his third year. Huh? What?
It's unfair to him to put the pressure on him that the team that drafted him gave up assets to move up to draft him. That would have been that's unfair.
Going into year 3 to say, I need you to actually earn your keep, that's not asking too much. When you look at you gave up assets to bring in Vaki. A special teamer / fullback, running back, huh? And then, the Tesla thing, you gave up assets to get a receiver who you really don't play that much.
No.
So, yeah, I look at that in these last couple of seasons, and I'm looking at the players that you gave away, the assets that you gave away. What if you went and you got some defensive players? Maybe you're not struggling at the end of the season for the last 2 years trying to put bodies out there to try to defend people.
Though the problem is that he had, besides that, and you are right on those, but when he did devote a draft to mostly defensive players, Terrion Arnold has not worked out yet. I'm certainly not calling him a bust, or it's still early for that because of an injury situation. But Rakestraw,
he wasn't that great before the injuries, Tony.
I know, but he was getting. I thought he improved this year before he got hurt.
Well, he cut down on the PIs.
Yeah, and he was in position in a lot of places. He didn't, make interceptions so much, obviously, but I thought his play was much better. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Detroit. Sean, what's up? Sean. Okay, your phone is as good as Sean Payton's play calling. Nico in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how y'all doing today, man?
Good, hey, Nico.
It's Deco, D-E-C. It sounds like Nico. It's Deco.
Okay.
But I had to call you. Yeah, I had to call you guys, man, but you already mentioned it. But when I heard it, I couldn't believe it.
Heard what?
Shedeur Sanders is a Pro Bowl quarterback?
Well, he's a major alternate, and probably other people they contacted probably didn't want to play either. So, yeah.
Oh, my. The NFL, man, and the NBA Pro Bowl is absolutely a joke.
Well, you just named it, Deco. It's a dog and pony show. Right, it's to get eyes to watch. So you know what? Let's put the most polarizing person out there so all his supporters and all his haters are going to watch to see him go out there and hope that he throws an interception or he throws the game-winning touchdown.
On a 7-on-7 or whatever the hell
right.
he plays.
Hey, I got one more for you guys, too, that I just heard the other day. LeBron James' son got 3 votes for the NBA All-Star team.
Yeah, that came from players, and I think these are probably guys that owe LeBron money.
Either that or they're haters and are just making a joke, which is what it is.
Yeah, I think that, you know what, let's go ahead and, LeBron, this bet is even if we just go ahead and vote your son on the team?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But no, 248-539-9797. When you look at Seattle and you look at what they did and how they built this team, is this something that you actually believe that the Lions could do? Because, Stoney, I don't. I think that they just love their own people too much. I don't think that Brad Holmes can make the tough choices. He says he wants to be a villain. Well, guess what? Villains get vilified.
Yeah.
Villains do bad things. Villains sacrifice it all. Don't be a fake villain. Okay, go out there and be a villain if that's what you proclaim that you are.
Right.
Okay, because I'm not saying that right now. It's just like you want to be the lovable villain. That doesn't exist. That's an oxymoron. Go out there, sacrifice it all to try to win. I'm not going to get mad if it's like, man, you went out there, you went balls to the walls, and it didn't work out. But man, when you get cutesy in the draft and this and we're good and we don't need this and, why do we need a second Aiden? Huh? Because 2 is better than 1. Are you serious right now?
You're right, but they're not serious.
It feels that way.
Zachary in Wixom. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. How are you?
Good. I just wanted to comment on how did Shedeur Sanders beat out all the other guys for the Pro Bowl? Did every quarterback in the league just say they didn't want to go? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Possibly. I don't know. I haven't read enough about it. I just saw that he was named.
Yeah, I saw that, Zachary. I'm thinking it was probably just the NFL can appoint who they want to as an alternate at this point. So, yeah, every other quarterback is either in it already or said, I've done this before, and, yeah, I'm good. So Shedeur probably was like, yeah, I'm on board.
And I don't think we should, get our panties in a bunch about the Pro Bowl either.
No. I just think there's so many other options to have a good time in the Pro Bowl, but they decided to bring out Shedeur. He had 10 interceptions, 7 touchdowns this year. I just thought they would bring out somebody.
I'm surprised he had 7 touchdowns, or actually 10 interceptions too. I didn't think he even played that much, but I guess he did.
He did, and then he played at pretty much the end of the season.
Yeah,
it was all his show. So,
248-539-9797. Is the Lions' failure to be where in the playoffs and they're in the Super Bowl, but still the season they had? Is it Seattle? When you look at Seattle, I should say, speak a little English here, Michael. Is it Darnold and not Goff, or is it and Schneider and not Brad?
Or do we just keep talking Shedeur Sanders? Kenny, do you have any text, please?
There is no way that Goff would win a Super Bowl in Seattle. The man cannot even throw the ball. Here we go. More than 20 yards. Seems like he's scared.
Oh, please. That's so lame. He threw a few bombs to J-Mo this year. I mean, get enough of that.
Well, when you brought up Goff, a bunch of the popular Goff taglines came out on the ticket text, whether it's he can't throw it deep, whether he's not mobile enough, whether he needs the best O-line possible in front of them. The last one might be probably the truest of all of them because he does need a decent O-line to thrive and not struggle. But, I mean, you could say that about most quarterbacks.
Exactly.
And this is why I said, look, if I were building this Lions team, I know a lot of Lions fans aren't going to want to hear this, but I think this is a 2-year process. Chicago showed you what to do. Focus on one side of the ball.
Right.
Chicago said, all right, we're going to have to make do with the defense. We're going to go out there. We're going to get free agent on the offensive line. It's all offense. We're going to get receivers. We're going to do all of this stuff on offense. Their first pick was a tight end. All offense. Next year, all defense. We're going to go ahead and we're going to load up on the defense. I think if they would have made the Super Bowl, it would have been gravy, but I don't think the Super Bowl was on the plate for this year. I know it sounds bad for Lions fans because you guys think you're really close, but I'm telling you, you're not as close as you think. You may want to follow that same suit. Go out there, free agent acquisitions on the offensive line. And I'm angry and I feel disgusted for saying this because I think that this team has really needed to amp up their defense for years. But just you got to outscore people. So you know what? Because you've already paid your receivers, because you're probably going to pay Gibbs, you're going to restructure Goff, protect your investment on the offense. bolster up the offensive side of the ball, and then next season, I want to see nothing but defense coming in here.
Or you just do all free agency on offensive line and then draft all defensive guys. I mean, because, look, those are the two positions you need, and either way they go is fine with me because they need help. Anybody, whether, let's say it's the first round, hypothetically, if they take, if Caden Proctor or they take a defensive lineman who's out there, whether it's, let's say, Bailey from Texas Tech falls or whatever. Okay, I saw one mock draft from Daniel Jeremiah, highly respected, of NFL.com, a former scout. He has them taking Mansour from Miami.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they do that, as long as you're getting good players at those positions, no wide receivers, obviously, no running backs, obviously. I don't think you need to worry about the heir apparent to Goff yet in the first round.
No, but it's just it's to the point. I don't think they're going to get Messidor from Miami because
you think he'll be gone by then.
No, because he's an edge rusher, and I don't think they value them. Okay, I really don't. Stoney, they've shown me through the drafts. They have shown me through trade deadline stuff. That's not a high value. It's high value for a lot of people in Detroit, including myself. But for the Lions, it's always They took the project kid in the 6th round
from Boise
last
State,
year.
yes.
Okay, yeah.
If they don't prioritize an edge, at least get a stud defensive lineman.
So my thing,
nose tackle.
Just go get an offensive lineman because I know you may need a safety because I don't know what's the status of your two safeties for next year. Don't know. One's not going to be around for a while. Don't know what Kirby's going to be. I don't think anybody knows.
They kept their safeties coach. They made sure he didn't go become the DC with Aaron Glenn. That they did. Jim O'Neill is back as the Lions safeties coach. 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the Valenti Show with Rico. I'm Stoney in for Mike. And it's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the Monday staple. Rico, take it away.
All right, gentlemen, you know how we do this. Let's just start off with the obvious. Can we say a lot of people owe Sam Darnold an apology? Sam Darnold, even the national announcers were saying they were waiting for the mistakes and people were just waiting for him to screw this game up. He went out there and he got the thing done. And right now it looks like he's going to lead Seattle to a Super Bowl championship. Can we say we owe Sam Darnold an apology?
I'm going to say no, because I think it's one of those things like, will Steve Yzerman ever win a Stanley Cup? Well, I won't believe it till I see it. And if that's an apology, so be it. But the body of work suggested, you know what, we'll see what happens. I believe it when I see it. And, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it because I saw it. I saw him do it. Did I think he could do it? Not a few weeks ago. But after
so wait, are you giving him an apology or no?
No, I'm not apologizing.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I don't think we have to apologize to anybody unless we make some kind of personal or racial or some kind of attack on somebody.
Well, it's not you, but since you're sitting in the chair, yes. Gingers can't win. Gingers, I wrote this thinking that Mike was going to be here.
I get it. I know.
So you know what? You're going to get the heat because your first name is Mike.
I know.
Gingers can't win.
That's Mike's Mike's have to take the heat today. That's like Gingers can't win.
So, I don't think we owe anybody an apology, but instead of an apology, because I was one of the people doubting him, I think most people were the ones that were doubting him. I'll give him the Derek Jeter kid tip of the cap. Like, there you go. Good on you.
Can we say that Darnold is now a top 12 quarterback in the league?
No. I think he's had 2 top 12 seasons. I'm going to give him one more year before I make him a top 12.
So 14 games next year.
Mm-hmm.
And then?
Yeah, or 6-17, whatever. Yes.
Okay.
This is the Blue Bloods thing all over again.
Yeah.
2 top 12 seasons in a row, one featuring a Super Bowl appearance. Yeah, I'll say he's top 12.
Okay.
Guys, can we say that New England kind of had a very lucky, easy schedule this year, all the way to the Super Bowl?
Yes, but you know what, Rico? There are a lot of people who are damn happy that fourth place schedule is going to go to the Lions next year.
I think they played one team with a winning record.
Yes. Okay.
In the regular season.
It's only a 3-game difference, but in the Lions' case, it's 3 major differences in who they're going to play. And in New England, they're also comforted by playing in a crappy division with the Bills as the only legitimate opponent. So, yeah, they are fortunate. They're obviously fortunate that Bo Nix got hurt. And they were fortunate that the weather, I think, was more conducive to their play than even Denver's. So, yeah, they're fortunate, but tip of the cap.
Yeah, pretty much the same tip of the cap, but I think I lean more on the side of you play who's on your schedule, and it's the NFL. At a point, there are no easy wins. Everybody's banged up.
Well, I do believe they also lost to the Cleveland Browns, so
right.
Just to put things in perspective.
Didn't they lose to the Raiders the first week, too?
I think they did, Stoney. Don't get me the lion, but I think you're correct. Let me see. They lost to the Bills. Yeah, they lost to the Raiders week 1.
Yeah.
Lost to the Steelers. Yeah. So, yeah, lost to the Bills. So, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. So, there you go. Can we say that fourth down analytics are just getting out of control and they cause teams to lose games they shouldn't have? Because you should have had 2 teams who just make better choices in life on fourth down.
Yes, you have to assess the situation. As it relates to the Lions, I have no problem when he goes for it in most circumstances. Like if you're even going to go back to the NFC Championship game, I had no problem with it. However, and it didn't work because Josh Reynolds had hands of stone. But yesterday, especially in the New England game, it just didn't make any sense knowing who your quarterback is, knowing that the elements were coming, and, you weren't going to score a lot of points. And they weren't either. And if you could definitely get 10 points, a 10-point lead, it's probably going to hold up.
Yeah, you got the touchdown. So now everything else is just house money.
Yeah, it's caused a lot of people to make a lot of boneheaded mistakes. I think a lot of people use analytics as this like Bible, as their crucible of all truth. And I think it should be just used as a hammer and a tool belt. It's one thing that you can use if you need it.
When you saw Sean McVay running down the sideline, contemplating calling timeout because he knew, I don't think this is going to work, but he rolled the dice and it didn't work out for him.
I thought it was stupid that he didn't kick the field goal then, but I understand why, because I don't think he trusted his defense at all. So he figured, what the hell, I might as well go and try to win it. Horrible play calls, but yes.
Can we say the Minnesota Vikings may have picked the wrong quarterback to keep?
Yes. However, let's not forget one thing. When they let Darnold go, I mean, they wanted him, but they didn't want to pay him what Seattle ended up paying him. They had another quarterback on their roster besides J.J. McCarthy, who they thought was going to go into the Sam Darnold mentor type of role, not as successful, as he ended up leaving Minnesota, which I don't think they counted on, and he started off being the MVP of the league, and that was Daniel Jones.
Right.
So if Daniel Jones isn't there, I think they treat Sam Darnold a little differently.
So to shorten up Stoney's answer, yes, they chose the right. I mean, one of them, at the end of the day, guys, one of them is going to a Super Bowl. You can say it's because of the defense. You can say it's because of weapons. You can say it's because of whatever you like.
Right, I know.
But I think at the end of the day, that's the ultimate right there. And he's, back-to-back top 12 seasons.
All right, and I'll just answer this for you two guys. Yes, we can say that the Pro Bowl has jumped the shark. Shedeur Sanders has been invited to the Pro Bowl. So, yes, we can say that.
Congratulations, Shedeur. Maybe you could be around some more veteran people and learn a few things, too.
That's Can We Say That? 97.1.
248-539-9797. Not good news there that Brandon told us about Simon Edmondson, but the Red Wings have been pretty blessed injury-wise this season. So keeping the mojo going, the fact that there is an Olympic break means he's probably only going to miss 5 games. He would have missed a lot more. So, but he's been terrific. And
you worried about them slowing down after the Olympic break, going in hot?
Yeah, they slowed down after 4 Nations. So I'm always worried. I mean, I believe their cushion right now is like 11, 12 points for the playoffs. Still need to make one more addition or 2, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Stoney, there are no Buffalo Sabres, all right?
Well, no, because I told Kenny and I had a bet about 2 weeks ago when the Sabres were on there, like they'd probably won 10 in a row at that time, that they were going to make the playoffs, and you were scoffing at me, and you still might end up scoffing, but they're playing great anyway. Back to what we were talking about. You heard, can you say that? We'd like your response at 248-539-9797.
Yeah, if you have your can you say, give us a call, 248-539-9797. If something happened over the weekend that you want to get off your chest, that you want to bring up that I didn't, go ahead, because Stoney. Before we get to the callers and the texters, here's a bonus one for you and Kenny.
Okay.
Can we say the divisional championship game should be played at a neutral site?
No. You mean, or the conference championship
games? Conference championship game.
No, not at all. Yeah, the snow in the second half.
Because you're that out, do you want the dome,
well,
right?
If you're going to have a new stadium, you should at least have the option if you have a retractable roof, and then you figure it out. But no, it's what makes football different. You have many stadiums that don't have, outdoor elements, and you have a few that still do. And I think that's terrific. It's different.
Because I think the world is thankful there was no game in Chicago this weekend. I could only imagine. Final score would have probably been 6-3.
I don't know. Not with that Ben Johnson offense.
Yeah, it was probably like -15.
Yeah, but that Ben Johnson defense, let's say it was, I don't know, the Seahawks and the Bears or the Rams and the Bears, I think there would still be points being scored. I mean, last year now it wasn't as cold, but the Rams-Philly game was a snow game.
Right, I'm just thinking about how cold it was here, coming off the water. I would feel sorry for the fans who had to sit there, especially shirtless guy.
Yes. White shirtless guy, as I've mentioned before.
Well, yeah.
Because you people are too smart to do that stupid-ass stuff. 2485. Yes, I said it.
These are facts. Then again,
yes, they are.
Then again, you could always put Go Bears and white guy, G.O., brother in the middle, and then other white guys saying Bears.
That was one of your best ideas ever.
You could be the space.
That would be, I'd love to see that vision. Oh, that'd be a great painting. 248-539-9797. Bernard in Detroit, what's up?
What's up, Tony? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Can you hear me pretty good?
Hey, you got us on speakerphone or something?
I'm on the button. Let me turn this thing off. That better for you?
Yes. Oh, so much better.
Listen, Rico, every time I call you guys, it's always Stonehead is with you, man. Never can catch you with Mike. I got to know Stoney, my baby.
Hold on, Bernard. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put you on hold for a second. We're going to clear this line up. We're going to bring you back, all right?
Sounds great.
All right. Let's put him on hold, Kenny, if we can. There we go. All right. We were going to lose him. I wanted to hear what he had to say, so.
Let's go to Barry in Detroit.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you, Barry?
Somebody go shovel Mike out. He needs to hear all of this.
Oh, he'll be here tomorrow.
No. Yeah. He's not shovel. He just Darnold broke his spirit.
We know.
He broke his spirit.
Yeah, we know.
And you know what, Barry? And whether it was fair or unfair, his co-host kind of let him have it last night too.
Yeah. Buy him some ginger snaps and some ginger beer.
And ginger ale. Yes!
Ginger ale. But no, I wanted to ask a question. because Stoney did something pretty cool when he came up with that roster. If people want to think that Jared Goff can't do it, do a comparison. I don't know if you guys know it offhand. Compare that line that L.A. has, the Rams have now, since the trade. Is that the same line that Stafford is using? And if you take that trade and it never happens, do you feel like Goff would have still survived in that Rams line? Because Stafford, we're considering Stafford to keep playing just because of that line. If he was getting beat up like Aaron Rodgers, like that on his way out, or Brett Favre, how he was getting beat up, we would be telling Stafford to retire. The only reason Stafford is still considered a good quarterback is because he's in a good situation to be considered a good quarterback.
Well, Barry,
he was. Look. I didn't want to play this card on the air. I played it on Twitter with Parker yesterday and today. Matthew Stafford was a very good quarterback here. Okay, he didn't win playoff games, and some of it, and I think most of it, was because of the organization, not because of Matthew Stafford. You put Matthew Stafford, I believe, in the same lineup that Jared Goff had, I think the success would be even maybe a little better.
You're saying Stafford here?
Stafford here, instead of just forgetting the trade ramifications, but you put Matthew Stafford in this offense that we've had basically the last 4 years. He's a better quarterback than Goff.
Oh, man. I don't know, man, because one went to a Super Bowl and one won a Super Bowl. But I'm saying one won a Super Bowl off the back of a person who was already in the Super Bowl. You get what I'm saying? And he was in the Super Bowl because of that line.
I get that, but I think
so. We feel like Stafford walked into that Super Bowl.
He might have
walked into that Super Bowl.
Well, he also had a good defense.
I was about to say, he also had a really good defense. And Barry,
that's what I'm saying. He walked into that. So that's what I was wondering, if that line, if Goff had that line in the LA, would he be able to?
You know what, Barry? I don't think so, because I think Stafford went out there and it just sometimes it's right place, right time. You're seeing that with Darnold in Seattle. Right. It just, like, when they let go of all their receivers and all they had was JSN, no one thought that this Darnold JSN combination was going to be one of the best in the NFL. Right place, right time. Now, to kind of bring this back full circle, this is where I do get on Brad for not having the foresight to keep your offensive line strong, knowing that Ragnow is contemplating retirement. When somebody starts talking about it, that means they already got a foot out the door, but you didn't make the moves. You didn't bring in the center. You kept holding your breath, whistling past the graveyard, and then you got stuck with this year. And now you're getting kind of the same thing with Taylor Decker, where you kind of can see the man is about to walk out the door. You got to replenish this offensive line.
He did it a year too late. However, I will say this. Hypothetically, as we deal in this forum a lot in hypotheticals, if Ragnow didn't retire, which was announced after the draft, I'm assuming the Lions draft remains the same. Then you're sitting there saying, oh, well, he drafted, Ratledge to be the heir apparent to Frank Ragnow. Because if you remember, Ragnow was drafted. He played guard first and then moved over to center.
No, Stoney, correct. But being that you're in the building, you have to know.
Assume.
All right, I'm hearing some rumblings. He's thinking about it. All right, well, if he's thinking about it, let's plan ahead. Let's go out and get the guy. Let's not wait until he leaves to get his replacement. Let's go ahead and draft somebody now. So if in the previous year, if you would have taken somebody to sit and learn underneath, it would have been a smoother transition.
But maybe the previous year they didn't know, because they didn't know at all until maybe this offseason that he might, and then he waited till June to do it. I'm trying to give him maybe the benefit
when
of the
you're
doubt
hearing
there.
that what was it, turf toe, and how bad it is, and how he's going to have to live with. Like, at some point, common sense just kicks in. He won't keep doing this. We're going to have to plan ahead.
I know. They should. I
but hey, great try.
No, I'm
Stoney
thinking,
is number one Brad bot over there.
Oh yeah, sure. That's why I listed the whole Seattle stuff.
Having fun with you.
I know. Andrew, you're a 97.1.
Dude, I just say, Mike, Mr. Stoney,
yeah,
you're on fire. you're on fire. I agree 100% with you.
Why? About what?
Why? Detroit Lions, man. I think you're right about the offensive line, the defense, the coaching. I think Brad Holmes is fine.
Well, no, then we don't agree because I think Brad Holmes did not do a very good job of improving this team.
Well, no. I think
improving this team from where they had it in 2023. Let me say, yeah, obviously did a great
2023
job.
is nuts. That was nuts. That was a great draft class. But I think it's Jared Goff.
It's not Jared Goff.
I think he's got to go.
Okay, fine.
No. Why, Andrew? Why?
Why? Okay. All right. You go to the Red Wings games. Jared Goff.
Okay.
Jared Goff.
What's that have to do with?
They had Hendon Hooker was a bad pick. I agree.
Yes.
100%.
Okay. So
100%.
So Jared Goff has to go.
Yeah.
What who are you getting?
I want a new quarterback.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Brad Holmes. Who are you getting and how are you getting him?
Definitely not Stiddy.
See, you have no
Definitely
solutions.
not Stiddy.
Okay.
I don't know.
Of course you don't know. You can't. They're not going to be able to get anybody now better than Jared Goff. I don't think. If he does, great. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, no.
Goodbye, Andrew. I mean,
all right, Jake. That's one.
Jake's used to it. Jake does. Jake answers the phones on Sundays after Lions losses.
I don't miss those days at all. Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and start the new year off right with great deals on the massive inventory. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the January Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Trax LT, get this, $239 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico. I am Michael Steven Stone in for Michael Valenti, who will be here tomorrow. 248-539-9797. We're reacting to a lot of things. Sunday's games. Can we say that? And, of course, Jared Goff, as always. Frankie and Shelby, good afternoon.
Hi there, guys. Hi, Rico. Hi, other Mike. How's it going?
Good, thank you.
Good stuff. Coming off of Jake just a second ago, I feel like these past games this weekend, I was a long-time listener, first-time caller. The games this weekend, I feel as a Lions fan, made me feel better about our team just because of the whole Sam Darnold situation and the situations that we saw in all the games, like you guys are talking about this morning. Jared Goff would do fantastic in that situation. That's super similar to our situation. We have we have so many good receivers on our team. Our receiver setup is fantastic. It's just that O-line and it's just that defense that we need to get put together. And so I keep hearing these callers, and I know Carson Anderson, we're trying all day to get someone to talk about anything other than let's get Lamar Jackson instead of Jared Goff. Let's get Josh Allen instead of Jared Goff. And it's not the answer, man.
Well, yes, Goff has been to a Super Bowl. Those two haven't. But I have a feeling that if somebody called Brad Holmes, Frankie, and said, we'll give you Josh Allen for Jared Goff or Lamar Jackson for Jared Goff.
You make that trade.
I think you make that trade.
I definitely do think that we would make that trade. But it's just in the context of the money that we have, like not breaking the bank, I feel like we need to save that money, that especially with figuring out Jared Goff's deal. If we can figure out Jared Goff's deal and use that money to get what we need to get instead of using that money on an expensive quarterback, on a super expensive quarterback.
Well, no. But see, here's the thing, Frankie. Jared Goff is that super expensive quarterback right now because you're going to have to either you bite the bullet, which they won't do, I would, or you have to restructure his deal, which means he's now your guy for the next 4 seasons because you're going to have to pay him out, and now you got to make – you're married to him. So – yeah, he is that super expensive quarterback right now, and I think that's where a lot of frustration when people come from because, okay, if you're going to make that type of money, we need you to make those types of plays. Mm-hmm. We need you to act like you're a superstar quarterback, and that's where the Lions' frustration comes from. Well, the fans' frustration comes from because could you see Jared Goff making the play that Drake May did to seal the game yesterday? I couldn't.
No, but I
definitely
could,
no.
But I could see him making many of the throws that Sam Darnold made, and that's not a knock on Sam Darnold. Jared Goff is not a runner. Jared Goff is a good passer. Is you use the term superstar quarterback? Is Jared Goff a superstar quarterback? No,
he's not. But the fact that he's about to get paid like one is why people are going. Stoney. It was the reason why a lot of Lions fans turned on Matthew Stafford because all of a sudden at one point he was the highest paid quarterback. And you're like, him? This guy? What has he done? Yeah. And that's the same. When you're under your rookie deal or when you're not getting paid that much, expectations from fans are a little bit lower. But once you make the big bucks, they expect championships.
Right, and it's the position. Look, even in Philly, even though he was amazing in one that he lost and won another, Jalen Hurts is still getting vilified.
Well, that's Philly.
Well, because he doesn't run. I mean,
you guys hate Santa. You hate everybody.
I understand that, but I think it's absurd. But the New England was smart enough to actually use Drake May's legs yesterday. Would they have done the same thing in Philly with Jalen Hurts' legs? No, that's the
Hurts just like he refuses to run anymore.
That's the knock on him right now.
Yeah, that was me a few years ago. I've changed and matured. It's like, no, you do what we got to do to win games.
Yes, exactly. Let's go to Livonia. Logan, you're on 97.1.
Stoney, Rico, I appreciate you taking my call. Big time fan.
Thank you for calling.
So I guess the only thing going over Jared Goff, the only thing that I really took out of yesterday was how sad it would be to be a Vikings fan yesterday and today, knowing what Sam Darnold's potential really was. And as me, I'm someone that somewhat wrote him off, but I get the feeling of if we were to let Jared Goff go, would we be feeling the same way, especially if, Jared went somewhere super good and made another run?
Well, yeah.
Right, but here's the thing, Logan, and I don't want to put him in the same category. Just like earlier today, I didn't think that Bobby Wagner and Alex Anzalone need to be in the same sentence. But you look at what Seattle did. They let a quarterback go that actually got them to the playoffs before and said, we can do better. Let's upgrade. Took a big chance. They got rid of their Super Bowl winning coach, and it's worked out for them that they're coming. They bounce back. So if you're not going to make a deal or you're not going to get rid of somebody because of fear, what if this fails? You're not long for your job.
No, or you shouldn't be. Although in this town, a lot of general managers are
This is Milquetoast City.
Are the fear of the unknown.
Well, we've heard ghost. Yeah, I don't want to, be haunted by the players that we let go. Or I forgot what
Windows an illusion.
I forgot what Brad said, but he basically didn't want to, have something come back to bite him if he got rid of a player. You can't win that way.
No. Sometimes you have to be aggressive. All right, 97-1.
No,
I'm sorry, I'm off.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Kenny, couple texts, please.
Yeah, a couple ticket texts here. If it wasn't the AFC Championship game, I would not have watched after halftime.
Well,
you know what? I probably wouldn't have either.
Well, you might have had a different choice. You would have got to watch a different game. I get all that.
I mean, it just was. And I know you're supposed to be like, oh, it's football in the snow. Guys, it was boring. Okay, let's just call it what it was.
I mean, it was boring in the first half with no snow.
Right, but you knew at that point, like, this is only going to get worse. How quickly can you finish this to get to the main course, which was the NFC title game?
While Goff may not be that good, this is all on Holmes and roster construction. He's the one that buys the groceries. That's from Bill.
100% agree. Goff cannot go out there and block for himself. Goff cannot catch passes for himself. He can only do what he can. Is he a good quarterback? He is. But the problem is, with the money comes the expectation, comes with the position, and this team has regressed in the last 2 seasons. You went from NFC title game to not making the playoffs. And you're watching other teams rise up. You're watching Sam Darnold in Seattle looking like in 2 years they're going to do this. You're watching New England flip the whole team and went from worst to first.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's almost a blessing in disguise that they didn't make the playoffs, where maybe they weren't blinded? Because let's face it, if they let
me answer that question for you.
Yeah,
because I know where you're going. I was with you. I thought maybe this was the wake-up call that we needed to hear. And then I heard Brad Holmes' end-of-season speech and said, you know what? Nothing's changed in Allen Park. They still feel the same way. There's no sense of urgency. Yeah, we do things, but, it's just too complicated to explain to you people. And, it's like, but Brad, do you want to get better or not?
Right, because don't take this as an excuse, but if the right call, OPI call, is not made on the first play against Pittsburgh and they win the game like they should have, and I'm convinced they win Christmas in Minnesota because they'd have something more to play for. They would have finished with 11 wins, made the playoffs, and then they would have said, "Oh, we're okay. We won 11 games."
I'm not convinced that they win in Minnesota because they didn't have anything to play for in that Green Bay game, and they went out there and won that game with nothing to play for.
You mean the Chicago game? Yeah.
No, I'm talking years back.
Oh yeah,
they had nothing to play for.
Right now,
they for some reason they still were going to lose that game. Okay. So. But at that point, I'm thinking this is where Brad Holmes should come out and Stoney, I'm with you.
Yes.
Guys, you know what? We need to make some changes. We need to do things a little bit better, but it just felt like it was same old, same old. Like, okay, it's nothing's going to change here. That's just how I saw it when I heard that, because I thought for the same. Maybe this was the wake-up call this team needed to see, that you see Chicago, Green Bay in playoffs, Minnesota probably going to be they get the right quarterback. They can be a problem. You're in a tough division. You got to step your game up. This ain't the same North from a few years ago where this was a horrible division.
But I think maybe not making the playoffs just gives them a little, kick in the ass. 97-1. 248-539-9797. I have a little Pistons question for you coming up later in the program. But first, let's say good afternoon to Sean, calling us from, is this Atlanta?
Yeah, man. Born and raised in Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Cool.
So, yeah, I had to keep up with my Detroit sports. But after this weekend, man, I'm just slightly sad, disappointed, frustrated, and I'm just hoping that, you know, I don't know Petzker, the new OC, but I'm willing to give him a shot.
Yeah.
I think we should be in the mix for a long time coming, and we better be, because like you guys had mentioned earlier, you know, going from NFC Championship to losing the playoffs last year and then to not making the playoffs. I mean, what's going on? It's like it's like they gave us a slice of cake, and then after a while, now we're taking castor oil or something. I don't know, but
well, they gave you the cake, but your waiter Josh Reynolds dropped that cake, and then it went all downhill from there after the season.
Okay,
was
but
good.
here's the thing. I know Reynolds takes the abuse because he dropped that pass. You know what really changed the game, and nobody will say it?
Gibbs fumble?
Was Gibbs. But we all love Gibbs, but Reynolds ain't here no more, so it's easy to make him the scapegoat. Gibbs fumbled and gave him the ball in the red zone. But go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is this. With all these other teams, here we are, we got the Seahawks and the Patriots again. I'm like, okay, well, now it's our time to come up. And if they don't, I'm sorry. See you later, Campbell. See you later, Goff. The whole lot of them can be gone for me, because it's like, come on, guys. Y'all can't tease us like this for 3 years in a row and then, you know, for us to just fall back into irrelevance. I'll listen to what you guys have to say.
Sean,
I enjoy your show, guys.
Appreciate the phone call, and I think, Sean, you're not in the minority of thinking that, you know what? This upcoming season is going to say a lot about this team. Did you learn your lesson? Did you get angry?
Right.
Did you go out there and say, you know what, we have to do better? Or do you believe, it's just a bump in the road, our way's going to work, and we're going to see, and you'll wait and wait and wait. And it's like, I don't know, because I wanted to hear, guys, we got a lot of things to fix. We got a lot of things to get better. But when I heard that speech, and when I heard him saying, especially with Manu, like, well, it's unfair to ask him going into his third year. Like, no, it's actually what you drafted him for. If things worked out, he should be able to slide into the right tackle, and you move Sewell over to left tackle. And we're not having this conversation on what to do with Decker.
But Rico, he got hurt, so he's really going into year 2. I'm being facetious. David in Inkster, what's going on?
Thank you for taking my call. My quick question is, can we say that Max Stanford is all done at the age of 37? Because he was only one play away from going to the Super Bowl 2 years in a row.
Pretty much.
Can we say that?
I think physically, if he feels good, I think he's going to play again. Why shouldn't he?
Yeah, well, okay. I was just, it seemed like he has gotten so close since he had won a Super Bowl. I mean, one play away 2 years in a row. I mean, I'll be so happy if the Lions can even get there that close.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, and see, Dave, I don't think that he's done. I look at Aaron Rodgers, and that's just somebody that I think is done.
Yes.
And he should probably pack it up. But Stafford,
he's going to be the MVP.
He could still get the job done. That was a bad management of. And here's you know what lost the game for them was the punt.
Yes,
they got dropped.
Punt.
Like that's the difference in the game, because then Seattle turned right around. Next play, touchdown.
Right.
I mean, look,
the guy dropped the ball doing the punt.
Around November, David, everybody, including myself, thought the Rams were the best team in football. And then their defense started to regress, and their special team has not been good all year. I believe that they missed was it this year, last year, when they missed a chip shot field goal against in
right.
Philly or whatever, or I don't remember. But their special teams has been hurting them all year, and it did again yesterday.
I mean, they fired their special teams coach.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were back there auditioning people. They ended up putting the running back, I think was it Kyron Williams. Can you go field a punt for
Yes.
us? Can somebody field a freaking punt so that we can win this game?
I don't think Matthews Stafford is done, or should he be? Unless physically,
Unless
doesn't think he can do
unless
it.
his back hurts him that much that he says, I don't want to do this anymore. But
Correct.
other than that, no, he's going to come back and be your quarterback.
He played terrific for most of the season. A couple of bad games, but Jack in Clinton Township, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, TMZ?
Okay.
You guys, you know what? I've been watching Lions football for 37 years, and then I watched the playoffs this weekend. And when you see someone trying to catch a ball that falls down, can't catch a ball, then it's, they go in for a touchdown. It's all fixed. This whole game. 25 years ago, it wasn't this way. Now, you know what I'm talking about. All you guys do, but you guys are TMZ. You guys have so much drama. It drives me crazy because the NFL is not the NFL anymore. You go back to Ronnie Lott. You go back to playing football. This stuff is fixed, and I'm done.
Okay, don't watch anymore. But I'm sure when if the
No,
Lions,
you're right. I'm just saying all the clowns that watch football are actually entertainment fans. I don't want entertainment. I want football like it used to be 30 years ago.
So you think that Parkinson dropping that ball, the tight end thing, that was fixed? He knew that was
No. I'm talking about the kickoff, and the guy fell down before he even caught the ball. Come on, man. That's a professional. I could have caught that ball.
Okay,
but
you
here's
want to
the-
go back in the day? Jackie Smith, Super Bowl, Cowboys,
Oh, boy.
drops a touchdown pass right in the end zone. Was it fixed then?
Yeah, yep. I get that.
Okay.
I get that, but not the kickoff. I'm sorry.
Oh,
you have
Lord.
to be a retard.
All
not
right, I'll see you later. It's like, come on. Look, could everything be fixed? Sure. But you got to give me some better evidence than that.
Jake? That's
I'm
two.
aware.
That's two.
Yeah, it started off as, hey, Darnold's a baller. Then it turned into whatever that was.
I know. I saw
TMZ, like, oh,
TMZ,
yeah, okay.
whatever
I don't
it
even
was.
know where we're going. And you know what, Stoney? Credit. You shot his argument down.
Yeah.
Kenny, watch the play. Jackie Smith couldn't be more wide open in the end zone. And for the Cowboys, drop the pass. Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and they lost the Super Bowl.
He's a Hall of Famer, and he's known more for dropping a pass in the Super Bowl than his Hall of Fame career.
Yes.
But it wasn't fixed then. But this guy, it's fixed.
To lead a call with, hey, TMZ, I was like, where is he going with this?
Right. And where it's, dude, you spent your whole Sunday watching this. Why did you watch it? There's other things to do with yourself.
He cares so much that he watched it, and then he called in to complain to us because he watched it. I don't think he's going anywhere.
What you got text-wise, Kenny?
I did not want Stafford to get another Super Bowl, so I'm happy with the matchup. That's from Ryan.
Okay. There are people like that. It's okay.
New England is an elite franchise with outstanding ownership and management. The Lions continue to be a bottom feeder.
That's amazing that the Patriots might get another happy ending to their season.
It is amazing that the Patriots became the forgotten one in that whole battle of, Belichick and Brady and who was the brains of the organization. Maybe it was the organization. Maybe it was Kraft.
Yes.
Maybe Kraft knew what he was doing and said, I'll go out and find a new coach, and I'll go out and find a new quarterback, and I'll start this all over again.
Well, in fairness, his first coach after Belichick was awful.
Right, but
he was smart enough to get rid of him after 1 year. Most owners don't get rid of guys after 1 year.
Yeah, but Stoney,
Right.
You never want to be the guy who replaces you don't want to be, was it Tim Floyd? You don't want to be the guy that
That's
replaces
right.
Phil Jackson. You want to be the guy who replaces the guy who replaced Phil Jackson.
The money for Tim Floyd must have been so much more than he was. Where was he, at Iowa State?
He was at Iowa State. You're going to the NBA. Yes, I'm going to take this job.
Yeah.
Knowing you're going to get fired, Vrabel and Drake May, they're going to be a problem
Yes.
for a long time.
Damn
so
right. And
maybe
Elliott-
New England wins.
And Elliott Wolf's the GM. Good lineage. His father, Ron.
The last text we can end on here. Can we say that the Pat Mahomes Super Bowl era is done?
No.
No, I think it'll be back. Though, real quick, script writers, because I know we love script writers on this show.
TMZ.
We're TMZ. At the beginning of the year, they had the Super Bowl poster of who's next. And it was like a player from every team out there. You see Saquon in the foreground. You see like all of these other people.
Goff.
There's everybody there. If you zoom in, the two people closest to the stadium, Drake May, Sam Darnold. Wow. I kid you not. And it was like, wait, are you got to be kidding me? So for those who say the script writers and conspiracy, TMZ, they told you the whole season it was going to be these two. They're the closest to, was it Levi's or whatever stadium it is? Yeah. They're the closest to the stadium. And these are the two that are headed there.
Well, somebody we know very well will say, well, that's the only way Ginger can make it to the Super Bowl if it was fixed. All right. 97.1. 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a little weird one, but it's still under the ruse, and I say ruse for a good reason, of the amateurism that is college football. It is time for our college football blitz. And yes, if you're a fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Never good when it starts with this music.
With this song kind of fits what we're talking about. Rico, are you familiar with one Mr. Deion Sanders?
Prime time, or
Yes.
Coach Prime,
Coach
as they call
Prime
him now.
at Colorado. Certainly has put Colorado back on the map.
Has he, though?
Back on the map, not for great success, but for his personality, and people still love them or hate them, but he's polarizing Mr. Prime, Coach Prime. Now, you might think that Coach Prime would have the opposite of what we're going to talk about. But in the world of NIL, where players are getting paid, I think this is actually very fitting. In his team meeting that took place in January, I believe it was, or earlier this month. Yes, we are still in January, Michael. He decided that he's going to tell people there's having wide scoping program changes.
Okay.
Meaning, in addition to rules like you cannot wear other college apparel in the building, there are other rules he's going to make, and there are fines with those rules. Now, some of the other rules include, let's see, like I said, team apparel from other schools. And he said,
well, I mean, that kind of makes sense.
As he said that would be like your lady who you have currently wearing her ex-boyfriend's stuff. How do you feel about that? She's sitting up here with a shirt on that has her ex's name. That's how I feel about that when I see you coming into the cafeteria. You eat our food with your last name on it. Obviously, you wanted to stay there. You should have stayed.
But you know what? I guess.
But he's talking about guys who transfer over.
I was about to say, that's a new age problem because you got all this gear that you had last year, and there's no pride in your school. That's just a new job, so I get it.
In addition, cell phones, food, or drink are no longer allowed in team meeting rooms.
You said no food or drink?
Yes, or cell phones in team meeting rooms. So when
Okay.
you're having a meeting, none of that stuff.
Okay.
But he has also suggested, and these players are getting paid, it's going to be interesting if they can get away with this, fines for players.
Okay, that's funny because I just had this conversation a few days ago with a friend of mine. Because I said, you know what? Maybe you just start finding players because they're making money. Not something ridiculous like the NFL, but.
Okay, here you go, Rico. If you're late, this is the fines that he has suggested. Late for practice, $500.
Okay.
No show to practice, $2,500.
You know what? It's steep, but I understand it. I get it. It's a business, guys. And now I guess I'd like to know where the money is going. Like if it's all gets put in together and we have a gigantic party
Maybe
at the
it just
end of the
gets
year.
taken out of your NIL.
Or does it go to Deion's pocket?
Yeah. Late to meeting or a film session, $400.
Okay.
No show to meeting or film session, $2,000 fine.
I'm okay with that because I'd like to know why you just no-showed and didn't tell anybody you're not going to be there. Like if you're sick, hey Kenny, can you tell Coach I'm throwing up, man. I can't make it. I can't do it.
Late to strength and conditioning workout, $1,000.
Huh. Okay.
This is Deion Sanders' penalties for players based on the tardiness he doesn't like. No show to strength and conditioning, $1,500. So late.
So if you're going to miss something, you want to miss lifting.
Yes.
Because that's the cheapest one. Kenny, what do you think about all this?
Cheapest by what? It's still you're spending $1,000 to miss or to be late or whatever it was. It was late to what was it? Strength and conditioning was what?
15. You're late $1,000. No showing is $1,500.
Yeah, I mean it might be cheaper, but still, man, at least it instills some sort of a standard. And like you guys said, this is not the coach I would expect to be putting in these types of strategies.
Good for Dan.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, what if you show up with non-Louis luggage? Do you get fined for that?
Late to treatment, $1,000. No show for treatment, $1,500.
So the late and the no-show seems to be the big fly in the ointment for him, the big bugaboo.
Well, it's consistency. You're late, you're basically costing
Or you know what? If
$500 less than if you don't show.
If I'm late, I'll just keep a 50 in my pocket and just pay the person with the "I was here on time." Slide the 50 across the table.
Yeah,
head nod, right? Oh yeah, you were on time. There we go.
Violation of team rules, $1,000 to $2,500 based on the severity.
Okay, what's the violation of? I guess
whatever they have team rules.
You
on.
don't genuflex to the statue of my son in the locker room.
Maybe part of the no food in the team meetings. I don't know.
I wonder, can you wear a Shedeur Sanders Cleveland Browns jersey?
Maybe. I don't think so. How about this? Public or social media misconduct.
Okay, Dion, let's just take that one off the board because you're going to be finding yourself. But go ahead.
Rico, what do you think that one is?
First of all, I think it's outrageous because of who we are talking to, who is Mr. Attention Whore himself, that he's going to sit there and say social media, $2,000.
You're close, $2,500 to $5,000 based on the severity. And here's a quote from Dion on this stuff. Profanity needs to stop. I've heard it myself, especially in the dining area. It needs to stop. We're not the only ones in the cafeteria. You need to be respectful and make sure we respect our women. If you get out of pocket and start calling our women by their first name, that's
Not
a problem
by their
with
first
me.
name.
He says, and start calling our women by their first name. That's a problem with me. I don't understand what that means.
So I read up a little bit more on that one. It's you're supposed to address them as Miss or Mrs. and then their last name. You're not supposed to say.
Oh, well, come on. That's even older school than me. Unless that's a culture thing that I don't know about.
I mean, unless it's like people who work in the cafeteria.
It's supposed to be staff members he's talking
Okay,
about.
I get it now.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
All right, that because I'm like,
yeah.
I take a class with her. I'm not calling her Miss Johnson.
But here's the biggest question. I have no problem with this. But since there's no unionization, can he do this?
Yeah, how's he
Legally?
supposed to enforce that?
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, you can't. But see, here's the thing: you can, because as he will say, and as I've said all for college sports, there's no union. But guys, I don't have to play you. So you don't want to pay your fines? Great. So when your parents and your agents are saying, why aren't you paying my son? Well, he owes about $7,000 in fines. He refuses to pay, so I'm not going to play him. I get that. So can he enforce them? He absolutely can, Stoney. Think of it as your house, your rules. Your house, your rules may be different rules of what the city and the state and the federal government have.
That's true.
But it's your house. And if your kids didn't like it, there's the door.
All right. Thank you, Dion.
I like that.
97.1. 248-539-9797. Interesting. The Lions made a little bit of a hire just now.
Yeah, I don't really know if it requires breaking news.
No.
But former Giants interim coach Mike Kafka is joining the Lions in a high-ranking offensive staff role per sources. This is according to Tom Pelissero.
Yeah. Now, it just seems like the Lions, every offensive coach they're hiring is follically challenged.
This is true.
Yes.
Now, yes, you're right. I don't know. Maybe they're going for the whole little Robert Palmer look where everybody looks the same.
Yeah.
The only problem, I don't have a problem with this. I just want them to, the way they keep trying to improve this offense, do that for the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Get me some more smarter people in the room and maybe try to go after one of the fired coaches and bring him in as a co-coordinator with Shep, but the same thing on defense instead of just treating that as, you'll get whatever crumbs we have left over.
Right.
That's what it feels like to me.
You would assume that Kafka would maybe be more of a passing guy because we've always talked about how Petzik, his run schemes are really, really good.
So what, the passing game coordinator?
Maybe. I don't know.
So how often, do you just draw up two plays and the coach then says?
I don't know.
Right. I mean, because if I'm the passing game coordinator, I want to play 7-on-7.
Right.
If you're the run game coordinator, ground and pound.
Correct.
So here's my play, and Dan Campbell has to cut the baby in half.
Also, during the game, the offensive coordinator calls the plays unless Campbell hears something he definitely doesn't want to hear. But, yeah, I don't know what it means during the week. But at least they're getting a guy who's is respected. I mean, there have been he had some head coaching interviews before he took the Giants interim job. So it'll be interesting to see what the Ginger Hater has to say about that because he was his offensive coordinator in New York.
Well, he has no hair, so he can't call him a ginger.
That's true.
And he's not redheaded anyway.
That is correct. All right, I want to bring this up a little non-football for just a few moments here. Kenny attended the Pistons-Rockets game on Friday where the Pistons lost 111-104. Pretty damn good game. I was told I did not see the game because where I was at did not have Prime Video, and it was a Prime exclusive contest. But I heard that LCA, the excitement in there, it was like a playoff game. It was insane. Is that correct?
I wouldn't go full playoff game, but it was definitely one of the louder games regular season games that I've been to.
It is turning into a home court advantage right now, and starting last year now. Home court advantage, but they lost the game. And after talking to people who was at the game and looking at highlights and looking at the box score, to me that loss was, and I've used this term before about the Lions today, a blessing in disguise.
Okay.
Now, obviously, the Pistons brain trust and coaching staff, Trajan Langdon and J.B. Bickerstaff, et cetera, they feel or they see the same things we see, and they actually see stuff in practice. But to me, somebody who's been basically wanting another scorer/shooter to space the floor better, would make Cade Cunningham better, would make everybody better. And look, Duncan Robinson's done a nice job, better than I expected him. I mean, his defense is not very good, but it never was. But he's contributed. His three-point percentage for the most part has been better than I thought. And I never thought of him, he was going to have to start, but he does start. But Friday night, they shot 22% from three. They were awful. And their other shooting was not that much better. They shot like 45%, and they missed 7 free throws. So where I say this isn't a blessing in disguise, and by the way, some guy named Durant, maybe you've heard of him, Ojo, only had 32 points. And I was one who I thought they should have tried to figure out how to get him from Phoenix in the offseason because he would make Cade unbelievable because obviously.
Yeah, you're going to have to break the bank in order to do that.
I understand that.
That's asking a lot for a Detroit team.
Well, no, Gores will write any shit. Come on. Money's no object when it comes to Tom Gores. The question is what they would have had to give up in a trade. Anyway, that said, that ship has sailed. But the blessing of disguise comes in a situation where I said, all right, they now know, if they didn't already, what we see, or what I see at this team. If they are serious, and they should be for this year because of the situation that the East is in, if they believe that the goal is getting to the NBA Finals, not winning it, because I think you want to do it, but I think it's unrealistic. But it's not unrealistic to think you have a chance, a team good enough to win the East. But for them to do it in the playoffs, they need another player. They're not going to be able to do it as much as we love this team with what they have. They need something else. Go make that trade. The deadline is, next Thursday or Friday? Go get it there, February 5th or 6th. I forget which.
So who's the guy? Giannis?
Well, I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I don't live in a fantasy world.
If you wanted KD, how is Giannis a fantasy?
Because Giannis is hurt. Who knows? He's going to be out for 6 weeks. That's
okay, maybe it's just me. I could be wrong here. I think the second he leaves Milwaukee, he'll be healed. He'll be fine. And you won't hear about any injuries. I think right now is his way of saying, I don't want to be here. So if I say I'm hurt, you can't make me play. But once he leaves, if all of a sudden they said Giannis has been traded to and you pick the team, he's a Laker now. Giannis will be fine, and he'll be out there playing that very next day.
Look, if they somehow make a trade for Giannis and, depending what they'd have to give, actually I don't care what they'd have to give up, to be honest, with the exception of Cade and maybe Durham, whatever. Yes, you go get Giannis. He still has a few years left in him. So, yeah, I just don't think realistically that would happen. I don't think Milwaukee would trade him in their division. But, yeah, Michael Porter Jr. and they're marketing the names that everybody wants.
Michael Porter Jr. is probably the one that I think is more doable than any other one.
Trey Murphy, allegedly, they're not. If New Orleans isn't going to trade him, I don't know what the hell they're waiting for. But if you believe Trajan Langdon, and I don't necessarily believe all I hear from press conferences, but I know a lot of people do. They take anything Brad Holmes says as gospel, good or bad. Trajan Langdon did say use the word margins, right? Mm-hmm. So if they're going to make a move on the margins, here's two names. One is Bobby Portis, who is a really good three-point shooter.
He is.
And he has a certain amount of toughness.
And he's got championship experience.
Yes, he does. The other guy is a familiar guy. And I apologize to where I saw this posted. And when I saw it, I laughed, and you might laugh too when I mention his name, but it's under the auspices of margins. Rico, do you know percentage-wise who is the NBA leader in three-point field goal percentage right now? At 48% from three-point range, and he shot over 253s, I believe.
I do not.
A familiar face. His defense is not very good, but I think it's a little better than Duncan Robinson.
You're going to tell me Sadiq Bey?
No, but you're not as far off as you would think. Luke Kennard. Luke Kennard leads the NBA shooting 48% from three. And he averages 20 minutes a game. So I'm talking, if you're going to talk about a margin player, Robinson starts. You bring in Kennard. You get rid of, with all due respect, Wolverine lovers. Karis LeVert has done nothing if you can just get rid of his contract.
Yeah, once you make it to the pros, I don't really care what you do.
No, I know you don't. I'm not talking about you. But there are people that, oh, God, I could trade a Michigan guy. Anyway, whatever. You know what I'm saying. I think Luke Kennard would actually help this team.
See, I guess I look at this differently.
I'm just looking at margin. Look, I want
this is where I want to throw the margins things out the window if I'm trading, because you're in a very unique situation.
Right.
Where at least this year and maybe next year, you're the big dog. Mm-hmm. You could be the force. You're the big dog right now. Take advantage of that, because the other teams are dealing with a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
Marginal stuff means let's do just enough and you can still lose a 7-game series. You go out there and make that bold move, and now you're setting yourself up for, you know what, if we play OKC, if we play San Antonio, if we play Houston in the finals, let's see what happens.
Right.
Are you going to win it? I don't know, but you're there.
Right.
So you don't know.
Kennard doesn't put you over the top for that. I get it. But based upon what he said about margins, he would fit. Do I want Porter Jr. first? Absolutely. You know, you mentioned Giannis. I would never think that would happen. But Markkanen, yeah, I'd take them obviously ahead of Luke Kennard. But I'm trying to live in this. Well, if I believe he said margins, and if that's true, here's a good margin player.
Margin was last year in Schroeder. That bringing him in that was a good marginal player.
Right.
This, I'm saying it's okay to go for broke because you're in a situation right here, right now. Handle your business, man. I don't know what the next 3 years are going to be when all the stars come back from their horrific injuries.
Yeah.
But for right now, they can't play this year. Not your fault.
Right.
Let's go and take this thing.
And especially since Tatum will be back in sometime in March, and he'll ease into the lineup. And by the time the playoffs start, chances are he won't be 100% Jason Tatum, but he'll be close enough.
Right, and he'll be fresh because he won't have the wear and tear.
Yeah.
Take advantage of this thing now because now you're trying to get something to get over the top of Boston, to get over the top of the Knicks. So I'm going after it.
I understand that. That's not. But
Luke Kennard.
But if you're going to play the margin game, is Luke Kennard somebody that you could accept? 97-1. 248-539-9797. Talking about the Pistons and how Friday's loss could be a blessing in disguise, because I think it obviously put in the forefront what this team needs if they're going to make it to the NBA Finals, and that's another shooter, scorer, and obviously you'd love somebody, Michael Porter Jr., Lauri Markkanen, but I'm basing what we're talking about on Trajan Langdon, if he's going to stick with we're going to do things on the margins that he said in the offseason. Now, things have changed. I don't know if he thought they'd be the number one seed right now, so maybe that amps something up. We'll never find out till the deadline because he doesn't talk a lot. But if playing our little hypothetical, who in the margins there, and I mentioned Luke Kennard, former Pistons first-round draft choice, that they took ahead of Donovan Mitchell. Anyway, I can't believe I had to bring that up again. Yeah, the beginning of my we could have had this guy app that I have. But yeah, he's the leading guy in the NBA in three-point percentage. And you couple him with Robinson, when Duncan comes out. Duncan's been okay, or you can even do it the other way around, start Kennard, and then you just have it's another floor space that you have for Cade, and that's what I like as far as the margin player. Bobby Portis Jr. would also be somebody I really like. We have some text, Ken.
This one just says Bobby Portis is a dog in all caps.
He fits.
He would fit the blueprint here.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, I think the Pistons need to add one more shooter. I would enjoy Michael Porter Jr. That's from Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to me, that's the main guy you go get, and I think I don't think you would have to break the bank, and you can keep this thing going, and it will put you over the top, at least for this year.
Right, and who cares about the draft picks?
This one we're getting quite a bit of. What makes you think they'll actually learn a lesson from that game? Every team in this town is stubborn.
Well, we do have an epidemic.
Because the Pistons made a move last year, and it helped them. It got them,
the Schroeder move.
Right, that was a great move, and it was a marginal move, but it worked. So they were willing to go out there at the trade deadline and do something. They didn't say we're good.
Tired of hearing the word ads in the margins. Go do something big.
Well, I agree wholeheartedly with that person, especially when it comes to the Pistons, because your window is wide open.
Yep.
Okay? I don't want to hear, well, you can't beat OKC. Guess what? You only have to play one of Oklahoma, San Antonio, Houston, or whoever comes out the West. You only got to play one of those teams. Mm-hmm. Get there, see what happens.
This one, can we say the Pistons can't win the whole thing without a big splashy deadline move?
Whole thing, I would say yes. That would be, you can say that. Get to the finals. It doesn't have to be splashy if you get the right part.
But yeah, you make a big splash and yes, you could possibly win the whole thing in a 7-game series.
Yes. Especially if it's Rico's guy, Giannis, which I think people would go crazy. Can you imagine him here?
I promise you, all of a sudden he would be healed, like he went to a faith healer. Like he would be great.
My faith would be completely shot if they end up not adding. That's from John.
Yeah, they're going to add. I'm confident he's going to add somebody. Whether it be the person we want, that's a different question.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that they do and they don't follow the lead, and he's not at the Coney Island and he doesn't listen to them, and he goes out there. Because, guys, I can't reiterate this enough. They're in a very unique situation where, a lot of the teams that supposedly are good are not because of injuries. You've been very fortunate. Take advantage of this so that you could just blow through the East, because right now your main competition is the Knicks and the Celtics. And if things work out, you only have to play one of them. You won't have to play both of them either.
There's a few other tricky teams in there, I can't figure out what's up with Orlando. If Cleveland can ever get their mental capacities straight, they're all going to be tough. And Philly's a wild card.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't figure out what they're going to do, what they are, because their guards are great. Do they want to stay with that? Embiid's been pretty good when he's played, and they're trying to manage him. But in some games he looks unbelievable. In other games he doesn't. Paul George is playing defense. So they'll be an interesting 4 or 5 seed, what they're going to end up being. But, yeah, the Pistons are obviously – they're the best team in the East right now. Just no doubt about it. So you have to make sure you can maintain that. Dominic in Grosse Pointe, you're on 97.1.
How's it going, guys? I was just thinking in terms of roster construction and the fact that he's been cleared of all wrongdoing. I don't know why Malik Beasley is still shooting threes in our local YMCA and not at least been getting looked at. It seems like the league wants to just completely blackball him, but he was never charged with anything and he was excused. So I just don't understand. He was like imperative to the turnaround last year.
Well, Dominic,
team.
I would say this probably, if you're the league, he still has the stench of did this happen or not, and just because he wasn't, it didn't go any further doesn't mean that it didn't happen. We may never know. And look, let's face it, if you're a Pistons fan, there was a certain play last year that comes up in the question after you hear some of the charges that he had against him in the Knicks series. If I would steer clear, because I think there may be just a lack of trust, because you don't know what he has done or what he has not done.
We haven't heard anything from the league, whether, he's free to come in or not. Have we?
To my knowledge, he was never, he was investigated to some sort of extent and no charges of.
Well, no charges legally. And I'm talking about the league, though. That's different.
And the other thing for me, Dominic, is all the other stuff. Like, dude, how are you not paying your rent? How are you not doing?
There's a lot. There's a lot of bad guy stuff for him. He had some domestic issues too.
Right. This is don't forget. Yeah, he wasn't the player. He wasn't going to win NBA. Community Service Guy of the Year award coming in.
Fair.
So this may be one of those. Do we really need him? I'd pass.
Yeah, to me, that would be like Malik Beasley would be a last.
Tony, you still can't convince me that something wasn't up there.
I agree. There's and the fact that the Pistons aren't the only team out there. There's other teams that could certainly use his shooting ability.
And the NBA is still investigating.
Yeah,
and that is why.
That's why we haven't heard anything.
Yeah. And then the fact, how are you not paying your rent?
I know.
Huh? Are you in college? Seriously?
Next thing you know, he's going to be bouncing checks to the pharmacy.
Right. What are we doing here, man? Something I never would think that I would hear from an NBA player.
Yeah.
They got evicted. What?
Couldn't afford my rent.
The worst player on the end of the bench is making $10 million a year. How are you not paying your rent?
I know.
I'm usually not a ruin the culture, don't bring this guy in type of a fan, but
right.
I think in this case, when you're at the top of your conference, why would you invite this sort of circus into town?
I totally agree with you. And then you don't know if he's still being investigated. Let's say hypothetically he gets cleared, and you just sign him as a no. Why?
Because look, if it was a one-off that somehow his name got it, but it was all the other stuff to go along with all the stuff that preceded him coming here. You know what? At that point, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Let him go.
Correct. Look, is he better than maybe the other margin guys that we've mentioned? Yeah, maybe. He's not better than Michael Porter Jr. or Lauri Markkanen. So if you're going to take a chance, you're going to take a chance on somebody really good.
Let's be real. Game 7 here, LCA against the Knicks, and they pass him the ball with 3 seconds to go and he misses. This town's going to turn on him.
Oh, I know.
This time, and it could be a legitimate
right, because
miss.
that's what happened in Game 6.
Could be a legitimate shot, and he just misses it. Nobody's going to believe it.
How much? Every shot.
There.
Every shot.
But I'm just saying,
yes.
For the game winner, the Pistons are down by 1. He shoots the ball with 3 seconds left, and it clanks off the back of the backboard. Yeah. And the Knicks go on to the finals. Nobody's going to believe that was just a bad shot.
Yeah. All right, 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Speaking, look, I'm just doing blessing in disguises all over here.
You are?
Coming up next, was there a blessing in disguise that the Lions could have learned from some strategy in yesterday's football games?
Oh, boy.
97-1. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. In yesterday's conference championship games, by the way, congratulations to Sam Darnold for making Mr. Valenti's life a living hell. Yes, he's going to the Super Bowl with the Seattle Seahawks.
Gingers rise up.
Yes, in this case, they certainly did. But there was, it's strange because both Sean's, the losers yesterday, Sean McVay and Sean Payton, are considered by many to be two of the best coaches in the National Football League. McVay's part of the Shanahan tree, the Mike Shanahan tree. He led to Kyle Shanahan and Kevin O'Connell and whatever. Sean Payton is actually, some people say he has his own tree, but he's part of the Bill Parcells tree.
Right.
Which, of course, fostered Belichick, and the Sean Payton tree has Dan Campbell and others as well. And I believe Sean Payton has had the most influence, obviously, on Dan Campbell because he coached under him in New Orleans, and I think that's where Dan Campbell picked up some of Sean Payton's aggressive stuff, right? In these games yesterday, we'll start with the Patriots and the Broncos game. And yes, everybody can talk about the weather all they want. But the first half, the weather was fine. And the score at this time was 7-0. And it was early in the second quarter, okay? But the Broncos had the ball, and of course they're playing at home. Fourth and goal at the 14-yard line. They started, the series, well, not the series, but it was 1st and 10 at the 23, and they picked up 9 yards on 3 plays. So there's 9:28 left in the second quarter. And I am one of those guys when it's, 4th and 1, whatever, I'm pretty aggressive. You go for it. And it has nothing to do with analytics. I just think sometimes you go for it. If you can't get 1 yard, then there's something wrong. However, I'm sure the folks in Denver, while they might not have realized, the Broncos staff, that it was going to be as bad as it was, they knew that there was some weather coming in about an hour. So with 9:28 left in the game, you have a pretty good kicker, especially from short yardage, in Will Lutz. 4th and 1, 14-yard line. That would be a 31-yard field goal, if my math is correct. To me, it's sitting there, I'm going, kick the field goal, go up 2 scores. Mm-hmm. Because you're playing against, number one, you're playing against a pretty good defense.
Right.
You have a backup quarterback.
And there it is right there.
But number 2, though, you have a great defense, too.
Right.
So you have enough confidence that you're probably not going to give up many more than 10 points.
Tony, Jarrett Stidham, 2 words right there.
Okay. Stiddy was not pretty.
All the points you can early, because now you're looking at 10-0, impending weather coming, and you're going to make New England play desperate football. Because guess what happens with a 10-0 lead? Or you don't have to, if you're Stidham, you're not trying to make a play and you end up fumbling the ball and giving them the ball so close to the end zone.
Right. So after they take over, because first of all, Denver called a timeout to change their play, number 1, and then a 4th down, the Stidham pass was incomplete, intended for Harvey. And then their defense, they take over at the 14. They gave up a total of 24 yards and forced New England to punt. Denver takes over, and, we know, Rico just said what happened. Stidham sacked at the 14-yard line, fumbled the ball.
He panicked.
Touchdown.
He panicked and did a 2-hand chest pass backwards.
Awful. Yeah. So instead of 10-0 at the half, now granted, Will Lutz did miss a field goal at the end too.
We got blocked.
Blocked.
We got touched.
Well, that was the end of the game, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about the end of the half.
Oh.
Actually, yes, he missed a 54-yard field goal, and then New England missed a 63-yard field goal at the end of the half. So it's, 7-7 instead of 10-0. The rest of the game, partly because of the weather, partly because Stidham is Stidham, the only scoring left in the game was a short field goal. 10-7, New England goes to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's one instance where the fourth down stuff it did not work. It was
Stoney, I'll
bad.
say this. In close games, you take the points early. Now, if you're desperate at the end of the game or it's a way for you to just put the game away, fine. We're up and, we're up 7 and we're going to make sure you don't get the ball back. Great, because you're playing with some house money. But early in the game, and it's kind of, it goes back to when the Lions played the Eagles. Just take the points early, man. Don't get cute. Don't do anything, because this is going to be one of those grinded out type of games. So hopefully they have. But yeah, I looked at that Denver game and it's just like, why? Because at that point, if you're up 10-0, you tell Jarrett Stidham, just don't turn the ball over. Take a sack. Do whatever you have to do. But whatever you do, hold on to the football and you walk away with a win, because I do believe if he didn't fumble the ball, Stoney, you're probably walking away and you're going to the Super Bowl because you won the game 10-0.
Okay, I agree. Then we go to the other game. And near the end of the third quarter, granted it was the third quarter, after the taunting penalty that a lot of people were unhappy about, but he went overboard.
I would have treated him the way his teammates treated him. Are you crazy? You may have cost us a shot at the Super Bowl.
Yep. So it was after the taunting penalty on Woolen. First play right after the punt, right? Stafford to Nacua, touchdown at the time. So it made it 31-26. Now, granted, it's still late in the third quarter. I'm sitting there, I said, wait a second. Going for the extra point just cuts a 5-point deficit to 4. It doesn't make a difference but if you go for 2, it becomes a field goal game. If you miss it,
it's 5.
It's still 5. You're still going to need a touchdown anyway to win the game down the road. What happens? They get the extra point, and it's a 4-point game, and there's no scoring the rest of the game. No scoring in the fourth quarter, right?
Yeah, because at that point, yes. Yeah, because at the end of the game, when they went for it on the fourth down play and they didn't get it, Seattle just ate the clock.
Right. So, yes, no scoring at the end of the game. Why no scoring at the end of the game? Well, I don't know. It's 31-27. It's fourth down and fourth at Seattle 6 with 5 minutes left in the game. 5 minutes left in the game, and you have 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning left. Like I said, in the past, I've been aggressive, but I don't know. To me, and look, both sides of this is debated, and I don't hate you if you say they made the right decision. The play call was horrible because Seattle has a good defense and was well defended. So was the third down. But to me, they kicked the field goal, and it becomes a 1-point game. And if you get the ball back, which they did late, I don't know if it would have made a difference, but it's still all you need is a field goal to go to the Super Bowl. As opposed to what happened was they didn't get it. Boom. They don't go to the Super Bowl. And now, if they would have scored the touchdown there and gone ahead, I still think Seattle's going to come down and score.
Yeah, Seattle would have had more of a sense of urgency. Seattle was just trying to run out the clock. They were trying to do whatever they could, knowing we're probably going to give the ball back to the Rams, but make them burn all their timeouts. Which is
what they did.
And they'll have very little time left, and we'll lean on our defense. If you had to pick one side to lean on if you're Seattle, it's the defense.
Yeah, 25 seconds left is when the Rams got the ball back.
So, yeah, that fourth down, the third and fourth down play selections, I think that, once again, they got a little too cutesy about it. You could design better. Like the one touchdown they did where Kyron Williams was wide open.
It was a great play design.
Okay, come up with something like that. I think this is where the coaches just kind of overthink themselves. because I would just run that same play. Like, what are the odds you're going to run that play again? Because you're thinking, well, the Rams will never do this again, and they just did it again.
Yeah, but I will say this: when they lined up, your go-to guys, Nakua and Devontae Adams, they were basically both doubled. So you were going to have to throw the ball to either a tight end or another receiver, which he had to do.
Yeah, and Seattle dropped 9.
Yes.
They rushed 2, dropped 9.
Yeah.
Look, that was a great defensive call. And there was, at that point, if you're Stafford, you got to go for it. You got to take off, and you got to run, and you got to dive forward and take the hit and get the first down and do whatever it takes. And he didn't.
So is it a blessing in disguise? Do you think maybe Dan Campbell will – no, look, I expect him to still go for it a lot. But when things aren't going right and there's elements involved, like there was in the Philly when they were, 0 for 5 on fourth down?
Mm-hmm.
There are times where you have to TFTF. Take the frickin' points.
All right.
248-539-9797.
All right, gentlemen, you know how we do this. Let's just start off with the obvious. Can we say a lot of people owe Sam Darnold an apology? Sam Darnold, even the national announcers were saying they were waiting for the mistakes and people were just waiting for him to screw this game up. He went out there and he got the thing done. And right now it looks like he's going to lead Seattle to a Super Bowl championship. Can we say we owe Sam Darnold an apology?
I'm going to say no, because I think it's one of those things like, will Steve Eisenman ever win a Stanley Cup? Well, I won't believe it till I see it. And if that's an apology, so be it. But the body of work suggested, you know what, we'll see what happens. I'll believe it when I see it. And, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it because I saw it. I saw him do it. Did I think he could do it? Not a few weeks ago, but after the
so wait, are you
game,
giving him an apology or no?
No, I'm not apologizing.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I don't think we have to apologize to anybody unless we make some kind of personal or racial or some kind of attack on somebody.
Well, it's not you, but since you're sitting in the chair,
Yes.
Gingers can't win. Gingers, I wrote this thinking that Mike was going to be
Right,
here.
I get it. I know.
So you know what? You're going to get the heat because
Okay.
your first name is Mike.
I know.
Gingers can't win.
That's it. Mike's Mike's have to take the heat today. That's like Gingers can't win.
So, yeah, no, I don't think we owe anybody an apology, but instead of an apology, because I was one of the people doubting him, I think most people were the ones that were doubting him, I'll give him the Derek Jeter kid tip of the cap. Like, there you go. Good, good on you.
Can we say that Darnold is now a top 12 quarterback in the league?
No. I think he's had 2 top 12 seasons. I'm going to give him one more year before I make him a top 12.
So 14 games next year.
Mhm.
And then.
Yeah, or 6-17, whatever. Yes. Okay.
This is the Blue Bloods thing all over again.
Yeah.
2 top 12 seasons in a row, one featuring a Super Bowl appearance. Yeah, I'll say he's top 12.
Okay. Guys, can we say that New England kind of had a very lucky, easy schedule this year, all the way to the Super Bowl?
Yes, but you know what, Rico? There are a lot of people who are damn happy that fourth place schedule is going to go to the Lions next year.
I think they played one team with a winning record.
Yes.
In the regular season.
It's only a 3-game difference, but in the Lions' case, it's 3 major differences in who they're going to play. And in New England, they're also comforted by playing in a crappy division with the Bills as the only legitimate opponent. So, yeah, they are fortunate. They're obviously fortunate that Bo Nix got hurt. And they were fortunate that the weather, I think, was more conducive to their play than even Denver's. So, yeah, they're fortunate, but tip of the cap.
Yeah, pretty much the same tip of the cap, but I think I lean more on the side of you play who's on your schedule, and it's the NFL. At a point, there are no easy wins. Everybody's banged up.
Well, I do believe they also lost to the Cleveland Browns, so
Right.
just to put things in
Didn't
perspective.
they lose to the Raiders the first week, too?
I think they did, Stoney. Don't give me the lion, but I think you're correct. Let me see. They lost to the Bills. Yeah, they lost to the Raiders week 1.
Yeah.
Lost to the Steelers. Yeah. So yeah, lost to the Bills. So yeah. Oh no. Yes. So there you go. Can we say that fourth down analytics are just getting out of control and they cause teams to lose games they shouldn't have because
Yes.
you should have had 2 teams who just make better choices in life on fourth down.
Yes, you have to assess the situation. As it relates to the Lions, you know, I have no problem when he goes for it in most circumstances. Like if you even want to go back to the NFC Championship game, I had no problem with it. However, and it didn't work because Josh Reynolds had hands of stone. But yesterday, especially in the New England game, it just didn't make any sense knowing who your quarterback is, knowing that the elements were coming, and, you know, you weren't going to score a lot of points, and they weren't either. And if you could definitely get 10 points, a 10-point lead, it's probably going to hold up.
Yeah, you got the touchdown. So now everything else is just house money.
Yeah, it's caused a lot of people to make a lot of boneheaded mistakes. I think a lot of people use analytics as this like Bible, as their crucible of all truth. And I think it should be just used as a hammer and a tool belt. It's one thing that you can use if you need it.
When you saw Sean McVay running down the sideline, contemplating calling timeout because he knew, I don't think this is going to work, but he rolled the dice and it didn't work out for him.
I thought it was stupid that he didn't kick the field goal then, but I understand why, because I don't think he trusted his defense at all. So he figured, what the hell, I might as well go and try to win it. Horrible play calls, but yes.
Can we say the Minnesota Vikings may have picked the wrong quarterback to keep?
Yes. However, let's not forget one thing. When they let Darnold go, I mean, they wanted him, but they didn't want to pay him what Seattle ended up paying him. They had another quarterback on their roster besides J.J. McCarthy, who they thought was going to go into the Sam Darnold mentor type of role, not as successful, as he ended up leaving Minnesota, which I don't think they counted on. And he started off being the MVP of the league, and that was Daniel Jones.
Right.
So if Daniel Jones isn't there, I think they treat Sam Darnold a little differently.
So to shorten up Stoney's answer, yes, they chose the right. I mean, one of them, at the end of the day, guys, one of them is going to a Super Bowl. You can say it's because of the defense. You can say it's because of weapons. You can say it's because of whatever you like.
Right, I know.
But I think at the end of the day, that's the ultimate right there. And he's, back-to-back top 12 seasons.
All right, and I'll just answer this for you two guys. Yes, we can say that the Pro Bowl has jumped the shark. Shedeur Sanders has been invited to the Pro Bowl. So, yes, we can say that.
Congratulations, Shedeur. Maybe you could be around some more veteran people and learn a few things, too.
That's Can We Say That? 97.1.
248-539-9797. I thought this was a misprint when I saw this, first of all, for a variety of reasons, including that they're playing an NBA game this afternoon. The Charlotte Hornets are leading the Philadelphia 76ers in the fourth quarter by a score of 112-67.
What?
Yeah. Embiid's not playing, but Maxi's playing. Edgecombe's playing. Paul George isn't. 112-67. They outscored Philly by 19 in the second quarter and by 25. They outscored them 40-15 in the third quarter. Didn't somebody just say, watch out for Philly as a dark horse? Well, one game.
That was you.
That'd be me, yes.
You know what?
I just saw the score and I said, holy my God, you got to be kidding me.
Well, you said they were inconsistent. They were
Yeah,
wild card teams. So
yes, exactly.
That's what happens with wild card teams.
Pistons back in action tomorrow against the Denver Nuggets. And the Wings are home tomorrow against the LA Kings, who were supposed to be coming off a back-to-back, but their game against Columbus was postponed. So they'll be a little fresher than we thought. All right, we're asking if maybe Dan Campbell, blessing in disguise, that the going for two situations for the Rams, that they should have done that. But more importantly, the going for it on fourth down and not taking the points. When the situations, not the analytics, when you take the analytics out of it and just, you use analytics, but the situation for Sean Payton and to a lesser extent Sean McVay in the fourth quarter of that game, to me says take the points. But maybe that's just me because I am a go for it guy usually. But yesterday, you have a backup quarterback, you have a great defense, there's a weather situation brewing. Go up 2 scores. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Kevin in Plymouth. What's up?
Hey, how are you guys?
How are you, Kevin?
I'm doing fantastic. So, telling your screener there, I'm watching the game with my son, who does stats and analytics. He coaches on the west side of the state in college. And I looked at him. I said, what do you do here? He said, analytics say you go for it. I go, really? So as a dad, one, he doesn't want to listen to anything I have to say. And, right?
Yeah.
And so I go, really? I go, does analytics know that there's a backup quarterback playing? I said, just to your point about the weather conditions, I said, Denver's defense is phenomenal. I said, well, why not take the points? And I said, does analytics test your emotions? What do you feel like after that field goal? It turns everything, right? The crowd's into it. You're up 10-0. You're blanking them. And, right there, I think that changes the game if they go up by that 3 points. And he just looked at me. He goes, you stick with the analytics. And I go, I hope you remember these words if you want to go into coaching. Just have a little bit of an open mind. So I thought it was pretty funny, guys, but I'm with you all on this.
You know what? You're right. You bring up a great point. Thanks for the call, Kevin. Yeah. A lot of times, there are people like Michael Wilbon. There are a lot of the older generational people like myself who don't believe in any analytics, which I think is foolish. Analytics are important. It's data. But with data comes the unknown, and the unknown is situations.
Yes.
Weather, injuries,
crowd.
Yeah, everything. And
the time of the game. Early in the game, in a tight game, score the points.
Yeah.
First or second drive, get the points on the board. Because here's what happens. If not, you flip it. They stop you. Now they're fired up. They're motivated, and it could end up turning into a 10-point swing. They stop you, and they go score a touchdown. Get the points, man. If it's late in the game or if it's situational, yes. But I think like what happened here in Detroit, they became addicted to the fourth down. Where all of a sudden, every announcer would say, the Lions are going to go for it. Yeah, everybody knows you're going to go for it, so the element of surprise is gone. Everybody's prepared for all your fourth down plays, which is why I don't think they worked as well as in the beginning. Here's what you're going to do. You can't line up and do what Philly does with the tush push
because your offensive line changed.
Right. You don't have that type of a quarterback, or you don't have, or like when Pittsburgh would take Aaron Rodgers out and put somebody else in there. You don't have that type of play selection.
Right. They did that with Montgomery a little bit. You know,
the Wildcat.
Yeah, but which I give them credit for mixing it up a little bit, but. Yeah, it does. You don't go for it every single time. Sometimes situations dictate it. Do I think they should go for it on fourth down more than they did 15, 20 years ago? Absolutely. I think sometimes we were too, stubborn in our ways. Well, this is what we do. We always take them. No, there are certain times where you have to, I think, you should, quote unquote, gamble a little bit. 248-539-9797. We have any text responses, Mr. Cott?
Tired of the blind faith in analytics? They play this game on the field, not with Madden strategy books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, because here's what happens. It almost becomes a test of your manhood. You didn't go for it. You're not tough. It's like, or you're smart. You look at, we're going to play the percentage. We're playing our defense is playing great. They're not moving the ball. So we pin them in within the 10-yard line, force them to give us the ball back, and we start over with a fresh 4th downs at the 50 again.
Right.
Instead of constantly going for it. It's not a challenge to your manhood. Kicking a field goal is not a 4-letter word, okay? It's okay to kick field goals.
Right.
Especially when you got a kicker who makes a lot of them.
TTFP, take the freaking points. Now, conversely, with the fact that you have a really good defense, you could sit there, wait a second, if we don't get it, I know our defense is going to hold them, which they did, unfortunately, when they got the ball back, at least in Denver's situation, as Sean Payton called him, Stiddy, Stiddy wasn't pretty.
No.
Pretty Stiddy bad. 248-539-9797. The other, thing you mentioned, we talked about the analytics, is the weather. Now, I'm one of those guys, old school. I prescribe to old school football to a certain extent as far as the game should be played outside. I love it as a fan being inside, so it's maybe hypocritical. But on a day like yesterday, when it's cold as hell in here, I have no problem watching outdoor football. And yes, if the game was held in Chicago yesterday, it would have been crazy. But I'm not one of those who sits there and says, oh my God, what a disgrace. The elements decided that football game. No, it didn't. The elements did not decide that football game. The elements might have made it less entertaining, might have, but that first half that we basically just referred to was not exactly something that they're going to play in Canton anyway, with the Denver mishap by Stidham, the missed field goals in that game. I mean, Stidham was not good. Drake May wasn't that good. The defense of Denver was really good. New England's defense was really good. It was not exactly a thing of beauty. Now, in the second half, especially midway through the third quarter when the snow picked up, wind was a factor. The weather could be a factor, but it was an equal playing field factor. And I think the bigger factor is the fact that you had a backup quarterback and you didn't use his strengths. Now, he's not known to be a running quarterback, but there were a couple of times where Stidham did use his legs for positive plays, and he should have used his legs more.
No, yeah, but Stoney, I think the weather, when you're seeing a game where it's just more punts than anything, that's where, because it's a buildup. This is the AFC Championship game, and you want to, like, the NFC game was exciting because they were scoring, there were big plays. In this game, you're literally waiting for whoever makes the mistake, and whoever did, and it was Denver. Denver made 2 mistakes. It cost them the ball game.
I think if you put the same exact teams, Seattle and Los Angeles, in that same environment that was in Denver, it would have been a much better game because they had better offenses to begin with. Now, would it have been 31-27? Maybe not, but it certainly wouldn't have been 10-7. I'll tell you that.
I don't know because I think
I know it's hypothetical.
No, and I think the passing games wouldn't have been there. I mean, think of all the big throws that happened in the NFC Championship game. You wouldn't have got those because you can't. I mean, there was a lot of drop passes. That ball probably turned into a brick, which is why it kept getting dropped. So it then boils down to Kyron Williams versus Kenneth Walker. And when you know the other team is only going to run, your safeties play up closer, and you tell your guys don't get beat deep, and we'll be fine.
By the way, do people realize Kenneth Walker had over 1,000 yards rushing this year? Kenneth Walker had a great season. He had a really good game yesterday. He's been really good.
No, and yeah, he's going to be up for contract, so I don't know if they'll re-sign him or not. But, yeah, him and Charbonnet, he's picked up the slack now that Charbonnet's out for the rest of the season.
Right.
But, yeah, he that two running back tandem, like you can see his legs are fresh, the way he cuts and does different things.
Oh, his cuts, when you look at some of the stuff from, the end zone, his cutting is incredible. And, although they didn't win, Los Angeles ran the ball pretty decent too. Blake Corum has turned into be a better pro than I thought thus far. They're using him perfectly.
Yeah, his thing is, man, it's just those costly fumbles that. But yeah, other than that, like he's a good backup for Kyron Williams. He's that good second guy coming in there.
Yeah. I thought he was, except for the touchdown, I thought he was better than Kyron Williams yesterday. 248-539-9797. Corum with 9 carries for 55 yards. Williams 10 for 39. Enrico, I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if he was mentioned in the update. Did you see the Atlanta Falcons? They have a new coach, Kevin Stefanski, named as their senior advisor to the head coach?
No.
Bob Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, look, buyer beware.
He was working for Cleveland at one point. I know that. I don't know how long he was there for. Maybe still, but whatever. And they also hired Robert Prince as the wide receivers coach. Wow. There's a Lion name from the past.
Yeah, you're not kidding me. Yeah, I think it's buyer beware.
Yeah, well, he's obviously Quinn has a relationship with Stefanski because he worked with him in Cleveland from 2021 to 2025. And I do want to correct you. We were talking about Kyron Williams, and I said that Blake Corum has had a much better pro career than I thought. And you talked about the fumbles. He hasn't fumbled once in his pro career.
Blake Corum?
Blake Corum. I'm looking up his stats right now. No fumbles.
Yeah, I could have swore I saw him fumble in a game, and he got taken out of the game. He may not have lost the fumble, but he fumbled the ball, and that was it for him.
Well, maybe that, but I'm looking at his, all his stats on Pro Football Reference, unless I'm making a mistake. In 34 games in the regular season, no fumbles. Now, I looked up the playoffs as well, and let's see, in his playoff games, I guess that
was a regular season Niner game.
Okay, well,
he got taken out and never came back in.
Maybe it was called back. Maybe they still took him out. I don't know. Three playoff games and no fumbles. So anyway, maybe it is for lost fumbles.
Stick up for your Wolverines.
That doesn't have to do with my Wolverines. I'm just mentioning that he's been a better pro than I thought he was.
Well, if it doesn't work out, he could always sell vacuum cleaners.
That's true. That's right. Changes initials to LLC. Let's go to Drew in Roseville.
What's going on, boys?
Hey, Drew.
How are you?
I'm hanging in there. It's cold weather. This weather in Michigan. I mean, we're used to it by now, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Comes with January and
That's
February.
for sure. All right. Well, here's my thing about the football games yesterday. I think it's funny that the guy that Campbell came up under is the guy that went for it on fourth down, and we know what happened. I think that if I was a Denver Bronco fan, I'd be really upset with the fact that we're the home team. We know the weather's coming. Peyton should have known you better gather as many points as you can until this weather shows up, because it could be bucket down. With their defense, they could have won the game if they had just got the lead and just sat on it, just like Vrabel did. I mean, Vrabel wasn't taking any chances in that fourth quarter. You saw him on one 3-and-out. They did 2 runs, and then they purposely threw the ball out of bounds just to keep the ball out of danger. I mean, so my thing is with the going for it on fourth down, this is the way I look at it, guys. You're playing a game where you want to use the clock up as much as you can, right? You go on these 7-8 minute long drives, right? If you go on an 8-minute drive and you don't get any points, I think it's a double-edged sword. You're losing the momentum, and you just wasted 8 minutes off the game clock. So now you didn't get any points. So later in the game, when you need those points, guess what? There's no time left. But if you go now, on the other hand, if you throw a bomb and you're down the field in 2 minutes and you want to go for it on fourth down, you didn't use much clock, and so if you come up empty, I don't think it's as damaging. But when you go on those 8 long-minute drives, you got to get points, especially in the playoffs. I hope Dan Campbell watched those games yesterday very closely and is going to start to maybe go back the other way, a little bit more conservative, because I think that you got to have a defense if you're going to be conservative, though. I mean,
correct.
Let's face it, the Lions need a defense.
Yes.
Without defense, those fourth downs, it's even worse, right? So with that said, I just hope that Dan watched those games very closely yesterday.
Yeah, I do too. And you know who else should have watched those games? Brad Holmes. You see how John Schneider built that team and flipped it really twice, right, Rico? I mean, from when they won the Super Bowl, and then they got rid of Russell Wilson, and they flipped it again, really.
So, yeah, I mean, and that's just it. No sacred cows. We will be willing to move. We'll move good pieces to get better pieces. And that's the philosophy that it takes to win a championship is you don't just be like, you know what, that's our guy. He is our guy. But we can move from that guy and we can get a better guy, and you guys will forget about the first one. Case in point, Jamal Williams.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about him. But at the time, he was Mr. Detroit.
Oh, I know.
And then you went out and you got better guys, and you're like, oh, well, he's not that bad.
Yeah, you can get better guys. It is proven. You are correct. Steve in Plymouth, what's up?
Hey, guys, how's it going? First off, I'd like to say, Stoney, thank you for taking the opportunity. You met my son at the Spartan game Saturday with our common friend, Larry Lucas.
Oh, okay. Yes.
The aspiring journalist for the State News. So,
Was Stoney signing autographs?
Just want to say thank you for taking the time to do that.
Hey, thank you for being so nice to me.
Also, the game, the snow game yesterday, I thought was awesome. I thought, it was great TV. It was great watching. Yeah, there were some things that could have happened differently, but overall, I think the ratings for that game were probably outstanding. For what it was.
Yeah,
so.
Because half the country had nowhere else to go either.
Right. Yeah. But just the elements and the flip of the weather from one half to the next was just amazing. And did they even know that? Did Peyton know that, hey, this weather's coming in the first half? We need to like you said, the analytics. Did they have those reports? Were they even looking into that stuff?
That's a great point. And even
very interesting.
And even when they do, as we know from weather forecasters, and we talked about that last week, they're so wrong all the time that maybe they didn't know, or maybe they knew and said, "Well, he's not going to be right."
You know what? I thought the
Rich Luterman of Denver might have been wrong.
Or you know what? We just go up 14-0 and we'll put this thing away. But it was the play call.
Right.
It's 4th and 1,
and he called timeout.
And your quarterback is not ready for that. And they were. New England knew the play. There were more Patriots right there in that spot than it was Broncos. So that tells me, if you can't just go ahead and push the ball forward, don't turn around and hand it off 3 yards. Either you do your own version of the tush push, or you got to have some better play than that. Because a fake handoff, everybody knew. You're going to try to roll out.
No.
And you're going to do something. So we're going to be prepared for that.
And New England's defense is very good as well. Another thing that Brad Holmes should look at. And we were talking about Seattle and what they did. I mean, on the defensive side of the ball, they traded for Leonard Williams at the 2023 deadline. You heard that word? Deadline. They drafted Byron Murphy, 16th overall, 2024. Reed, the free agent, nose tackle. He was a free agent. They re-signed. He was their own in 2025. DeMarcus Lawrence, free agent from the Cowboys, 2025. Ernest Jones IV, traded from the Titans, a former Ram, deadline 2020 in the deadline in 2024. I said that word again, deadline, Brad Holmes. Drake
Very
Thomas
active.
was a waiver claim. Devin Witherspoon, a first-round pick. Job, a free agent. Eminori, second-round pick this year. A lot of people liked him. Kobe Bryant, 4th round in 2022. 109th overall. Julian Love, free agent, 2023. And they made some really good moves on the offensive side of the ball, too, including believing in free agent Sam Darnold.
Yeah. They let go of Geno Smith, who had taken them to the playoffs, and said we could do better. And it's okay. Take some chances. And in order to make those types of chances, you got to get rid of players that hurt you a little bit. You got rid of a DK Metcalf, who, was somebody, Bobby Wagner. Like, you got rid of players.
And you know what? I'm not saying he's better than him, but you could argue possibly down the road, whatever. They drafted their major running back, not in the first round, in the second round. K9 was drafted 41st overall.
No, but we were
in
told
2022. Now, in the first round, who they drafted? They drafted Charles Cross. What position does he play? Left tackle.
Yeah, but we were told, no, it's I'm not trying to take away from the Gibbs. Like, Gibbs is so special. We got to go up and take him. And it's like, a lot of times I feel like teams trick the Lions into trading up and wasting picks for a player that will still be there when you draft, but you moved up, you gave away those picks. I'm just waiting for them to say they've re-signed Gibbs to this ridiculous contract.
Shaheed, trade when? Deadline. Deadline.
And you know what happens when you get a trade at a deadline? And you kind of saw that with our guy is you all of a sudden feel like your career is taken back off again. You go from a dead end team, and Za'Darius, played well when he came here.
Right.
But it's like, okay, I don't no longer have to play on a team that stinks. We actually have a shot. And those players all of a sudden just revive.
And they treat me well. They sent me to, they let me have my bye week. Good organization. There's something fishy with Za'Darius and them. Something they didn't like or he didn't like, no matter what he said about his girlfriend, because he goes to Philadelphia, who's a pretty damn good team, and then retires.
Yeah, something was up.
Something, he just probably didn't want to play football anymore. Yes. You're so true. And the other guy on the offensive line they drafted was a first-round pick, right? Gray Zabel. People loved him. Who knows? He was taken before the Lions made their selection. So
we'll see if the Lions free agency, Lions draft is going to tell me a lot about next year. Yeah. If it's the same old, okay.
248-539-9797.
Guys, you've heard me talk about Matrix Basements. They took a totally unfinished basement and they tricked it out for me. So whether I'm watching the NFC and the AFC championship games down there or watching movies or anything on Netflix, hey, trust me, you're going to love yours. They can do the same thing for you. They could take an unfinished basement or they can add on to your existing basement. And you want to work with Matrix Basements right now because they're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. Rico, what's that? Well, glad you asked. That's no interest and no payments until the year 2028. I did not stutter. You don't have to wait for your dream space. You can have it right now with Matrix Basements. Go to matrixbasements.com, set up that free consultation. They will design and build your new basement for you. And I promise you, you are going to love what they do. And if you start right now, you may even have it ready in time for the NCAA tournament. Matrix Basements will deliver your dream space to you. 0 interest, 0 payments until the year 2028 with the Build Now, Pay Later program. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner with Matrix Basement.
248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a little weird one, but it's still under the ruse, and I say ruse for a good reason, of the amateurism that is college football. It is time for our college football blitz. And yes, if you're a fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Never good when it starts with this music.
With this song kind of fits what we're talking about. Rico, are you familiar with one Mr. Deion Sanders?
Prime time, or
Yes.
Coach Prime, as they call him now.
At Colorado. Certainly he's put Colorado back on the map.
Has he, though?
Back on the map, not for great success, but for his personality, and people still love them or hate them, but he's polarizing Mr. Prime, Coach Prime. Now, you might think that Coach Prime would have the opposite of what we're going to talk about. But in the world of NIL, where players are getting paid, I think this is actually very fitting. In his team meeting that took place in January, I believe it was, or earlier this month. Yes, we are still in January, Michael. He decided that he's going to tell people there's having wide scoping program changes.
Okay.
Meaning, in addition to rules like you cannot wear other college apparel in the building, there are other rules he's going to make, and there are fines with those rules. Now, some of the other rules include, let's see, like I said, team apparel from other schools. And he said,
that kind of makes sense.
As he said, that would be like your lady who you have currently wearing her ex-boyfriend's stuff. How do you feel about that? She's sitting up here with a shirt on that has her ex's name. That's how I feel about that when I see you coming into the cafeteria. You eat our food with your last name on it. Obviously, you wanted to stay there. You should have stayed.
But you know what? But
he's talking about guys who transfer over.
I was about to say, that's a new age problem because you got all this gear that you had last year, and there's no pride in your school. That's just a new job, so I get it.
In addition, cell phones, food, or drink are no longer allowed in team meeting rooms.
You said no food or drink?
Yes, or cell phones in team meeting rooms. So when you're having a meeting, none of that stuff. Okay. But he has also suggested, and these players are getting paid, it's going to be interesting if they can get away with this, fines for players.
Okay, that's funny because I just had this conversation a few days ago with a friend of mine because I said, you know what? Maybe you just start finding players because they're making money. Not something ridiculous like the NFL, but.
Okay, here you go, Rico. If you're late, this is the fines that he has suggested. Late for practice, $500.
Okay.
No show to practice, $2,500.
You know what? It's steep, but I understand it. I get it. It's a business, guys. And now I guess I'd like to know where the money is going. Like if it's all gets put in together and we have a gigantic party
Maybe
at the end of the year.
Maybe it just gets taken out of your NIL.
Or does it go to Deion's pocket?
Yeah. Late to meeting or a film session, $400.
Okay.
No show to meeting or film session, $2,000 fine.
I'm okay with that because I'd like to know why you just no-showed and didn't tell anybody you're not going to be there. Like if you're sick, hey, Kenny, can you tell Coach I'm throwing up, man. I can't make it. I can't do it.
Late to strength and conditioning workout, $1,000.
Huh. Okay.
This is Deion Sanders' penalties for players based on the tardiness he doesn't like. No show to strength and conditioning, $1,500. So late.
So if you're going to miss something, you want to miss lifting.
Yes.
Because that's the cheapest one. Kenny, what do you think about all this?
Cheapest by what? It's still you're spending $1,000 to miss or to be late or whatever it was. It was late to what was it? Strength and conditioning was what?
15. You're late. $1,000 no showing is $1,500.
Yeah, I mean it might be cheaper, but still, man, at least it instills some sort of a standard. And like you guys said, this is not the coach I would expect to be putting in these types of strategies.
Good for Dan.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, what if you show up with non-Louis luggage? Do you get fined for that?
Late to treatment, $1,000. No show for treatment, $1,500.
So the late and the no-show seems to be the big fly in the ointment for him, the big bugaboo.
Well, it's consistency. You're late, you're basically costing
Or you know what? If
$500 less than if you don't show.
If I'm late, I'll just keep a 50 in my pocket and just pay the person with the "I was here on time." Slide the 50 across the table.
Yeah,
head nod, right? Oh yeah, you were on time. There we go.
Violation of team rules. $1,000 to $2,500 based on the severity.
Okay, what's the violation of? I guess
whatever they have team rules.
You
on.
don't genuflex to the statue of my son in the locker room.
Maybe part of the no food in the team meetings. I don't know.
I wonder, can you wear a Shedeur Sanders Cleveland Browns jersey?
Oh, maybe. I don't think so. How about this? Public or social media misconduct.
Okay, Dion, let's just take that one off the board because you're going to be finding yourself. But go ahead.
Rico, what do you think that one is?
First of all, I think it's outrageous because of who we are talking to, who is Mr. Attention Whore himself, that he's going to sit there and say social media, $2,000.
You're close, $2,500 to $5,000 based on the severity. And here's a quote from Dion on this stuff. Profanity needs to stop. I've heard it myself, especially in the dining area. It needs to stop. We're not the only ones in the cafeteria. You need to be respectful and make sure we respect our women. If you get out of pocket and start calling our women by their first name, that's
Not
a problem
by their
with
first
me.
name.
He says, and start calling our women by their first name. That's a problem with me. I don't understand what that means.
So I read up a little bit more on that one. It's you're supposed to address them as Miss or Mrs. and then their last name. You're not supposed to say.
Oh, well, come on. That's even older school than me, unless that's a culture thing that I don't know about.
I mean, unless it's like people who work in the cafeteria.
It's supposed to be staff members he's talking
Okay,
about.
I get it now.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
All right, that because I'm like,
yeah.
I take a class with her. I'm not calling her Miss Johnson.
But here's the biggest question. I have no problem with this. But since there's no unionization, can he do this?
Yeah, how's he
Legally?
supposed to enforce that?
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, you can't. But see, here's the thing: you can, because as he will say, and as I've said all for college sports, there's no union. But guys, I don't have to play you. So you don't want to pay your fines? Great. So when your parents and your agents are saying, why aren't you paying my son? Well, he owes about $7,000 in fines. He refuses to pay, so I'm not going to play him. I get that. So can he enforce them? He absolutely can, Stoney. Think of it as your house, your rules. Your house, your rules may be different rules of what the city and the state and the federal government have.
That's true.
But it's your house. And if your kids didn't like it, there's the door.
All right. Thank you, Dion.
I like that.
97.1. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. By the way, just to be clear, the Jahmyr Gibbs thing, Lions did not trade up to get him. They actually traded down.
No, right.
They had the 6th pick that they traded to Arizona for the 12th pick and a 2nd-round pick. So it was Gibbs and Laporta that they got, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because I thought they were they traded up. I thought they were going to get. Was that the Carter draft or was that?
No, they traded up to get J-Mo the year before, I believe.
Okay. Because one of the years when they were sitting there and they traded down, and I'm like, oh, okay, I think.
Yeah,
Carter
you thought they were going to get Carter because
Carter was still sitting there.
Well, he was at 6,
right?
And Philly took him, I believe, at 10.
Yeah,
and we were a lot of people on this radio station wanted Jalen Carter. Put it that way.
So no, it'll be something.
Look, Gibbs and Laporta versus Carter.
I guess my thing is, when are you going to take the time to really invest in the defense?
Right.
When you're going to take the time to do what you do for offense, for the defense, and say we need these types of players rather than
they have, but they've done draft-wise. They have, but they've drafted poorly on defense and some guy. Off the top of my head, I can look at it right now. Let's look who he drafted defensively since he got here. He drafted Uzurike, 2nd round. That didn't really work out. He drafted Pascal. Didn't really work out. Aiden has worked out. Jack Campbell has worked out. Arnold and Rakestraw have not worked out.
And that's what I'm saying. In the first round, going up because when your philosophy, when you come on this show, well, not this show, but when you go on the air and say, "Well, we have an Aiden. Why do we need anybody else?"
Right.
What? Are you serious? Like, you said that publicly.
Right.
Like, no, you get 2. You get as many as you can. Right. You bring the heat.
Jack Campbell was a 1st-round pick that worked out.
Jack Campbell has surprised me. I did not think he was going to be as good as he. Doug is Jack Campbell fan club. He's the president, and I give him full credit. He saw something I did not see in Campbell, and Campbell has turned out to be an extraordinary linebacker.
And Uzurike, I remember John just not liking him at all when they took him in the 2nd round. In fact, there were some projections that the Lions were going to take him in the 1st round, and there was rumors, and I think Brad might have even hinted at it, that he was trying to trade up again in the 1st round to get him to get 2, and they got him in the 2nd round.
So thank God he didn't waste more picks.
Right.
I swear.
Honestly, at that time, he wasn't in the pick wasting department.
Because right now, if you see the 313 number show up on draft day, take that call.
That started really with J-Mo they traded up for, but the bad trade ups were Broderick Martin in the later rounds and Manu. There's no reason to do that. But yes.
You gave up 3rd and 4th round.
Correct.
5th round, which are starters in the NFL or your depth.
And if anybody should know that, who's that? Who made a living basically early in his Lion career drafting really like St. Brown was Brad Holmes.
Yeah. Kirby. Yeah.
Yes.
Those
Brad
guys.
Holmes was really, really good at that. And then
he got cute.
And he took some, bullets from his own holster.
Yeah, he got real cute. And rest was history. We'll see.
Yes.
I guess my question is I guess it'll be a while now. I was gonna say, at what point do they draft the future QB?
Well, I wouldn't take. I would certainly wouldn't be this year. I'm not. I'm not trading up in the 1st round to take Simpson.
And it's not even a 1st rounder. Like somebody that you say, you know what, he's not going to play for 2 years. Let's go ahead and
thought they did it, but it was wrong.
Was broken.
I know. I'm saying they've done it before, and it didn't work.
Right. News. Please don't take anybody injured. And don't reach.
That's the whole look. Uzurike, Pascal, and Hendon Hooker injuries. Brad, and even in free agency.
I know.
Marcus Davenport. I mean, for some reason, because you get them cheaper, some of those free agents, I know that's the way it happens. So, who do you like in the Super Bowl? We even. I mean, it's early, obviously. Pick doesn't count. Yeah, I think.
I think this is Seattle and probably a runaway.
Who would you rather have, Goff or Darnold?
Darnold.
I mean, it's kind of a
funny,
tough question. It really is.
Well, because here's the thing. And I know people go off at these like Darnold's won had back-to-back seasons of 14 wins. Like so, and with two different offenses, two different teams, two different coordinators.
They've both been to Super Bowl. If you're going to have a career, they've both been to Super Bowls.
And you know what? And maybe like it took Goff some time before his career took off. Maybe Darnold is now in that window where his career is taking off.
Well, perhaps, but I'm going to go back to what I said last week, and I'm standing by this. The NFL is not about the quarterback anymore. It's not. It's about the offensive coaching, and even the defensive coaching. Seattle got shredded their defense. You have to have a quarterback, a coach, and an offensive coordinator that can make clutch plays. And Darnold has found his guy in his place for the second time.
Correct.
With Kevin O'Connell earlier. And it's up to now the Lions. You see the brain power they're bringing in.
Right.
Yeah.
Kafka and Petzing and who knows what else. But they're all younger offensive. I'm not saying geniuses.
No.
But younger offensive oriented
Now go
guys.
out and get 3 linemen and you'll be okay.
Absolutely.
Right.
5.
But
actually.
to Rico's point, we need to see some of that brain power for the other side of the ball, too.
Right. We just treat the defense like, well, they'll be fine.
Well, no, you're right. And the defense has not been fine. But I don't think defenses are winning. Defense didn't win that first game. The Snow won that first game. But offensive clutch passing
Right.
won that
But
second
here's the
game.
thing, Wojo, in this offensive society, if you have a defense that can shut somebody down on a key third down or key fourth down and get that stop, that means something. And yeah, when I look at a Texans team or Seattle, it's just like the quarterback knows it's going to be a long day, fellas.
Okay.
Before we go to you, because we have to go to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't
I'm already
have
here.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. You tweeted something over the weekend. How many gin and tonics?
Yeah. 38.
38?
Yeah. But real quick, the Texans have a great defense, right? What happened to him? C.J. Stroud completely fell apart. You cannot. You have
Wojo,
to
Wojo.
have.
Okay, that's straw. I'm not saying just defense, but I'm saying
no.
You
of
have
course.
to build a defense
Of
to go
course.
along with the offense.
And you also have to have special
They're
teams.
the opposite. They put all their money in defense and very little on offense. And it feels like the Lions are putting it all on offense and very little on defense.
Yeah, mix it up a little bit. That's what I would
All right,
say.
what do you have coming up?
Things
Super
and
Bowl.
stuff.
Yeah, things and stuff. The Seahawks are going to win by $1 billion.
Yes.
Breaking down the Michigan-Nebraska game tomorrow.
Big game. That's a big game tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Showdown.
Absolutely. All right, I'll be in here tomorrow with the other guy. Enjoy your Tuesday, 97.1.
Oh, Crazy Mike?